up, not only am I tipping, but my wheels get caught and I can't steer. I have to go on the road. People leave things on the sidewalks. Everything is in the way. Cars parked blocking sidewalks, garbage cans, trash, free stuff and other things. This makes the sidewalks too narrow, and it is hard or impossible to maneuver around the stuff. These sidewalks are very bumpy. I need to slow way down. My wheels also get caught in the cracks and the chair jerks around or gets stuck. Many times the sidewalk abruptly stops. It suddenly ends. We found telephone poles, steps and planted flowers in the middle of the sidewalks, where the sidewalk just ended. When the sidewalks just end, I need to turn around and find another way down off the sidewalk. Sometimes the sidewalk ramp is far away and I need to turn around and go back a long way to get to a ramp again. If the sidewalk isn't wide enough for me to turn, I would need to go in reverse the whole way. When there is no ramp, we have to find a way to get off the sidewalks. We have to turn around if there is enough room, but usually there is not enough room to turn. Then we need to back up to the sidewalk's ramp or until we reach a driveway. If the sidewalks are low enough, some wheelchairs can get off, but unfortunately it's not always possible. Coming up are photos showing very nice ramps in town. Earlier you also saw nice stretches of sidewalk. Some nice stretches of sidewalk don't have ramps though. And some perfect ramps lead to sidewalk that don't have ramps at the other end. All the issues make us go in the road where there are no things in the way. However, wheeling in the roads means we have to watch for cars coming. Cars parked on the side of the road means we need to go into the middle of the road.
I was just saying, sitting up here waiting for the final two commissioners to arrive feels a little bit like standing behind the curtain, waiting for the curtain to go up. But that's why we are here. We are coming for the annual meeting for the Brattleboro Housing Partnership. And I welcome you all to this meeting. And I'm trying to be modern and use my phone to remind me. My children keep trying to teach me. And a personal reflection first. Last year when I was here, I had lovely white tights because I was still wearing surgical stockings after a knee surgery. And it feels really good to know that I have healed and you all have grown, and that we as a group together are doing some exciting things. Certainly there have been some changes, and I'm honored and delighted to see the sign reflecting how many commissioners there have been of Brattleboro Housing Partnership. We've lost one commissioner, Pat Smith, who, close to finished her term, has recently died of breast and bone brain cancer. Her memory has been very important, and I was really touched by the fact that the family asked for donations to the Brattleboro Housing Partnership in memory of her. We are looking for a proper way to honor all that she did for this community. And Chris Connolly, who was a commissioner with me, withdrew because of poor health for herself. So we are welcoming two new commissioners, and one of them isn't here because she's had poor health. Liz Harrison and Byron Stuckey are new members of the Brattleboro Housing Partnership Board. Welcome, Byron. Lots has been happening this past year. To particularly Chris Hart and Christine Hazard. One reason I took a year off and said I really wanted to come back and be on the Brattleboro Housing Partnership Board was that Chris Hart had confided in me that she was thinking of retiring, knowing there was going to be a grandchild arriving shortly. We convinced her to step back and not retire, which I am very grateful for. And I'm sure you'll be hearing more about that. And Christine Hazard, whom you've all known as the head of SASH, has moved up and moved in and through holding this group together, and will be the new executive director as of the 1st of January. A very quick comment on how that decision was made. First, the board decided they didn't want to go out if we had a good candidate here. The Board of Selectmen, who would bless or object to that process, said, fine, do what you want. And then two commissioners, myself and Donna Rathbun, interviewed staff. Who do you think would be a good leader for Brattleboro Housing Partnership? What are your concerns? What are the concerns of residents? And to my great delight, without prompting, more than one person said, we'd like Christine Hazard to have that position. So much for technology. It keeps turning off on me. I don't think we have much more to do now, except to turn over to the Red Clover Commons presentation about community building, which is very exciting. And thank you for being here. Steve, do you want the microphone?
No. I'm going to try to do my best. So thank you everybody for coming, and I appreciate, I just want to say a special thank you to a lot of our residents who came, and some of our residents are part of this presentation. I apologize because our system seems to be a little off, so I'm going to try to play a little video that we made here at Red Clover Commons to start, but you're just going to have to give me 1 second. To introduce this video, I wanted to say the Red Clover Commons community identified probably last winter that they were struggling a little bit. People came to property management, they came to myself and saying that they were having a hard time sometimes getting along. And so we worked together for several meetings, and the residents really came up with some strategies on their own. And I'm really, really proud of some of the things that they've done. They've hosted community get-togethers, like a beautiful harvest dinner that incorporated most of the residents, and there was more food that could have filled 5 Red Clover Commons. And then they recently hosted a ice cream social where residents dressed up as 1950s soda hops, and they took orders and they decorated this room like it was like a beautiful little 1950s cafe. And so they're really working to create a stronger community, and I think that they are a great example of just what you can do from within. So give me 1 second to try to play this video, and I will.
My name is Jan, and we're here as a small group.
Maybe if I move it will work.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, well that's not going to work. I'm really sorry. I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but would anybody from that group like to come up a little bit and share a little bit about their community and some of the positive things that have happened? Okay, I will not. What? I will not put anybody on the spot.
And then I'll go. Suzanne.
Okay. So, I guess we're going to move on a little bit, and we're going to talk a little bit about the next thing I wanted to talk about is we have this wonderful resident advisory communications committee that was formed about a year ago, and they have worked on lots of little projects, but this is one project specifically that was very important to them, and so I'm going to ask one of our residents, Bridget, to come up and just introduce the project a little bit and talk a little bit about it.
So am I getting my video either?
Probably not.
It's up. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bridget. I'm a resident at Ledgewood. I recently joined the board to get involved in the community, and together we have addressed several issues that we wanted to take part in throughout town. Locally over the past year or so, there's been a lot of focus on race and the Black Lives Matter movement, and also a lot of hatred that has come along with that. Together as a group and to give back to our community, we wanted to show everybody that where we live in our residency, in our community, in our complexes, our apartments, wherever we are, we don't tolerate any form of racism, hatred, bigotry, anything like that. So to display this, we decided we would get together. We brainstormed a couple of ideas, and from those ideas, we decided that we were going to create a banner, and the banner represents Hate Has No Home, and that banner will be displayed throughout all the properties. And so we have the banner here that we're going to show you guys. And these will be up so that we can let everybody who enters our community know right when they come in that we do not support any type of hate, and we do not tolerate that type of behavior, and we accept and welcome everybody. And so this is the banner that we're going to hang, and like I said, they'll be everywhere, so that way people know that we're just an open community and willing to accept everybody.
So I just wanted to say a special thanks to Bridget, also Ashley, Tracy, I'm sorry, and Lynette. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What was it? Oh yeah, yeah. And these guys are from Morcourt. Bridget's from Wedgwood. Thank you so much.
Yes, no problem. Thank you.
Will there be enough banners for all of them?
There will be a banner at every single housing site, including Red Clover Commons and the AMW Richards building. Yes. So they'll be going up this month. Sure.
Hello. I'm Lucy Taylor, run the Family Self-Sufficiency Program. One of the many rewards of my job is reconnecting sometimes with some folks that I might have worked with earlier in my job career, either at the shelter, at Life Skills Housing, or going back farther into the family garden, which is daycare. I've been around. And so it is with Damaris. We first met almost 20 years ago when I was working at Morningside Shelter, and she was with Rich Moore as part of their service-enriched housing program. Rich left and I took over his caseload, which included working with Damaris. She was living in an apartment through Wyndham and Windsor Housing at the time. Fast forward to now, where I'm once again working with Damaris through my Family Self-Sufficiency Program, and she has a Section 8 voucher with Broadmoor Housing Partnerships. I've always been so impressed with Damaris's drive to pursue goals and better herself. She comes across to me as a bound and determined woman. She's always first in line to take advantage of any program that is offered that might help her to further achieve her academic, employment, and housing goals. And thus, she is one of my FSS STAR participants. It gives me great pleasure to introduce you to Damaris Mills.
Thank you, everybody. Before I read what I wrote, I just wanted to let folks know one of the main reasons why I'm so grateful to the Housing Partnership and other agencies that have helped me in the area, because when I first came up here in '98, my kids were already grown, and I had discovered Landmark College when Ennis Cosby was killed. It was all in the papers and magazines about Landmark College, and I had found out that I had learning differences as well as my kids. So I was blessed and was able to come up here. And after being here a year, I said, well, I'm gonna stay up here in Vermont. And I had tried another couple of colleges and flunked them, but I graduated in '02 from Landmark. So, but when I was younger, like most people are, in my opinion, I always felt that most people are looking for houses when they're like maybe in their 20s, 30s, or 40s. But I'm a late bloomer because of my learning differences. But I plugged into everything I could possibly get into. Whatever opportunity opened up for me, I went and took the chance on working with the folks like Lucy, who keeps me in check. So now I'll read what I wrote. Okay, in the beginning of the Family Self-Sufficiency Handbook, it encourages you to invest in yourself. And that by joining FSS, you can create your nest egg to success by paying yourself first. Well, I never understood about how to pay myself first but joining FSS made that easy for me. By turning in each of my pay stubs to David DeAngelis, an escrow account was set up for me where a certain percentage of what I make is matched and put into an account by Big Brother of the FSS program. These nest egg accounts can go toward buying a home, a computer, a car, or starting a business. My goal is to purchase my own home. When you join FSS, you are expected to accept the challenges and take the necessary steps it may take to obtain your goals. Even though the Family Self-Sufficiency Program is a voluntary, goal-oriented employment and savings program, it is very helpful to have an FSS coordinator to work with on a monthly basis to help to encourage you and to keep you accountable. Lucy Tell is my coordinator mentor, and she keeps me very accountable. Sometimes, if I procrastinated on something, it's helpful to know that Lucy's coming over, that I had better take care of what I needed to take care of before she gets here. A few years ago, when Claudia McCarthy was my coordinator, she turned me on to Sevka's financial fitness program, and it was there that I first began to learn how to clean up my debt and repair my credit score. I also joined Sevka's IDA Individualized Development Account Savings Program. This is also where I found out that it was not impossible for me to become a homeowner. After a guest session with folks from Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust and the USDA. See, personally, I grew up in the projects, so I thought you had to be rich to buy a house. But when I took the financial fitness program, I learned otherwise. At that point, that became my biggest goal. I have also been in contact with Telma Patterson up in Montpelier about the Section 8 homeowners program. I am happy to say that over the last 4 years or so, I have reached most of those goals. I've cleaned up my debt, raised my credit scores, and in one meeting away from finding out I had finally mortgage ready. And to my own disbelief, I have money saved in 2 different banks for the first time in my life. That's a big deal, y'all. I'm 70. That's a big deal. Okay? So, with Lucy, Claudia, and some of the other FSS coordinators that I've worked with, I have successfully developed short and long-term goals that I have reached and that I am still working on. I am definitely taking control of the quality of my life, and I can actually see now where my dreams are slowly but surely soon to become a reality. Thank you to Section 8, the FSS program, Lucy Tell, Sevka, Wyndham and Windsor House for all the support we need.
Damaris, that's absolutely wonderfully impressive. Well, as commissioners, we have a report from Lucy each time we meet, and the amount of escrowed money because of FSS is impressive to us too. Thank you. Remarks from the executive director, who is hoping that our commissioners will get here. They've not found them. failed. Not at all.
All right. That was wonderful. Thank you. We've always wanted to have an FSS participant come up and brag and tell us just how well they did, and I appreciate it. It's a great program. So, hi everybody. I'm Chris Hart, the Executive Director for the next 6 weeks. And I was given the very small task of giving you the history of the Housing Authority in its last 57 years. So if you'd like to curl up and go to sleep now, that'd be fun. The Housing Authority was started in 1962. It was started by a group of folks from the town that wanted to have low-income housing primarily for the elderly in Brattleboro, but for all of those of lower income. It was the second federal public housing authority established in the state of Vermont, and started out with a bang with the construction of Melrose, Hayes Court, and Moore Court. During the 70s, the folks focused on staying current with ever-changing HUD regulations and really starting to manage the public housing program. They also brought in the Section 8 Housing Certificate Program, which was a huge success and started a wait list almost immediately and has always had a wait list. In the 80s, they built the high-rise and Ledgewood Heights and focused their maintenance on properties and their administration on the ever-growing list of HUD regulations. In 1995, an interesting thing happened, and the whole board was replaced, and a new director was hired. The first chair was Tom Yon, and the executive director was me. The first order of business for us was to ensure that the internal operations and policies were up to date, and that we needed to do a great deal of capital improvement. So we undertook that as well. The staff was growing with increasing demands for more social services and maintenance needs. The Section 8 certificate program was converted to the Housing Choice Voucher program, which is what you think of and know of as now. In 2000, really zipping through time, we started to address our need for elderly housing, feeling that elders in housing needed more assistance. And we were looking at what I would call a build solution. Build a building that has an ability to incorporate more services, but is not fully licensed assisted living. So we started on that and then got waylaid for 2 years because Mark Richards, who owns the Ann Wilder Richards building above Hayes Court, which is where we were going to put our new building, approached us and said, could you turn this into housing, and would you? And so we took a little side jaunt for 2 years and renovated the Richards building into the Ann Wilder Richards affordable housing. We also, during this time, came up with a very comprehensive energy improvement plan for all of our properties. And we were just weeks away from both starting that and really starting the rebuilding of Hayes Court when Tropical Storm Irene came through Melrose, and that was the end of that story. And the beginning of the story that you all know, which ended up here with 55 units at Red Clover Commons. I think a tremendous testament to the entire state of Vermont to have this building built and to have you have a very, very safe place to live. There are still 25 residents at Melrose, and we are working on a Red Clover 2. It'll be a small building at the bottom where the parking is, and that will house the last of the folks at Melrose. Now, after the storm, while we were still doing other things, the Housing Choice Voucher Program continued to roll along very, very well, bless you. And we had got involved in 3 homeless grants, the Shelter Plus Care, Transition to Housing, which we actually wrote, and the Family Supported Housing. And we've remained very active in those 3 grants and probably house 75 to 80 homeless families and individuals in those programs at any one time. We also went through a very comprehensive 5-year strategic planning process, and one of the great outcomes of that was that we changed our name. And we changed our name because at the end of a long process that involved you all and the community and our commissioners, we decided collectively that we just didn't like how authority felt. It was like, ooh, just too up above, and so partnerships was the word that we came to. I think Jan had a lot to do with that, and we all really felt that that really said what we do. We were a founding member of the highly successful statewide SASH program that I think you all know of, and that program really replaced any need for a built solution to how to get better services for our elderly and disabled residents where they live. And that was the point of a new building, and SASH came and delivered it. So we're very happy to be part of that program, and we're very proud of the program that Christine and her staff have developed. We also got 2 grants, one of which you've heard and seen a terrific success, the Family Self-Sufficiency, and the other is our Resident Opportunities and Supportive Services program, which worked with families to bring around supportive services and help them with self-sufficiency. So these programs and some success with our financial management enabled us to finally create something that I had always wanted or hoped that we could have here, and that is a resident wellness and supportive services team, which is really a group of people whose job is to work with the property management folks and maintenance and bring services to residents to avoid sort of the calamities that get started when somebody has a flat tire or their car needs a repair. And then 3 months later, they haven't paid their rent. And we're looking at them and going, rent. And they're going, no money. So we were able to bring this group together, and under Christine's really exemplary leadership, it has really brought an enormous amount of support and positive assistance to our residents. I said to them when they started, well, think of it this way. Who would you rather come to your door if you didn't pay your rent? Courtney or Lorelei? And they all went, Lorelei! Lorelei, unfortunately, isn't here, but her mom is. So where am I? Let's see. I'm almost at the end, folks. Hang on. So the other thing that happened, we did that, and then starting in 2018, we began working with FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, on a new plan to turn Melrose into a flood mitigation area. We applied for, and we're still waiting to hear, on an application to become a moving to work agency, which would allow us to be even more creative and more resident focused than we are now. But we haven't, I don't think we will hear on that for a while. And we started in earnest the planning for phase 2. So as 2019 comes to a close, I want to look back with you and the staff with a great deal of pride on the work that we have all done. Every staff person at BHP has worked to achieve these successes, and they have done so with substantial dedication and respect for the work they do, their coworkers, and above all, the residents that they serve. And I include the board in that. We have strengthened our resident communications this year by putting in a very active resident advisory and communication committee. The resident wellness and services team has really solidified its presence as a critical component of our housing retention and resident support. The voucher program and its grants remain fully utilized and are really seen as models for the entire state. The maintenance team has been reorganized and is more fully focused on the needs of specific properties. And believe it or not, 3 years later, we got our FEMA award. So we will be starting our $3.2 million project to convert Melrose, more than half of Melrose, into flood storage. And 4 of the Melrose buildings have come down. The development team for Red Clover 2 has gone beyond 50% design development on that project. So we're really cooking here. The 2 greatest achievements for us in 2019 have to be the conversion of our rental subsidy from public housing to RAD, or the Rental Assistance Demonstration Program, which I think for those of you that are residents, you're so tired of hearing about it. You're like, stop. Stop talking about it. But that program is done. We got to closing. We have now converted our properties. I think it will make life much better for our residents, and for the agency. We now own the properties outright, which we did not before. And we always had to go and ask HUD, Mother, may I do this? May I do that? And it always entailed about a 3-year process of filling out forms and seeking approvals. We don't have to do that anymore. We own the buildings, and that's exciting. And then the last but not least was the executive transition, which the Board of Commissioners undertook and created a very smooth plan where I will make my semi-exit at the end of the year, and Christine Hazard will become the 5th executive director of the housing agency. This is a terrific staff, a dedicated board, and I know they will give Christine their full support and help into the future of BHP. One last note, while I have the mic, I just wanted to say I thank you all, every one of you who have been a part of my truly wonderful career here. Thank you.
Well, I want to definitely say thank you to Chris. That was a very comprehensive history of Brattleboro Housing Partnerships, and while it was very thorough, I can imagine it was hard for you to edit it down, because if anybody knows Chris Hart, she knows that she loves to talk about Brattleboro Housing Partnerships, and she's very proud about it, and she always shares great stories, so this was definitely a triumph. I wanted to thank Chris for 24 years of service. We're so fortunate to have had her leadership during those years, and she's really brought the organization to a great place. So as I talk about the future of Brattleboro Housing Partnerships, I'm going to start off today by talking a lot about Chris as well. So if you're not tired of RAD, you will definitely be tired of this. So, but frankly, I wouldn't be in this room if it wasn't for Chris Hart. And in all honesty, none of us would be in this room or in this building if it wasn't for Chris Hart. So just looking around, it really is a testament to her. So Chris has the rare and unique ability to focus on the big picture, while also sensitive to the fine details of running an organization. An example of this is Red Clover Commons and the residents within. Chris worked tirelessly from the late summer of 2011 through the winter of 2017 to create a safe and thriving space for our residents and the Brattleboro community. During this time, her vision of this space never faltered as she chipped away at the daily deliverables, the problems, and the issues that came across her desk. And there were several problems. Chris always continued to prioritize the big picture and the light at the end of the tunnel. So as the new executive director, I will strive to prioritize positive growth for our residents and community by looking broadly to see how to improve our neighborhoods within the Brattleboro community. I will balance this with the understanding understanding the many small details of the organization and how combined they add up to big issues. Chris's vision for supportive services predated my time here. However, I've had the fortune to be given the opportunity to focus on the resident wellness and supportive services group for several years. One of my goals going forward will be to continue to strengthen this group to understand the needs of our residents and community members as we plan for the big projects of the future. It's rare to find someone with the combined skills of being able to come up with creative ideas and the practicality and work ethic to make them happen. I will say that Chris has had a lot of creative ideas. And sometimes the staff, myself included, has tried to rein her in a little with some of them. However, the Rental Assistance Demonstration RAD program conversion as well as the Moving to Work application are two places where I have witnessed the gears turning and there was no stopping Chris. As she envisioned new and creative ways to make Brattleboro housing more sustainable as we move through the changing landscape of public housing. The first few years of my role will be to continue the process of implementing the RAD program by focusing on capital needs improvements and planning for future improvements of our neighborhoods. During this time, I will dive into our financial management to ensure that we maintain the financial stability that Chris has worked so hard to improve after the devastation of Hurricane Irene. I will continue to focus on maintaining and creating affordable housing opportunities that offer deep subsidies for our current and future residents. Like Chris, I clearly understand that all creative and important projects to improve the neighborhoods of our residents cannot happen if we are not a financially viable organization. There are many creative thinkers on our staff, just look around, all of you, and they always come up with great ideas, and also creative thinkers from our Board of Commissioners and our Resident Advisory and Communications Committee. I will prioritize the continued work we have done to improve communication between these three groups and to help our community members in Brattleboro understand the needs and ideas of our residents. I hope to lead in a process of seeing these ideas realized to enhance the lives of our current and future residents and the vitality of our community. Brattleboro Housing Partnership staff has developed into a high-functioning team, and this was not an accident. Chris has cultivated this group and should be very proud of the team I am now fortunate enough to lead. The Brattleboro staff thinks every day about developing and maintaining our neighborhoods that support independence and create opportunity. I will continue to support them as they continue this important work. Lastly, and most importantly, I would like to thank Chris for her dedication to our community and residents. Chris told me on the first day, I'm not going to get upset, but on my first day at Brattleboro Housing, that her belief was that everybody deserved the opportunity to live in an affordable, safe space. I agree with the sentiment and will carry this with me as I navigate my new role. I have really enjoyed the last 7 years of working directly with residents in a supportive role. I have learned so much from our residents that I cannot begin to measure the impact their lives have had on my life. This is the main reason I accepted the opportunity to be the next executive director. While I know I have very big shoes to fill, I promise to continue the big picture idea that Chris has held in the forefront of every decision she has made, and that is to ensure the provision of quality, affordable housing within viable communities to support independence and create opportunity. I appreciate the guidance Chris has given me over the last 7 years, and I look forward to our continued collaboration as she transitions into her new role as Special Projects and Development Manager at Brattleboro Housing Partnerships. And at that point, I'd like to say thank you, but I know a few of our residents would also like to come up and say thank you as well and bring a small gift. Arlene, did you want to come up? Everybody wanted to
Shy now. Shy group.
Lena, did you want to do the flowers?
I'll come to you.
Okay.
How's that?
Yes.
I'll come. She's gonna do them.
Okay.
Lena's gonna do them.
Okay.
Thank you all.
What it says on my program is what has been waiting over there, looking very attractive. A refreshment break. So we won't officially adjourn this meeting until after you all are well fed. Thank you. See you.
Could we just do a round of applause? Thank you so much.
I can show you them on my computer. I just can't get them on the screen. We had done it and it wasn't today, and there's some wires like, there's,
to order at 6:02. And surprise, surprise, we have some additions. We're going to have a quick discussion about content of town reports under the Finance Committee report. We are adding leadership committee appointments and a quick update under unfinished business. Also under unfinished business, there's going to be 2 more executive sessions, one for labor relation agreements with employees, as well as one for an employment contract. So that being said, electric tea will be valued this evening. Moving on to the clerk's report. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of November 20th, 2019.
So moved. Second.
So that was a motion by Ann, seconded by Sean. Is there any discussion of the minutes? All those in favor of approving the minutes, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The minutes have been approved. And we are going to recognize our visitors tonight. We have a full house. One of our visitors is Mike Sostak and Amelia Glickman that are going to be doing a presentation momentarily. Otherwise, we welcome public input. If you have something to say generally on anything we're voting on or discussing, generally we go through our board discussion and then take any public comment at the end before we would vote on any item. At the end of the agenda, there is time for public comment on anything that is not on the agenda. And if there is a lot of comment, we generally are limiting our time to 2 minutes if you can do your public comment in 2 minutes, 3 minutes if you cannot, because there is a lot on our agendas and we get a little slap happy after 10 o'clock. So, with that said, I'm going to yield the floor for the restorative justice presentation. I think we have about a 20-minute presentation, and they're going to come up and present up in the front of the class. So I'm going to ask the board to disband so that we can move around, for those of us that have been sitting for an hour, and yield the floor. And welcome, restorative justice.
As we start, I'm just handing out the issue brief for the social competency development curriculum. Hopefully we have more for visitors as well. So, oops, for board members. You, David. Sure. Anybody else I'm missing? And for Christina as well. So I'm Diana Wally, and of course I'll just put them here and pass the rest out if you want. We want to spend 20 minutes, we'll try to keep to that, to focus on both social competency development and restorative practice, and the way in which they support our schools in terms of school culture where all students are respected and are valued. So maybe we could begin with introductions. And again, I'm Diana Wally. I work with the administration of the social competency development curriculum.
My name is Mel Motel. I'm the executive director of the Brattleboro Community Justice Center. We do restorative practices work with schools throughout the district.
I'm Molly Peters. I'm a senior at BOHS, and I'm taking a class that is called Dimensions of Social Change, and we work with students in the area.
My name is Amelia Glickman, and I'm also a senior at BOHS. I'm doing an independent study with Mike Sostak on restorative justice practices, so I lead a lot of student restorative panels at the high school, and I help present to elementary schools in the district.
I'm Jack Clark, and I am the Youth and Family Engagement Coordinator with BAPC, which used to be Brattleboro Area Prevention Coalition, just changed our name to Building a Positive Community. And I work as a consultant with the asset/leadership teams in all of the schools that are working on their climate survey data and picking indicators to work on to improve.
And I'm Mike Sostak. I am the restorative practices coordinator in our district, and I'm based out of high school.
We are aligned closely, restorative practices, social competencies. And we see the social competencies as an umbrella that creates strong social supports and positive relationships in our schools. The curriculum itself has two distinct pathways. The first for younger students, creating school leadership teams in each of our 8 middle and elementary schools. And then on the high school level, the Dimensions of Social Change class and the mentoring for coaching and leadership class. So I'm going to first have Jack, because she's working with the younger students in the school leadership teams, just describe the work of those teams.
Sure. I'm going to talk about one team in particular I've been working with that uses restorative practice in the form of circle for all of their meetings. So there is roles and responsibilities that get switched around between all the students. The students picked what the roles and responsibilities for the circle would be, including co-facilitators, note taker, 2 peacekeepers in case there's any conflicts that happen, and these 2 students are assigned with coming up with a solution or taking a student aside if need be to have a side conversation about what might need to happen next. And then a previously on, so they recap, what did we do last week? Oh right, we did that last week. And in these circles, we go through deep conversations about the strategies that they're working on or why they want to work on them. And one conversation was in relation to the school climate survey. Data indicator specifically, students behave the way teachers desire. And they were looking at that and they were curious, like, why is it that low? We don't like it being that low. And it was really their interpretation of what low was. It bothered them that it was where it was at. And so they got into the conversation, well, what are we going to do about it? Well, let's have behavior competitions. We'll do this or that or this or that. And they're going back and forth. They really want to do a thing, get a thing done. And then well, but they don't work really well. And we tried this and it didn't work. And so I raised my hand and said, so why is the behavior happening? What's going on? Well, it's a lot of talking. It's a lot of talking in class. Like, what's the talking in class about? Well, some folks are done with the assignment before everyone else, but we're not allowed to move on. And so we're bored. And so there's the whole, and getting sent to the principal's office doesn't work because we're still bored, and why can't we move on, and what's going on there? And so we identified amongst us more of a root cause, and then also identified this isn't something that we can just fix. And the principal for the school came in after we had the conversation and saw the notes and said, this is exactly what I want to be doing. I want to work with you guys on this. And so the next step for this team is going to be getting together with the advisor, the principal, and talking about, all right, how do we work with the kids on coming up with something that's going to be a longer term solution that involves teachers and other students, while also still doing a new behavior competition because they really want to do a different one and have it be really exciting. And it raises awareness around the issue at all for the rest of the student body in a way that's fun.
Thank you, Jack. So as I said, there are 8 school leadership teams which have developed over the 10 years of this curriculum. And they range in size from 10 to 20 students. So we have over 100 students that are participating as leaders in their schools, focusing on these issues. So next, Mel, who has been working, and we've been in partnership with the curriculum with the Community Justice Center for many years. And Mel will just describe the kinds of trainings that she's done both for the teams and for our middle school leadership training and for the staff.
Absolutely. So the Brattleboro Community Justice Center has been thrilled to be a partner in social competency work throughout the district, bringing restorative practices into the mix and also supporting existing restorative practices efforts because a lot of schools are already engaging in this work. So we've collaborated with the BUHS RJ Restorative Justice Program to deliver trainings to kids and adults on circle process. We've collaborated with the Women's Freedom Center to provide professional development on gender socialization and circle process to school counselors and middle school leadership team leaders. And we've also used this as a springboard to work with many individual schools in the region to implement and uplift restorative justice. I guess I should also say we've been a huge participant in the middle school leadership team conference every summer that has integrated restorative practices into it. We at the Justice Center are actually in our second year of working with Putney Central School, working with the adults in the school to implement circle process and use restorative language and culture in all of their work. And we've been really lucky to be doing just a little bit of work with Academy School, with Oak Grove, and with Green Street School, working with kids on supporting kids to be able to do circle process in their school. So it's been really wonderful having this partnership with the social competency.
Thanks for that overview.
Yeah.
So next, Molly will give us a sense of the high school level, the Dimensions for Social Change class, and their wonderful work in running. Today was the 8th of 10 workshops for 4th through 8th graders in the district.
Okay, so I'm taking the Dimensions of Social Change course, and basically, beginning of the semester, we got the school's climate surveys, and we broke off into, we got preference if we wanted to work with the younger kids or the older kids, so 6th through 8th or 4th through 6th. I'm working with the younger kids. So we sat down with our groups and we looked at the climate survey and really decided what those grade levels needed to work on. So the 4th through 6th graders in our district really needed to work on active bystanding and what that means and how they can be one. So just to walk you through what we do in our workshop is we get them there and we do an icebreaker. Normally it'll be a game like the wild wind blows, and we'll do some fun things like if you're wearing a hat, if you're wearing purple shoes, and then we can incorporate like if you have ever seen somebody being bullied and done something about it. So we kind of get a sense of what they know if they move for that. And then we do a skit in front of them, and we make it be 2 children playing on the playground, and somebody gets excluded, and there's no active bystander. We sit them down, we say, what could be different? And they raise their hand, they say, she could have included him, she could have not been mean. Well, yeah, she could have not been mean, but her friend could have said something and told her that that's not very nice, and they get the message and they get that going, and then we do it again correctly. So that gets them kind of excited, and we break them off into small groups and let them design their own skit. They get to perform that in front of their classmates, and that's normally a pretty big hit. I've seen kids get pretty involved, and it makes me happy to see that what we are telling them is really making a difference, and I'm hoping they're going back to their schools and being an active bystander for what they see that happens on the playground and in the cafeteria. And I've really enjoyed taking this class, and I'm sad that our workshops are almost over.
You were a great facilitator in today's workshop with Academy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. So now I'll turn this over to Mike and to exploring more the restorative practice work that has been happening over the past few years.
Yeah, I've been doing restorative practices work for about 14 years in our school district. And if you get nothing else out of what we're saying up here, I'd like to leave you with 3 thoughts. One is that restorative practices works best when students assume leadership roles and let we adults back off and let the leadership come from the students. And Molly and Amelia are here as examples of that. And I really mean that. It really truly works better when students are the deliverers of the service, if you will. Secondly, restorative practices works best when it's proactive versus reactive. Most everyone in this room has probably heard of restorative justice, which is more on the reactive side. Something happens, we go in, we try to fix it, make it better. But proactive is where, often we reward the heroes who come in charging in and solve the problem, but we don't often reward the people who are being proactive. But that's really where the real payoff with restorative practices comes, is when it's embedded into our curriculum, into our classrooms, and we're really on the proactive side, where teachers are really using that as a part of their classroom. And thirdly, the last point I'd like to leave you with is that restorative justice concept says that education is of more value than punishment. And so we use restorative opportunities to educate versus punish. I'm going to leave a handout for the board that has really two sides to it. One side, I attempted to define, if I went around this room and said, what does restorative practices mean? Probably everybody has a different definition. So I tried to come up with a definition of what it means, and I broke it into 4 categories, what I call restorative conversations, restorative justice circles, which many of you are familiar with. Community-led circles is something else we've done in the high school, where we're bringing in community members, just regular community members, to work with kids in a restorative way. And finally, the last point, again, is restorative classrooms, bringing restorative practices into the classroom themselves. And those are the 4 ways that I've at least attempted to define what restorative practices mean. And that's really kind of summarizes. The last thing I just want to say is, thanks to Steve, he's allowed me to do coordination roles in other parts of our district, and I do think that coordination role is important somehow, that it be done, where schools are becoming more and more involved, and that role is becoming, I think, more and more important, that we have the capacity to have coordination. And by that I mean making sure we're using Mel. We're very fortunate and uniquely fortunate that we have some real strong talent in the Brattleboro Community Justice Center, which has been available to our schools. That makes us unique. We have to make sure we use that resource, and we have to make sure that funding gets to the Justice Center so they can afford to support us. And secondly, this coordination role also requires that we, as a school district, share our resources. We're developing considerable expertise within our district itself, but we need to pass that around to get all our schools in the same, all our schools are in different places. So I believe that coordination role is important. So the other part of this handout is not only a definition of restorative practices, but a definition of what that coordination role means. So I'll leave that here for the school board. Thanks.
All right.
Amelia? Amelia and Mike have been a team recently, and I think you'd like to share some of your reflections about the restorative work that's happening, both for you in the schools and in the community.
Yeah. So I am as I said, I'm a senior right now, and I'm doing this independent study. And being a senior also means that I'm doing a lot of college applications. And I don't bring that up because I want to spend another second thinking about or talking about college applications, but because I recently came across a term called transformative justice. And what Mike was talking about in terms of using proactive measures as opposed to only reactive measures is something that I really wanted to highlight in talking about the work that we've been doing at the high school. I see Mr. Sostak's room not only as a place where reparative circles happen to heal relationships, but also as a place where students are able to go to prevent harmful situations from happening in the future. And although this is not necessarily defined in the job description of what Mike is doing at the high school and what restorative justice is, this is a part of a larger transformative justice process. And the reason I bring up the term transformative justice is because in looking at colleges and education around restorative justice, not only in this community but in the greater world, something that I have been, that has been really clear has been how we are trying to turn towards proactive measures more than just reactions to situations that happen. It makes more sense. It prevents the situation from happening in the first place. And I would like to highlight just briefly what we are doing in the high school and how that works as a fishbowl of the greater society. So a lot of restorative justice work is trying to combat the general punitive system that we have had in place in school systems for a very long time. We are far from there, And at our high school and the other schools in the district, there is still punitive-based measures taken, and restorative justice is a part of this system we use to deal with conflict, but it needs to be a much larger part of it to change our culture for the better. And many of you have probably heard of the school, basically the school to prison pipeline situation where students often who have been suspended or gotten detentions are much more likely to be in the US prison system as they grow up. There's a really clear connection here. So I just wanted to give you an idea of how this looks on a broader level and why it's so important in not only this community and the schools, but the world as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mel?
I don't know that I have too much more to add to what Mike and Amelia said, except that number one, I'm in the unique position of getting to work with a lot of schools, so what I do see is across the board, so many schools in this district that are already doing this work, hungering for more, and also could really benefit from coordination. So I think the position that you're putting out there is a really good idea. And just to build off of what Amelia was saying about the school to prison pipeline, there's two things that I want to emphasize. One is that at the Justice Center we work with 5-year-olds to 75-year-olds. And the 75-year-olds are those people who are getting out of prison after 20 years, or 30 years, or 40 years. And every single person I work with who's coming out of prison is a wounded kid. And I know that every single person that we work with who's a 75-year-old who's coming out of prison, if they had been a kid and had a chance to both learn about the impact of their behavior and to be loved in the process, they would be in a very different place. So I see that connection every day in the eyes and in the bodies of the adults that I work with, and that is part of why I support the school's work. And the other thing is to build off the point about the school to prison pipeline, that this is not just a restorative justice issue, but it is a justice issue for marginalized kids. We know that LGBTQ kids, kids of color, kids with disabilities are more likely across the board to be subjected to different disciplinary measures than their peers. And so I think the collaboration that Mike and Amelia are doing with Michaela and the support that this board has given towards the diversity position dovetails so nicely with the restorative work. And I can't imagine a better collaboration between those social justice issues and the restorative justice issues. And I know that Mike highlights that in his definition as well. So I just love working with this group and want to see us keep moving.
Thank you, Mike, and everybody for your presentations, and thank you, David, for the invitation to present. I think you have a sense of the power of this work and how committed we are to it. So thanks for your time.
Thank you all for sharing that. We're going to have a follow-up in the spring when budgeting is over. We talked about continuing this, and this was just our first initial look, but as we start our budget process, we're our first unified budget process.
And I know that Academy has a program, and they, with John Sessions, would like to bring some students at some point, but tonight.
Maybe February looks good as I sit in December. Who knows how it will look in February? Actually, April looks good to me. But thank you very much, and Amelia, get working on those college applications. So communications, I have attached them to the annotated. There's 4 attached at the bottom, and then to the board, and then there were 2 embedded. Were there any other communications to the board? Quiet week, nothing like being closed. Oh, you did? Oh, sorry.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do, actually.
Oh, he was just like pointing out you guys on it. Yeah, you could sound like he was just checking in.
Am I supposed to send that to the other
Oh, you could.
Okay, so in future I'll be sending this ahead of time, as I didn't know when I was supposed to send the communications. So the board got a communication from Dan Normando about how to progress in some goals and objectives for looking at the athletic fields, and specifically requesting maybe a committee to coordinate the work of the athletic fields. So we'll be talking about that later. So I just want to let you know that happened, but I think it'll be looped into our discussion, maybe like pre-coordinated meetings.
If you forward it to me, I'll put it on the next set of communications. Excellent.
Christina?
Yes.
I wasn't sure where we were going to do the leadership council report.
That is added in under, I put it in somewhere. D2.
Oh, okay.
So any other communications? Excellent. Moving along to committee reports. Finance, would you like to kick that off, Sean?
Yes, I would. The Finance Committee of the WSESD met this afternoon at 5, and we actually developed a mission statement right at the beginning, which we're really pleased with. Been something that we wanted to do for a while. And we also elected Christina as our clerk. So that's a good thing to have done. And then we discussed the warrants and payrolls, and there was a pretty big batch, as you see from the agenda. And then Frank went over the timeline for the budget development, and did the handout with some modifications on the what's going to go forward in terms of budget development. So, and I think that was about it.
And then the one follow along is what to do with town reports.
Oh, yes,
in
thank
this
you.
year. And so, Frank, are you able to sort of go through the particulars of that?
Sure, yeah. So the state law requires certain disclosures in a town report, and when you're a union system, you know we have our own union annual meeting, which is March 17th, 2020. So the core of materials, and this is not a comprehensive list, but the core materials that are in an annual report would be familiar to you. Of course, it would be the warning initially, and generally it's an overview of the elected officers and contact information along with the terms. And typically there's a report of the board chair and the superintendent of the various programs. There's a requirement, of course, for the budget, both the sources and uses of the proposed funds. And typically we have included an audit report. We won't do that this year because the entity didn't exist in the prior year, but that would be a typical data point in the annual report. So those are the sort of the fundamentals. There's a requirement for the supervisor union's budget to be also integrated, and I'm not sure if they're changing the requirement about the way special education funding is processed. Certainly the law has changed that says how the cash flows will roll, but I don't know if they've changed the statutory reference to disclosing that. So, and then in addition to that, there's a lot of discretionary items that can be included in the annual report, and that's where in finance we discussed probably the board would want to have some input into shaping that up. It is the board's report to the public.
So maybe we'll discuss that kind of at the next meeting. My other question was, what about the legacy districts? And if the auditing information from last year needs to go in those individual town reports for the existing legacy town districts?
So the audits will be wrapped up at the end of December once that statutory period of closing down all the legacy transactions. So that audit will be as of June 30th, 2019, and that some districts like Brattleboro Town would actually publish it inside of the town report. Others will just have it available as a separate report, but that will certainly be available for town meeting. But I'm not aware of any other required disclosures at town meeting based on the current law, the Act 46 law.
Thank you. Any other questions on that? Moving on to personnel, I think you have not met since our last meeting. So moving on to the Policy and Amendment Committee. We met on Tuesday morning. We looked at 3 policies that we are brushing up to bring to you for a first read at the next meeting. One didn't require any change, one had some significant change, and one had a tweak. So we will be bringing them to you all, or actually sending them along probably in the next week. I'm gonna schedule another meeting, so you'll get them probably a week before the next meeting with the changes that the committee is recommending. We also have to work out the balloting for the next election, because we have added 2 seats for Brattleboro residents. There's a whole statutory process for how that happens with staggered seats. The idea is that you do not want to have, on a board of 10, you do not want to have 5 seats expire in the same year and have dramatic change. We know how hard it is to have dramatic change on a board from this year, so we don't want to put that in the future, and statutes prevent that. So I wanted to, the board has been working with Attorney Ottinger on this and has authorized Lyle and I to converse with Ottinger on the whole warning process, and I wanted to come to the board to get an extension of that to get the balloting and the terms of the offices put forward pretty quickly, because we want people to have time to get the necessary signatures, get the ballots together. March town meeting day is coming up. So
I would make a motion that we authorize Christina and Lyle to contact Mark Ottinger for any legal advice necessary in concerning the balloting for the election at town meeting day for additional WSESD representatives.
thank you, Sean. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, David. Is there any discussion on the motion to authorize Lyle and myself to obtain any legal advice necessary from Attorney Ottinger in preparation of the ballot? Is that a reasonable restatement of your motion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The motion carries.
And it might be a good time to interject. I'm not even sure what the date of the town meeting is. It'll be the town meeting of all the outlying towns.
March 6th.
I'm sorry?
I think it's March 6th,
March 6th.
if that's a Tuesday.
So everybody has that. It's all the outlying towns.
Oh, March 3rd.
March 3rd.
It's
Okay.
even faster. So yes, start talking up how fun the board is and getting your neighbors, your friends, your former school board members to see if they're interested in serving. So moving on, PPE committee.
So we met on the November 21st, and we really had 3 things to discuss. First, we had the data dive that we've been receiving from the administration. So that meeting's data dive was on mathematics assessments across the district and curriculums. So Tyne Belosi? And I prepped myself to say that right. Tyne Belosi, formerly Teen Belosi, formerly Teen Reed.
Everybody knows Teen Reed.
Yeah, so she came in and spoke to us about kind of Ames Web being kind of, it's no longer used in the district, and what assessments were being used to really across the district from kindergarten all the way till 6th grade. Formative and ones that would influence kind of maybe some interventions, let's say, and who was doing them, all different kinds of stuff. I won't go into the details of that. It is in our meeting minutes, which are posted online, but the expectation of the PPEC committee was that we would report out to the board once we've kind of finished. We went through the mathematics, literacy, and we did speak to special ed, and then who else did we speak to? Peter came in. So anyways, we've spoken to a bunch of folks, and the hope is that we're gonna share out the data that we've collected, at least about what assessment systems exist. And the second thing we spoke about was, Brian, I think you too. Brian, yep. So we've had it. Some of them have been whole committee meetings, other ones have been one-on-ones, so we kind of have to get together, like, what are we doing with all these one-on-one meetings too? So the second thing we spoke about was the field study, and the equity piece around the fields, and where are we going with this? Because at this point, and this is later in the agenda, we don't have goals set yet for what we're expecting from the fields. Obviously, some of the goals will be influenced by problems that came up before, such as not having regulation-sized fields, and additionally, not having enough fields for everybody to have games and practice time on. So we reviewed some statutes around gender equity and discussed them and recommended some data that might need to be collected by the district, or proposed to the board to be collected by the district as we help start to create our goals. So that'll come up later, and everybody's kind of received that document, and we'll put a link up on the board so other folks can see the document when we chat about it. The last thing we did was after school. So after school, specifically, it was brought up by Putney that their Y Aspire program was cut, and there's some issues around that. And so we started to look at equity as it concerned after school programming. So we're really at the first part of our data review on that. Lyle had given us a bunch of different information collected from all the principals, so thank you for that on what existed. And there was a lot, which is amazing. So now we have some follow-up questions and just like some gaps in our knowledge that I guess I'll be sending to Frank to figure out like what are our next steps. I don't know who to actually send it to, so I'm gonna go to you, Frank, and then you can tell me if it's not you, and maybe direct me somewhere else. So that's the gist of that. December 16th is our next meeting at 6 p.m.
So would you be looking to report out on some of that data sometime in February, maybe?
I think that's reasonable.
Okay. Great. Put that on my wish list. Thank you. Climate crisis. Have you met since our last meeting?
We were set to meet on Monday.
Oh, there was another kind of climate crisis on Monday.
So on the 12th, location to be determined.
Okay. Communications Council.
No meeting since last time.
Okay. I did have a communication that I got today, so I didn't make it to the communications list, but I'm wondering if there's a way the Communications Council could work with the reformer to make sure that our school board meetings get in the meeting box somehow. I'm not sure how that's done, but a lot of times they're in. I think it seems like when we warn the meeting really early, it doesn't make the meeting box. That seems to be the correlation I have noticed. That may be spurious data, but if there's some way you could try to make that happen so that people know a day ahead of time that our district's meeting, if that's something you guys could take on, it seems like it's under your bailiwick, so thank you. Diversity and Equity Committee.
That's not.
Okay. How did mission and goals come on as a committee?
This never got taken off.
I see. Oh, okay. Oh, I guess it just got put in there, I get it. Okay, so the last committee is the, not really a committee, but the last sub-reporting group is the WSESU, which, anybody want to report out on that instead of hearing me talk? Seeing none, I guess it's me.
Carrie's here.
Carrie's here. I yield to the chair of the WSESU.
So we have met once on the budget. We've done one round through the budget. We were scheduled to meet Monday, but chose to postpone so we all could shovel out. We are scheduled to meet again next Monday, as well as next Wednesday.
And then there was some other work to be done. Maybe you want to announce the meeting coming up tomorrow.
Oh, sure. So the SU established a superintendent search exploratory committee. We are meeting tomorrow at 3:30 in the BUHS multipurpose room. So we've tried to get it out, and as we're sitting here, I would love for student council members to join us. So if you happen to be free, tomorrow 3:30 BUHS multipurpose room. This is just a committee of 4 people who are going to begin the process. We are not the people who are picking the superintendent. We are the people who are going to be exploring any and all options and brainstorming a lot and taking a lot of public input. And then we will report back to the SU. Anything else?
I think the goal is to establish the process that we're going to go through and what kind of committees we're going to put together and get a lot of public input on Thursday. I know you've been doing a lot of outreach to various stakeholders in our district, inviting them to come so that we can create a process that, and also reviewing existing processes that we've been using in principal searches that the board has liked very much, and I have heard the community and teachers have liked as well in our principal searches. So trying to take a step processes that our current superintendent has established that I think have worked extremely well, and then vetting them through all the stakeholders this next meeting and spending a week or two and then getting out there and beating the bushes to get a superintendent, because we do not, there are 3 positions currently open in the state of Vermont, so we want to have our pick. It's going to be very hard to replace Lyle, so I want to make sure we have every advantage. So, thank you, Carrie. That's it, right?
I think that is it. We did budget, we established that.
Oh, and contract negotiations, so, yes, that is, I'll update the board a little, there's stuff going on that. We have an executive session that I added for labor relations agreements. Okay, we're busy at the SU. All right. Moving along to finances. I would entertain a motion to approve the warrants of November 4th in the amount of $222,470.02. November 6th in the amount of $191,342.44. From November 12th in the amount of $220,414.95. November 18th in the amount of $114,235.86. November 20th in the amount of $22,399.60. And the payroll authorization of November 8th in the amount of $1,282,889.07.
So moved.
Thank you, Sean.
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Any discussion? I should say the question, we met at 5 o'clock and all the warrants were recommended for approval by the Finance Committee, and all our questions were resolved, I believe. Any discussion? All those in favor of approval of the warrants, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Just approved a lot of money. Moving on to the administrative update.
So before we turn it over to them, I just have a couple of updates.
Oh, go for it. Yeah, sorry.
So Guilford has asked me to pass this along to board members, and I have a couple extra for the public. They have a holiday market on Tuesday, December 10th. Student vendors who have made things like herbal soap and dog biscuits, all produced by students with ingredients from their own gardens. So that's pretty interesting.
Mint jelly, I hear.
And maybe, I don't know. And then there are some community vendors as well. So take one of those and then a few extras. We have a couple of recognitions tonight for PBIS, which is Positive Behavior Support Systems that we have in place in many of our schools. So Oak Grove, Green Street, and Vernon were all recognized through the state as merit schools. And then Guilford Central School was recognized as an exemplar school. So congratulations to those schools as well. And then rescission of the letter, can I, should
I
I do
have that under executive.
Okay. Okay, so, tonight we have the BU6 program director and principals here to spend a little bit of time just talking about their budgets. Do you have a preference how they go? Should we start with Nancy and work our way up? Is that?
I like for round up, so however you, not to grind you all up, I like to, I like you guys to determine how it gets done.
All right, so let's start with Nancy.
So, Wyndham Regional Career Center started its budget talks a while ago because as a new director I needed to understand the history, I needed a whole bunch of information. Basically, I had a ton of questions about where are we at, where do we want to be 5 years from now, and do we have a plan to get there? And so we've been working really hard on that piece, and one of the things that we quickly recognized was the need within the state of Vermont for early childhood services. And our early childhood program had been mothballed. We immediately started the process as a team of a team of our office people working with local child care providers and groups to reinvigorate that program because it is a huge need within our community to have affordable child care and also to have highly trained care providers. And so in order to do that, given the general pay scale for early childhood education, we felt it was important to get them as many credits as we possibly could while they were in high school and qualified for dual enrollment. And that would reduce their debt for post-secondary ed and would make it feasible for them to work within the current early childhood education systems. And so we have worked with CCV and a number of other people within the community to develop 4 courses for next year for early childhood education. And as well as a mentoring program for students in that program. And we are also establishing contacts and appropriate placements for students who need to have field experience. Our next priority was reinvigorating the culinary program, which has been part-time. The goal being that we would reopen our restaurant based on the fact that our community has a huge number of tourist dollars flowing into it. And we want to make sure that we are training students to be able to serve within that industry, within the community. And so that was our second priority, and in order to do that in a way that makes sense within our budget structure, we decided that we would reorganize the performing arts pathway and that we would build systems and structures to attract more students so we have a higher number of full-time equivalent students. And that should help us balance our budget at or below what we are currently at this year, which was our goal.
Excellent, thank you. Do you know why the program was mothballed?
So, as far as I can tell, and I have tons of old files in my office and I have been reading through them in all my so-called free time, which isn't much, but I think what happened was the instructor was retiring and and she, by all reports and knowing her, was absolutely a fabulous teacher. And I think at the time somebody thought that that was a cut that made sense. Given our economy, given the fact that, you know, in most situations, both parents need to have at least one job and sometimes two to make ends meet. And given the number of our students who come to us in kindergarten not ready yet, I think it's a really important program, and I know that it's a program that attracts a lot of students, and I just think that in hindsight, it wasn't in our best interest to do that, and I think we owe it to our community and to all of our educators within our community, as well as parents within our community, to reestablish that as a growing and healthy program.
Well, I think it's a simply brilliant solution to a problem that we read about every day.
Yeah.
You know, I know I hear from parents all the time, so I think it's great.
And literally people, one of the things I know from having a teacher that had a baby last year, people discover they're having a baby and the next day they start looking for childcare, because it's that hard to find. And so I think it's a really, it's something that we can do for our community that will really help.
Sounds like a smart priority.
Thanks.
2 questions. So one is, you said you're reorganizing to have more full-time equivalent students, and that will help to balance the budget. So what does that really mean? I don't understand.
So what happens, especially in CTE, is that we get partial credit for students because they're only with us in most cases for part of the day. And so what happens is if they're with us for 1 block, it counts as a third of the day. If it's 2 blocks, then it's 66% of a day or 2/3 of a day. And so every, it's October 15th, and I'm gonna mess up the spring date, but anyway, there's a date in the spring, and they send out a census, and we have to look at every student within the program, how much they were with us that day, what they're registered to be with us, and we have to include all kinds of other data. And they add all of those students up, so even though we have like 392 students, because most of them are only with us part-time, the full, what's considered by the state to be the full-time equivalent is about 132 students. So that means that if we divide our budget by the number of students that we have, we divide it by the full-time equivalent in order to figure out what our per pupil spending is. And that that mathematical equation, well, it becomes very convoluted in the calculation of the 132. It tells us approximately what our budget should be, and then and then on top of what we budget out of local funds, we also write a number of grants. So this year, let's see, I think we had about $350,000 in grant money that helped. In most of our grant money this year was earmarked to go into our manufacturing program, because it was not, our shop was not up to what would be considered the standard, and so we put money into there. Next year it will be another program or 2, but we try and keep everybody up to industry recognized levels.
So when you're saying you're increasing,
yeah, the number of, that means we will have to increase the number of students who come to the programs, and then, but we will have to approximately, for every student that comes, they're approximately a third of a full-time equivalent. And so for every 1 full-time student, we have to attract 3.
Kurt, have you Because you're
to,
adding up
to
one
ba-
more.
have it balance out to a
So what do you expect I'm just curious, like, how many more students do you think will be involved in to equalize it?
So my hope is, this fall, we went from 99 last spring to approximately 132. I would like to think that we'll be somewhere around or above 150 full-time equivalents. I can't guarantee that. It's the goal I'm carrying in my head, but it's not a goal that I'm willing to 100% guarantee.
So can I assume that those FTEs are probably coming from the BUHS FTE? So that's the
Some of the
most predominant, probably.
Yeah.
So it's we're shifting. Okay.
Yeah, and Steve and I try and work very closely together to figure out what programs are gonna be beneficial and are gonna meet the needs of the majority of students.
Thank you.
Keith and Glenn?
All right. Hi, everyone. Try to be as brief as I can. I have a handout here on just enrollments, basic enrollments for the board there. Looks like last year I anticipated about 315 students, and we're at 315, and that's a pretty solid number for our building. The year before I came in, 6 years ago, we were at 261 that 1 year. And we've been steady. This form will show 17, we were 321 kids. We've done a 301, 17, 18, 18, 19, we're 284, and we had a pretty good jump this year to 315. Based on what I received from the elementary principals, we're looking at about 310 students next year. So I do not anticipate presenting any major reductions or increases in any personnel or major programming. The majority of our work is improving what we're doing. So through professional development, working on some of our major goals, things like good Tier 1 practices, differentiation, modifications in classrooms, equity, diversity, trauma, multi-tier systems of support, proficiencies. Those are all, and there are other things that we're working on, but those are all the things that we really want to focus our improving our school in those areas. So I don't anticipate major changes to the budget in the middle school. We do have some minor things, some capital things that I want to work with Frank and the board on, but pretty minor things in the big picture. And I'd like to increase our chairs in our multipurpose room. We have to borrow from the high school, and we have full school assemblies. We have some issues with our lockers, the ones that were put in with the new building. They're starting to get pretty beat up and don't work very well. It's like you need to be a locksmith to get into some of those middle school lockers. Megan's over there like, yep.
Career training.
And so, there's some work to do there. Class sizes are, I think, pretty ideal. Generally, core, there's about 80 students on a team, roughly 75 to 80 students, and 4 core teachers. So you do the math, it's, about 20 students in a core class. Most of them are 15 to 18 on average, probably, because you have some pull-out and variances. Exploratories have been a challenge this year. Right now, you see our current 7th grade is 165 students, so that's a slightly larger bubble than we've had. And it's put a lot of pressure on our exploratory programs, health, phys ed, those kind of classes. The classes are at 20 or more, and some of those classrooms are not very large. That entire team has asked me to increase our wondering if we could hire somebody to support just the sheer need. The other thing that happens with exploratory classes is kids who are pulled out for special ed, pull-out classes, are not in the core classes, then get shifted into exploratory, so their class sizes are pretty large. If I had a wish list, I would want to consider maybe a part-time exploratory teacher for the 8th grade, but I haven't identified where I could make any reductions to make up for that, so I'm not ready to propose that. But so in general, pretty stable. Any questions? Yes.
So you had said that 315 students is a good amount for the building to hold. I'm just curious, what does the building hold?
I don't know. It just feels like a good number.
I just didn't know if that's like max capacity, like if we expanded too much, we would have to
Capacity is about 1,800.
Of all the 1,800 for all of it.
If we added students, we would have to get creative in how we were running our schools.
Yeah. Okay. And how many explorators are there currently?
Well, it's how many teachers?
I guess teachers are just knowing what, I don't know much about the exploratories to just maybe
what
the board does.
I don't want to, I'd have to pull up my list, but we'll see. I'll just go in my mind down the hallway. So we have chorus, we have world languages, which include 4 languages, Chinese teacher, and then our one teacher teaches French, Spanish, and German. We have family and consumer science, Nancy Goodhue's classes, which include health and foods and those things. We have, moving down the hallway, art. We have tech and design. We have physical education. 2 teachers in PE. We have band. We have, and then during those classes, we also have academic support classes, some other support classes, but that's a general overview. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Okay, seafair and high school.
Okay. So it's nice to talk to the board and not have to use the word turf on a change.
We concur.
Yes.
Question.
So, enough. It's good to have the chance to talk to you and talk about our budget. This budget that I'm talking about tonight does not include staffing. It doesn't include salary costs because Frank is still working on those numbers. So this is really the budget information that comes from the departments. We really have very limited changes. I have a couple of requests that I'll get to in a minute. Very limited changes in terms of what we're asking for. Our department heads and teachers are very good at making thoughtful requests. When they make them, we like to support them. For example, a few years ago, the math department proposed getting Big Ideas Algebra and Big Ideas Geometry, which is a hybrid online face-to-face program. So when we make changes like that, we really think about when we want to do them and how we do them. And so we kind of do them with great forethought and planning. In terms of enrollment, we're currently at 788 students. If you take a look, we're projecting, again, these are projections, it's certainly not set in stone. We're looking at a total opening next year of about 822. Looking at enrollment in grades 5 through 8, it looks like we're going to be stable, slightly increasing. And again, those numbers don't include students that come to us from choice towns, like for example, Dover. Those students can send their kids here. It also doesn't include tuition students from Chesterfield and other areas that join us as well. This year, we reinstated the Dean of Students position and added it as a family interventionist as well. Chris Day has done a fine job in that role. He's done a great job working with families and with students, trying to kind of help those students who need extensive support. There are times when he'll spend 90 minutes to 2 hours with one student because they need it. We also last year hired a second school-based clinician using Medicaid funding. So overall, that's revenue neutral for us, but that person provides therapeutic support for students. We have 2 clinicians now. One clinician has a caseload of about 55, the other one has a caseload of about 30. So they're seeing students on a regular basis. We're also looking this fall to use some existing budgetary money to hire a paraprofessional to support teachers as they work to implement trauma-informed practices within the classroom. A lot of times this takes the form of not removing a student, but rather a paraprofessional going in, supervising the classroom while the teacher does some limited work with an individual student. One thing we've learned in our study of trauma-based practices is it takes time, and we need to devote that time, and this position will help give teachers that time.
Steve, quick clarification, you said this fall, does that mean in this 21 budget?
Yes, in this current budget now.
The one we're talking about now?
Yes, the one we're living through right now.
Okay, so you're good, so that's already there, you're not asking for that for this year? Thank you.
Yeah. We are asking for some modest increases next year, and what we're looking for is, we have, if you look, you can see our class sizes by department listed out there. You notice that they go from, English 15.2, average class size, math 17.1, social studies always the highest, or near the highest of the cores at 17.2, health overall 18.8. If you look at the other side of that, though, I've listed some introductory courses enrollment. And I would draw your attention to, and these are for 9th grade courses, and this is our area of concern. If you take a look at modern classical languages, you'll notice that for novice French students, the average class size is 22.3. You notice the average class size for novice Spanish is 17.4. The reason those, if you look at overall modern classical language, they have an average class size of 10.7. That's because as you move up levels from novice to intermediate to advanced, the classes get smaller. That doesn't help the fact that we have large classes for our 9th grade students in those areas. The other area is, if you look at science, our 9th grade offering, Earth and Space, has an average class size of 17.7, which is well above the department average of 16.8. So what we're looking for is, we're hoping that we can add to the budget a half-time person that is certified to teach both Spanish and French. We're not looking for a full-time person. We're thinking maybe a .67 equivalent. That person would teach a mixture of Spanish and French, not necessarily at the novice level, but it would be additional sections we could use to expand those two areas. When Judy Abascal retired several years ago, we actually did not replace her in the budget, and our enrollment's gone up a little bit since then. In science, one thing that we're doing next year is we are, some of the biomedical courses that are taught through the Career Center in our biomedical strand, some of those courses are going to be taught by WRCC staff, not by BUHS staff. So we'll be able to kind of use the sections we've reclaimed, so to speak, to add more sections in science, specifically in Earth and Space. So we're not asking for an additional position there. We're going to address it as we allocating resources. We continue to offer collegiate high school. We have over 40 courses. They offer BUHS and college credit. Our students make strong use of the Vermont voucher system, and they use them as juniors and seniors. One of our areas of concern is what happens with Marlborough College. Right now, they are a significant partner of ours, and we're kind of waiting to see what happens. But we're actively looking now to see if there's other partners we could join with to offer those courses. We also run our academies. Those academies have been very robust. The VPA Academy is at capacity with 25. STEM Academy is at capacity with 26 students. Both of those academies allow a student to do targeted work in a content area, whether it's science, technology, engineering, or math, or in visual and performing arts. When students graduate, they graduate with a portfolio of their work. They graduate with an appellation on their diploma that indicates they're a graduate of an academy. 2 years ago, we began the International Studies Academy. That academy is not to capacity yet, but it is certainly growing rapidly under the auspices of Kurt Johnson and Peter Canadero. With summer school, that's another area that we budget regularly. Summer school, we don't do a traditional summer school model. We found that's ineffective, and we For several years, we've put together a wonderful, Rhonda Weingartner, a wonderful comprehensive summer school program that nobody signed up for. So what we do now is we actually target students who are struggling in their core classes, specifically math and English. And we invite them to come back and work on specific critical indicators where they haven't demonstrated progress to make up their work and to recoup credit in that way. For some students, that's a 3-day project. For some students, it's a 3-week project. And we do it on an individual student-by-student basis. In terms of special requests, we have 2. One has to do with our multipurpose room. Our multipurpose room is used extensively by a lot of groups, everybody from the Vermont State School Boards Association to the NRC to various banquets and activities. And one problem that we're having is when somebody comes in, especially after hours, and they want to borrow an LCD projector, there's obviously not been anybody here to give them one. And if somebody goes to our tech coordinator and asks for an LCD projector, and he gives it to them at 4 o'clock, he goes home. And we have no way of knowing when that or if that LCD projector will come back. We've not lost one yet, but it's always in the back of my mind. What we would like to do is spend about $7,000, $7,220 to permanently mount an LCD projector in that room, for everybody to use, kind of like that one, for everybody to use when they come and use our facility. The other area we're looking at is the art department. About 6 years ago was donated a large format printer. Mr. Mazur has done an incredible job of keeping that running, but it is on its last legs. It is falling apart. It's well out of warranty, so it's time to get a new one. And we're looking for a 44-inch large format printer. That printer would be operated by the high school art department, but it would also be used by the Career Center. It would also be used by BAMS for promotional material that they need. If you've walked around the hallways, you've seen the results of you've seen the artwork that's been displayed. It's an ongoing thing. It's a moving target. Mr. Mazur updates those on a regular basis, and he's assured me he will share it. So that is a quick summary of our really long budget. Questions? I'm sure there's several.
It would seem to me that if you get the slight enrollment increase that you're looking for, that it would probably offset your printer, your projector, and your .67 person.
Sure.
More or less.
Mm-hmm. It could, right. Okay.
So I was wondering about I have a question about the earth and space thing, because I actually was writing stuff on the language, just
Sure.
trying to figure it out, so I'll ask that in a second. But the language thing, so do all students who are in this foundational novice Spanish and French, German, Chinese, do they get their first choice, or is there?
You mean when they schedule?
Yeah.
Usually students get their first choice. So when we schedule students, we do what's called a student-centered schedule. And so what we don't do is we don't determine who's teaching what and then build a schedule. We build our schedule based on student request. So we take all the students' requests, we look at our capacity, and then we determine, what can we do. We have to balance it. We have to offer a certain number. We have to offer advanced. We have to offer intermediate, and then we look at those sections, and then the balance become novice. Our language department runs within each level. They run 2 levels. So there's something called Novice 1 and Novice 2. So you can actually take Novice Spanish twice and do different work both times. And then you take what's called an OPI, an oral proficiency interview. And then based on your results of that, you move on to the intermediate level. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this novice French is novice French 1 and 2?
It is. Right. That's right. Because they're contained within the same section.
Okay. So it's not like to the middle school, but I know that he just said that they have French and a few other languages, Spanish, German. So is it the case that students coming from the middle school would go into novice 2 if they,
It depends where they test. Some students come to us with advanced language skills, and what we'll do is we'll give them the OPI. not me, but, we'll do the OPI, and based on that result, they'll be placed.
Okay.
We've had students that have placed into intermediate.
And my second question was, or third now, what did you say about Earth and Space Science? Were you asking, because you said something about WRCC, like.
Right, so I was drawing attention to the fact that if you look at the novice numbers, and you look at that number, you see 17.7 for Earth and Space Science, and I didn't want the board to think I was ignoring that need. So the way we're going to address that need is because Nancy is going to be having a teacher do some of our biomedical teaching, we're not going to have to allocate, I think it's 2 sections that we use for what's called Principles of Biomedical that Michelle Hood teaches. Instead, she'll have 2 sections available to the high school that we'll use to offset that 17.7 average. I think I said it in 10 sentences, I could use one. Sorry.
That's good.
Anything else? Excellent, thank you very much for that really good overview and explanation of what's going on in your various schools. I appreciate that. For all of us, especially who are new to this process, with you all.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
would this information be put on the web?
That's a great idea. It's one of the things we're talking about.
I know, but you keep talking.
Well, we're working on getting the information, so talk is cheap. Lyle's been working on it for us as to how we can do that, so.
You want to mention the current glitch, or should we?
So we can have someone from the board that's in charge of posting communications. If you post to communications, you have access to post everywhere on the site. So we would need to make sure that you understand that we really don't want any mistakes. But you also will need to discuss, because there are people that communicate with you about a specific student or a teacher and how do people in the community know that what they've sent you is actually going to be available for everybody to read? So I think you've got some deeper questions about that.
And maybe we can get that on the next agenda, because I think what Joey's asking about is these documents.
Yeah, documents,
And
information.
I think documents that come to the board should go up as what do they call it? I forget what it's called, but supporting documents or whatever. And then communications, that would be more on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah.
But things like this, there's no reason not to. I mean, as soon as they hit the table, the public, if people want to see them, it's a lot easier if they just go to the site.
So I guess in the spirit of not using 10 sentences to do something we can do in one, do you think that's something that could be put up, these supporting documents?
If you
for
can you send them to me electronically?
Oh, you don't have the final version, yeah.
Keith, you as well.
It saves a lot of paper.
If you can send that to me electronically. CC Barb, so she can.
Excellent. So moving on to committee mission statements.
Yes.
Thank you all, and Finance has a mission statement. I'm not sure if everybody's had a chance, and just because Finance just did theirs, which I will read to you. And I will send around a hard copy, but the current recommendation of the Finance Committee is the Finance Committee will review and recommend warrants, capital plan, and the annual budget as determined by the full board. Short and sweet. So I don't know if we want to spend a lot of time tonight going over these, if we want to just take care of this tonight, or if we want to have a little more time so that personnel can get their mission statement in and we can do it sort of as a fell swoop and approve them all. So I'm asking the pleasure of the board, if we wait and do one whole thing, and hopefully personnel will meet between now and then, and you'll have a chance to read the Finance Committee one, and then we could approve a slate at our next meeting and have its discussion. Does that seem, I'm seeing some nodding, yeah, I'm seeing a lot of nodding. Okay, So if personnel could maybe try to, if only to meet, just to put together something, that would be great, and we could just approve a slate of these. Fabulous. Moving on, the very patient Team Tenny.
Hi there. My name's Devin Rose, President and spokesperson of Team Tenny. Come here tonight after, some hiatus from us with the board merger and turf talks. We decided to just remain neutral and out of it, but since our name has been brought up and our mission has been discussed, we decided we want to be here and take an active role and request a role in the new athletic field study that has been talked about, because we had a lot of ongoing progress with the former school board and finance committee, and we just hope that we can build off that and move forward and all come to a positive resolution.
Are there any questions from the board or follow-up? I think we're next on the agenda is a little more discussion about this very topic. God forbid we go too long without talking about turf, so maybe we'll come into play there. But is there any questions of Team Tenny?
Just maybe say a little bit about what your goals and purpose. I'm not sure everybody knows.
Sure. Yeah. Well, our mission from the beginning has been the preservation, restoration, and reopening of the historic 72-year-old grandstands. It's the only one in southern Vermont. There is a grandstand in Montpelier and then Centennial Field in Burlington, but this is it. We have a gem right here on our property that has been neglected for years, and we just wish to move forward and start our fundraising and grant application process, working with Devin Coleman and Lisa Ryan of the Vermont Historic Preservation, working hand in hand with them for grants, but we just need, we made progress, but we need to keep going and just get our okay, because the structure itself is doing quite well. Stevens and Associates did studies on it, and it's not falling in on itself. That's not going to happen. It's touch-ups here and there sort of thing, and coming up, meeting compliance codes, fire safety codes, and whatnot. Adding handrails to the stairs and removing some of the seats, building a ramp on the east end or west end of the grandstands. So yeah, we have outlines, blueprints that I can share. That was we've discussed alongside the finance committee and Stevens. So yeah, we just want to continue making progress.
Where was the Stevens study done?
Just before the merger, basically.
Okay, great, thanks.
You had said, so preservation and then potential future reopening? Is that what you said?
Yeah, preservation, restoration, reopening.
So what would, because you have the Stevens study done, what would reopening cost? Because you said you'd be grant funding.
Right. There's two different sets of studies, so numbers are kind of go here and there. We I don't want to get bogged down by numbers right now, but it's a doable process for us. In terms of the support we have in gaining funds, but we've just been stalled out and haven't been able to go forward in that regard because our feet are kind of in the mud. But yeah, it's not astronomical out of the question sort of money we're talking about. I just don't wanna throw around numbers, just willy-nilly right now.
And if it was reopened, you raised the funds that you needed to reopen it, what would it be used for, as a grandstand? I mean,
Yeah.
that sounds silly, but I just wanna make sure.
Right, absolutely. In the past, when it was first built in 1947, they did all sorts of events on the field, entertainment, graduation, all sorts of different things.
It was a fairground.
Yeah, right, when the fairground was right here. So yeah, it was definitely a multi-purpose grandstand, and in the past few decades, it's mainly just been used for baseball, but my senior year, we hosted a semifinal game, and the grandstands were basically packed out. It was 4 or 5 deep down the foul line, and my mission, in particular, speaking for myself, is to try and make things better for the players, athletes, students coming up than I had. And right now, I can't say that. There's been too many athletes that haven't had their family and friends being able to cheer them on from the hidden gem that we have right here.
And Tony's reliving a few of those fairground moments.
No, not quite that old.
Do anything else from the board? Jody?
Oh, I wanted to make
Well,
sure-
I'm the board, yeah, I'm moving on.
I was just wondering what Team Tenny envisions if it gets around to the point of being redone and everything, that the board would take over the maintenance and everything of it after that, or would Team Tenny be raising funds to keep it up?
Yeah, that's a good question, and we've just been focused on the first part of things, so we haven't given it much thought, but because we want an active role now, I figure it's not out of the question to continue that active role in the upkeep, to make it last a lot longer than it has right now, because it needs resurfacing, it needs painting, and the upkeep to bring it up to code, but other than that, it's in good shape, and that's the main thing that we got out of the Stevens report.
Yeah, quick follow-up, Jody?
Yeah, this report, have you shared it with the board?
Yeah, we worked alongside the board.
Is it possible to share it with the current?
Sure,
Maybe if do you have an electronic copy of it, and I could forward it to the full board, that might be helpful.
Sure, yeah, not a problem.
Thank you.
It was April 8th, was the date of it.
The former finance committee has.
Never mind,
Yeah.
Sean can get that to us. We got that. All right, anything else on this before we move on? Before we move on, I want to ask people that there's a pad for sign-in. If you have not signed in, please do so, especially if you plan on speaking tonight, because it's a statutory requirement that we capture your name for our minutes to adequately reflect who attended. So, moving on, I've buried my agenda. Moving on, athletic field study funding and goal setting. So, everybody has received right before the last meeting or right at the last meeting, I have one extra copy. So if anybody wants or missed it, because when things come in right before a meeting, that's the kiss of death, because you only go back to the last meeting. So Steve, do you want to give us a little background on
So,
this?
and Chris, fill in the blanks if I missed anything. Thanks. So, as the board asked us to do, we contract with a couple of companies, and Gale Associates came back with their estimate. And what we were charged with was looking at all of the fields that we own. And that includes Tenney Field, Sawyer Field, Matowich Field, and the practice field. And to kind of take a look at all of those fields and say, okay, what do we do here as a community? What sports do we do? How are sports subscribed? How are they contingent on Title IX and everything? And so we looked at all of that. And so what we asked Gail to do is to give us an estimate to what it would take to assess what we have now. And that includes taking a look at the real estate, but also looking at what usage is, what are enrollments in various sports. And so in phase one, Gale Associates would meet with Chris Sawyer, myself, Robert Clark, to finalize the goals, that's the design criteria, and then to look at what the milestone is. You can take a look, we'll look at demands on the facilities, we'll look at the need for general site improvement, things like seating, lighting, sports lighting, concessions, all those things. And then they will come back to us with 3 conceptual design layout options. Based on those, they'll meet with us and we'll take a look at those initial layout options. That was where the original proposal stopped, but then we asked them to come back because we think that they should come and present to the board. And so we added in that a board meeting for them to present their findings to the board. And the whole shoot and match came to $26,200 to do that study. Based on that, we'd be able to kind of assess, there's been questions about title line on various fields, be able to take a look at that. We'd be able to take a look at what do we do with, how do we accommodate a huge soccer program, both boys and girls? How do we solve the issue of field hockey playing on the substandard field? And so we thought we'd go with Gale. And I think that's what you folks asked us to do. So
That does sound familiar to
we're
me.
bringing this to you as we can have Gale start this work this fall. Chris, did I miss anything?
I think you pretty much said it all. They just take a look at the entire infrastructure. What are we doing? What do we want to do on it? What's available to us? And present 3 options. And those options are, we're a wide open tablet. Just come in, take a look, make suggestions.
So
And Gale's the type of company, they've been in every community, so when they make suggestions or name prices and things like that, they're pretty much, they know that stuff.
So that's how. So I guess that's almost my question is, how did you choose Gale? This is kind of considered to be the industry standard in the area for doing this kind of work.
They are the most common company in the area. I think we looked at 2 other companies.
Yeah, we spoke to a fair amount of, a bunch of Massachusetts companies. Some are pretty busy. But as Steve was saying, Gale is pretty much the industry standard in New England. They have offices in Connecticut, Massachusetts, they're also down south. They've done this type of work, natural fields, turf fields, facilities, tracks, tennis, so they run the whole gamut of services, and once they can make suggestions, they can also help design, so it's just a complete, well-respected firm. And we got estimates or asked for about 5 companies, I think.
I can make a motion.
I just want to ask a quick, we do,
Okay.
this would not be subject to bid requirements because it's not actually construction.
That's right. Design work is exempt from the
Okay, that's
requirement.
what
You
that's
can
what I
bid it, but it is exempt, it's not required.
Just making sure, okay. So, Tim.
I was just curious, but there's no geological component to this? It's not
No.
engineering in any way, it's just design?
No, that would be a lot more.
Okay.
Yeah, so this was just design and use. I think if you take a look there, they talk about what they don't include. It doesn't include wetland work, it doesn't include geotechnical engineering, habitat studies, or mitigation design. So
When you initially were talking about this, and you just ballparked 60,000, that was including those studies?
that 60,000 was for an engineering study just on Tenny, in-depth, not Tenny, Natowich. That was just for that one field. This is not as in-depth as those.
Right, but that was, will this report give us everything we need to know as far as what we need to do to upgrade fields or rebuild them or whatever the proposals are? I'm wondering, are we going to need an engineering study anyway?
At some point, if we propose to do major changes, we would. Like, for example, let's say that they came back and they said it would be really beneficial to put lights on Sawyer Field. We would have to then enter into an Act 250 permit. We'd have to contact the highway department as well as, you know, so that would be more. We need to find out, you know, is it feasible to actually light that field? Or if they said, you know, let's take a look at repurposing Natowich, you know, what would that look like? So, I'm not saying this is the final.
Every proposal is gonna require that.
Absolutely. This
So
is
we're not
just,
gonna need the kind of $60,000 study we talked about initially.
I would never say never. I mean, this is simply looking at our infrastructure we have in place and coming up, you know, based on usage, you know, what could we do? So.
And had you thought about, well, I was thinking about this area out here, this big green area out here, and if moving, would they be able to look at something like moving the BAM's driveway and using that front area, changing the drainage and adding a field there?
Cover your ears. That's kind of, that is beyond, that's, you know, looking at moving driveways is beyond the scope of what they said. That's not, it's just, this study I think is just confined to the fields.
And tracks and tennis courts, so we did name all of our athletic owned
Yeah.
stuff. We didn't talk about parking lots or driveways, but if they knew that was on the table, that would be on the table. That could be folded into the process. But right now, it's just all the athletic facilities outdoors that we own.
And not Dummer, right?
Right, we just looked at the fields.
Just in the fields on the campus.
On campus, right.
Yep.
Right.
And not Fort Dummer?
Right.
Yeah, including Fort Dummer.
Even though that's now.
Oh, is Dummer in this now?
Yes.
Oh, so you have Dummer in it now?
Okay, good, good.
Madam Chair.
Let me see if the board has any other immediate questions. Yes.
I was just, I thought that we were.
Sorry, can you state your name?
Jody Normando, Dummerston. I was under the impression that you were gonna come with more than one presenter. And it's always important in my mind that you have one or two, more than one, to compare what you're looking at. And I don't know whether there's another one that you feel comfortable with or not, that you could get a proposal. I mean, it's not really a bid, it's an estimate, but you just got this one, and you don't have any comparison.
Because we were charged to get one.
Oh, I thought you were charged to get more.
No, we were charged to come with an estimate
Oh,
for an.
okay,
for
then
a-
I
for a
apologize for
study.
that. I thought it was more.
Right.
You'd also be spending another 26 grand to have that done, right?
Right.
What?
Well, you'd have that.
Just saying, a comparison. You just,
Right.
you know, the firms.
You're just
Not
asking.
two studies, we don't want two studies done, but just.
Oh, okay.
But I think that was my question of how many, you know, who did you reach out to, why is this the proposal? So I feel comfortable that you guys have done your due diligence in this case with identifying, we don't have to go through a bid process. So I think, I like to budget shop too, but, you know, I think that.
I wasn't
there's a
budget
limit
shopping, it was just
For comparison.
comparable.
Yeah, but I think if this is an industry standard and they feel comfortable and they have a good body of work behind them, I think that makes me quite comfortable. So was there, were you gonna say something earlier, Sean?
Well, I was gonna make a motion.
That's what I thought, yeah, that's your cue.
I'd like to make a motion that the WSESD board authorize the administration of BUHS to proceed with the $26,200 study forthwith.
Do I have a second on the motion that the WSESD board approves? Did you put an amount on that? I couldn't quite hear.
Yeah, 26,200.
Since it's an estimate, should we say not to exceed?
Isn't that the right number, Steve?
That's the number they gave, yeah.
Since it's an estimate, should we say something like not to exceed $28,000 in case there's something, so you don't have to come back to us? Would
Good idea.
that be a good, better motion in your mind?
Yeah, absolutely.
So if I restated your motion that the WSASD approves BUHS not to exceed $28,000 with Gale and Associates to proceed with the study. As the motion, is there a second on?
And I would say as outlined in the estimate.
As outlined in the estimate. You got that, Wendy?
Getting there.
Is there a second on that motion? We can discuss, obviously.
A second.
Thank you, Thomas. Discussion, even though we've already been discussing without a motion.
So I have some, so I guess I wanted to share now what the programmatic and performance equity subcommittee came up with, which we shared with the whole board as a document. We have a small link if people wanted to jump on it. Should I put it up on the board?
Yeah, that'd be great. I have one copy, one extra copy.
Anybody on the board want an extra copy?
Anybody want an extra copy?
Christina, what is it a copy of?
Sorry?
What is it a copy of that you have?
The PP's report on sort of their recommendations for Title IX.
I should probably have it just in case I need to refer to it. The ones with the underline are capitalized. So if we don't have copies for everybody, we're going green, but hopefully folks have internet or maybe some phone service and they can grab the link if they'd like. So essentially at the last PPEC meeting, we had discussed the athletic field study and kind of where are we at and thinking a little bit about what are we thinking for goal setting, given some of the data that came out, but also to help shape some direction if the board so chose for the athletic field study. So what we did was we did an overview of Title IX and what that meant for gender in athletics, because last time we were tasked to look at a lot of different things, but one thing that was under our kind of research was gender. So we just kind of gave some background on what the statutes say and then proposed questions to assess equity, specifically around this. And this was all taken from the Office of Civil Rights website. So I guess I won't go through all the questions because most folks hopefully can access it. But the one question we had for the board that I shared out, and I'll just read because this is what we had all came up with and improved. The committee requested that this document be shared prior to the meeting, as it's our hope that we develop equity goals for the athletic field study. With a specific focus on gender equity, we have found a rubric for assessing whether a district is providing the same athletic opportunities to female and male athletes, and we want to be sure that the questions it asks are included in our research. Our question to the board is, should we adopt any, some, or all of the questions as needing more information before we partake in goal setting for the athletic field resurfacing and renovation? So the question is like, we just started to look at a little bit of some of the things that might influence our goal setting. Obviously, we already have some goals around, which we mentioned before, around kind of regulation size fields and having enough fields for everybody to play a game on, practice on, and whatnot. But are there other goals that we have? Because I think if we were going to, or my opinion, but I think the opinion of the committee was, if we're going to have, be handing off something to folks to do a study on, it would be good to know what our goals for that study are. I know that in the beginning of looking, do you have the Gale thing? Oh yeah.
The Gale.
I know that it's included, it says here, this was not talk of the board, this is just me personally saying, it says, what's the second page?
Oh, it might be on the last.
Anyway, somewhere in there, oh, here's the first page. So it said, start a meeting with BUHS to finalize the project goals, design criteria, and project milestones. So I guess I just wonder if that was phase one for these people being engaged, are we at that point? Not that I want to delay anything, but the whole board is like, we're at that point. But it was a question of the PPEC committee of like, do we need more data specifically around these questions or maybe broader other questions before we can make our goals really concrete so that when somebody gives us options, they actually match what our goals are. So I leave it, I mean, I guess for a discussion of the board, since everybody has the questions in front of them too.
So, what do you think the timeline might be for that initial goal-setting meeting?
I don't know, they would probably want to come and do it soon.
I think that sooner than later.
Right. You know, I think one of the challenges is that everything's under snow right now.
Yeah.
So if it remains under snow, it's going to be harder for them to do their work. You know, so you know, I don't know. In terms of incorporating the goals of the committee, I think that would be one of the things that we could communicate with them, you know, here are some concerns about Title IX and equity use with our fields. I think we could ask them to consider that when they're doing their study. You know, because that's one of our design criteria, is that our fields are, you know, have equity for access for all. So I think, I kind of feel that would be kind of part of what we would ask them to do anyways.
Can I ask a question then?
Sure.
So I guess my question would be, that sounds really reasonable, like we're gonna ask them to ensure that it's equitable. But we don't even know what our goals around equity are. So how would we say ensure that it's equitable, or we don't know what is inequitable already?
Right. So I guess it's equitable. It would be equitable in terms of how Title IX defines equity. That's the first benchmark. The other benchmark, equitable in terms of how we look at student use, given, for example, the size of a team. Like we know that we have large soccer teams, boys and girls. So equity of use would be making sure that they have access more than they have in the past. Like we know there's an inequity with field hockey right now. Does that make sense? So I think those are things that we would include in our conversation with them.
So we would look, essentially all these questions which are on this document are what Title IX defines as equity. So what we would be doing is making sure that we had all the answers to these questions and then.
Yeah, and I can't pull that up because you didn't give me access, but that's.
Does nobody have access?
Correct.
You need permission. I thought it was really smart to do the bit.ly, but I guess it wasn't.
So
I don't know how to get.
So the short answer is yes. I mean, we would share those questions with them. I mean, we are paying them a lot of money.
Yeah.
And they're gonna collect all the documents that you already have as far as how the field's being used, so they will have access to everything, so that would be part of their questions that they wanna ask as well.
So I'm wondering if we can get to a point where we have these questions fleshed out at our next meeting so that it's clear, the board has a clear direction, because I don't think they're coming in the next 2 weeks, probably.
I don't know the timeline. I mean, they're not gonna be tomorrow.
Yeah.
Would it be possible to do it when it's government style?
I think that's a question for them.
Yeah.
Google Earth.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to speak for them.
Part of what they're gonna be doing is recommendations for how to improve the quality of the surfaces, I would assume. It would be kind of hard to know them without being able to see, or walk on them when they're not frozen. It's hard to imagine how they would be able to make those judgments. I mean, somebody mentioned Google Earth, but that's just gonna, it's not really telling you how compacted the surface is.
Back to this question about making sure that we have our equity goals taken care of, that is sort of an area of prime importance for the board. Could we be working on that simultaneously while we're moving forward with scheduling this so that we can bring something really concrete that the board has agreed upon by a majority vote to say these are really important questions that we need to have answered and move forward with those? Does that seem reasonable, PPE committee?
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, that we kind of make this list, or generate this list and send it to everybody and.
Well, that we actually, in the next meeting, have a full discussion of it and work it out as to the questions that we need to get answered.
Because a lot of these things require quite a bit of research, and so it's hard to imagine how, well, we're not gonna be able to get the answers, but we can certainly get the questions.
Right.
Okay. No, put it on our agenda, if the chair agrees.
So would it be, you wanted us to put it on our agenda? I thought you meant the other, this board.
Well, I would put it on the next meeting, but is there anything that needs to kind of be done with this from the PPE committee standpoint? Are you passing it, is it a good time to pass it off to the board?
I guess we were passing off this list to the board. The idea was, I don't know how, my thinking was that actually, if people wanted, that all these questions would be answered. I mean, we'd have the data before we move forward with some kind of assessment. I mean, it seems like data we probably already have, it's just about compiling. Now, I don't know if this organization is gonna be compiling equity data, or if they're really an organization for like the fields. I mean, so I'm kind of speaking around, I don't know. I would have thought the process in my head would have went, get all the data, figure out your goals, hire somebody, move it forward. But that doesn't mean it's the only way, it's just that's how my brain would have worked through it. So I don't think we have anything more as a PPEC committee, because we already got all the questions that we want answered, unless you wanted us in some way to work with folks to start answering these in some way that wouldn't be a part of the study, I guess, because what I'm hearing from Steve, because you're representing the administration, is that the Gale Associates would actually be doing all this work on Title IX. So I don't know if that's accurate.
I think we could give them your questions, and they could, you know, I can't imagine that a company with this depth of work wouldn't be able to look and say, you know, this field needs X, Y, Z, and so does this field, you know, in order to be compliant. I think that's kind of the thing they'll look at. Like, they'll look at the proximity of restrooms. They'll look at things like seating capacities. You know, they'll look at, you know, how, you know, are there changing facilities? How far are they away? I think those are the things they'll look at. Again, I can't speak for them, but that's kind of my impression is what they would do.
Yes. I guess if they're gonna compile all this data, I mean, some of the data is like compare the percentages of females and male athletes proportional to the percentage of students at the school. They're gonna do all those things.
They're not gonna do that. I mean, because that's stuff that we have, though.
We've been working on stuff like this for last month, and
Okay.
that first component, we've done that already. The third component, we've probably done 4 of the 11 components that you would see in high schools. We've emailed surveys to all the coaches in the building. They're reporting back their impressions of our facilities and our equipment. We're waiting to compile that. So we've been working since the last month on, I don't have that document, but we have Title IX documents that we've been working on. So we're plugging away slowly. It's taking a little, like you said, it's just compiling stuff that we have.
I mean, there are a lot of things, but
So it is what we're working on, and we could certainly report that out to you once that's done, or we can start giving you what we have as we go. We can.
I think it would be great to, like, as we go along, just start answering the questions, and then it'll start informing the goals. And we feel like, okay, we're checking off all these things. That seems to make sense to me, and then it won't seem like such a big lift from Gail. And I wouldn't be so nervous that we're, you know, maybe Gail's gonna overlook some of these things, and then we're gonna have to come back to it, and I don't know what, I'm the only one talking though, so I'm gonna be quiet for a
Well,
little bit.
these questions, if you're working from Title I rubric or Title IX rubrics, they're the same questions. But I'll email them to you right now. If I can find it.
So it seems like it makes sense that you're working to answer those questions, so if there's no issue, it doesn't have to go to Gail. If there is something that there's a concern, we'll make sure that goes to Gail, and that we're all on the same page, board and administration, about where any potential issues might be. So we could be sort of moving forward and sort of concurrently answering the questions, making sure that we're assuring gender equity while we're moving forward with finding the best way to do that, actually.
Gail's focus is gonna be on the field and field use and facilities adjacent to the field.
Yep.
And how, you know, they'll be able to comment on, like I said earlier, Title IX in terms of bathroom access, changing room access.
Right.
They're not gonna do an analysis of percent students playing sports.
Or uniforms,
That's us.
the age of uniforms,
That's
yeah,
us.
that's not what we need done for this.
That's us.
No, yeah.
But those things are being done, and
Yes.
so there's a certain premise, and I think once we identify once you have documents, you might have further questions, but I think that's forming what we're trying to do here with this project, and Gail will be working on what we're trying to do. I think we all share that same goal, based on, you know, the original goal, what would the synthetic turf field have provided, and now we're looking at it different ways, so we're just taking a broader approach at every field now.
Is there further discussion on the motion on the table?
Well, I didn't really consider the timeline, so there is no timeline in terms, I know what the date of the proposal is, but there's not really a timeline when it should be implemented. And all of a sudden, I'm wondering what Steve brought up about the feasibility of doing it this season, in this time of year.
And I think that's a question that we can ask Gail.
Okay.
And, so one of two things is gonna happen. They're gonna say, yes, we can do it, and we'll go ahead and do it. Or they're gonna say, no, we've gotta wait until spring when the snow's gone, and then we'll say, can you hold that price for us because you can't do it?
Okay.
And so if they can't do it, we'll obviously wait and ask them to, can you keep that same price? Because I'm sure there's a limitation on when this price expires.
So that clarifies that for me,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Is there any further discussion from the audience?
Just
before we vote. Let me go with Ruby because we have
Oh,
not
that's
heard
right.
from Ruby.
Ruby's behind me.
Oh, yeah. So one thing is, I think I changed the sharing settings on the Bitly.
Oh, good.
Report back.
Ruby Mackey from Putney, that was one of my comments, is that it was just a sharing setting problem. But the second was, and this is directed at Emily and the Programmatic Equity Committee, because I think that I guess I understood something that you were going to be focusing on was the concept of not just the fields on the high school campus, but equity related to other fields within the district, both just equity between schools, but also are there fields that could be utilized by the high school, or are there high school fields at certain times of year that could be utilized by the, I don't know, whatever, but cross use amongst the district. And I'm just wondering, I realize this is kind of a parallel thing. It's not, it's not a decision related to Gale, but I do think that it relates to the goal setting aspect of what you're focusing on. I just wonder if you could address that and whether that's really, my understanding was wrong about what you were doing, or if that's still kind of something that's happening.
I don't know that I have a good answer, but maybe somebody else on the PPDC committee might. I'll take a shot. I guess when we had heard from different constituents that may be of interest, we had put it on our agenda to think about okay, what would the goal setting look like? And then we realized, okay, well, there's probably a broader goal setting that'll happen with the entire board, which seems to maybe be going in a direction if that's not the case anymore. We'll be doing maybe some goal setting if there are some things that come back around gender, but otherwise it seems like the scope would be in this document, is my understanding. So maybe other people, it's not the case, I read it wrong, but I guess I thought maybe there would be a little broader goal setting before we engaged. And that would have been included, but at this moment, it doesn't seem like that's the case. Is that a fair interpretation? We had talked about that.
Well, I think because we spoke to BUHS about the fields here, so they went forward with that. This came up at a subsequent meeting, well, what about the other fields? And so that's sort of an add-on. I think that's my recollection of the historic process that's gone on here. So we have not taken in, and that would probably be a much more expensive study, I would suspect, if you looked at all the field space accessible to us. Is there some way we can consider that as a board and sort of fold that in, not under the Gale, but because Gale's looking at here, but to work also thinking creatively about this outside of the Gale study? I don't know, maybe not.
We might ask the leadership councils to talk about it in their communities and see what the perceptions are of the quality of their fields.
That's a great idea.
It wasn't mine, somebody else said that. I just articulated it.
You were inspired by somebody else's words. That might be a good way to start with this, so we can move forward on this process, and then be thinking creatively at the same time. And did you have a question or comment?
Well, I sort of had a comment on what the question was, and that is, BOHS District 6 had very specific needs that they didn't feel like were being totally solved. And very specific needs around equity and field, use and the availability of the students here on this campus. So that was the genesis of the whole conversation that happened, you know, in months past. So I think that in order to respect that and to go further, that we have to come up with, what are we gonna do on the BUHS District 6 campus in terms of field use and space? It's something that's already been talked about for many years. And so, you know, that's really the way I feel about it. That we're trying to solve a problem of longstanding that hasn't gone away.
Well, I will voice my opinion that I like the idea, though, of going to leadership councils and considering what general access is and having that be a board, the next layer on this, and thinking about what we can do as a unified district to create more athletic opportunities straight through for all of our students. So, which doesn't negate moving forward in this direction, but just parallel paths. Jody and then Thomas.
I was just going to question with Steve here about the snow on the field, and my concern really would be like where the soccer teams play now. If it's under snow, how are they really going to know about the baseball outfield and all that other stuff, you know?
Don't know. That's a question for them.
Particularly on that field where the soccer, I'm a soccer grandma.
Yep.
And
that's a question we would ask them.
Ross.
I'm a little concerned when you're setting up these parallel paths of investigation, how you're going to integrate the information at the end. And I think there might be a risk that you have a whole bunch of information from this professional organization, Gale, and then a whole bunch of ideas from leadership councils, and that there won't be any real way to combine that information, certainly not with any kind of cost estimate, because Gale has been excluded from that process of generating and evaluating ideas that are coming from leadership councils. And I think you could end up some months down the road with a lot of information that you don't know what to do with.
So my thought would be that we could invite Gail to work on that project as our next layer project once we hear what the need is. But the one need we really know exists is this building, and we're just at the identification stages for the other projects. So, you know, maybe there is nothing to engage. Maybe there is. Well, you know, I suspect there is, with my knowledge. But
Okay, well, I think you maybe then be looking at another set of studies that you'll end up paying for. But if you're going into it with that as a possible outcome, I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, I'd just like to add, I think it's each building principal's responsibility to acknowledge and understand the needs of their student body and what their campus can provide the student body. And that's part of the budgeting process as we look at capital plans. So I think that's our roles as schools to do that. Secondly, BUHS campus has always been accessible to elementary students, either in the building or using the fields. Simply, it's just a phone call. So I think we do share our facilities pretty well.
oh, that's great. Great to hear. There may be different concerns as the school's operating middle schools where you have girls, you know, girl and boy teams. So I think since principals are on leadership councils, it should be sort of an idea, you know, is there some way we can think about this? Obviously, budgeting a full-size soccer field for Green Street School would be an interesting process. So,
we don't need a full-size soccer field. That's the point.
Yeah, yeah. But if that was determined, for there's obviously limitations in all this, but how we could think creatively and share the resources we have, and make sure that that's happening, because this board does not know that. We're not the Brattleboro Town School Board, so that's great.
Right.
Great.
But through the budgeting process, you should get information from each school about their needs and how we're accommodating our communities. I don't need a soccer field.
Can you high school? any other comments from the public on the motion on the table? Are we ready for a vote? All those in favor of the motion to expend up to $28,000 to engage Gale Associates for the scope of the project, I'm gonna mess this up, Wendy, but
You want me to read it?
yeah, that would be great. It was a long
Then you
time
can
ago.
make sure I have it right too. WSESD approves BOHS admin not to exceed $28,000 with Gale and Associates to proceed with the study as outlined in the estimate.
That sounds like a good motion. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
Nay.
Abstentions? The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, the motion carries. Communications posting. Lau touched on it earlier, and I think it's a process we need to consider because people send me emails and I don't think it's meant for the world to consume. So I generally try to assure that, and some things are meant for the board to consume, but if they identify a student or something along those lines. But Lyle did look into the ability to post communications on the website and have our board do it. So we just have to make sure if we were going to do that whoever's doing it is A, making sure that their communications they're posting are meant for public consumption, and not violating any student or employee confidentiality, and B, that person doesn't go and mistakenly delete something on the website. So that's kind of having those keys to that is kind of a lot, I think, on the board's.
The other question that, because I reached out to my cohorts in the area, no other system does this. The question did come up from one of the other superintendents, so what happens with the communications that are in response to communications that you've posted? And does this open up an area where people are gonna say, I disagree with that, and, you know, so the recommendation was that we really think about this pretty carefully.
You know, there are other venues for communication, like letters to the reformer, or, I mean, there are all kinds of ways for people to make their voices heard. So that might alleviate some of the problems.
David?
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about this as a blog or anything like that, or a discussion board. It's more a place for these kinds of things that we get, documents that we get that people ask for, that are public record, to be, they're background documents basically for the board. And towns, I can say for certain, post them. They're part of our budget, our packets that come every week, and they're all on the website. You can go look at every one of them. We just approved an anti-bias training proposal, and I encourage people to go have a look at it. It's in the supporting documents for last night's select board meeting. And it's not, the select board members don't post them. The administrative support staff, the administrative staff posts them. And I think that if we, I think identify someone, the chair is an obvious choice, but it might be too much, but I think it could be the vice chair or the clerk or anybody that was going to take responsibility to forward things to central office and for them to be posted either with the minutes of the meeting or before the meeting or after the meeting. And if somebody sends a letter, if there's a communication that comes to one of us that we share, that's not necessarily supporting documents for our meetings. And I don't know that there's any, I don't think we're required to I'm sure we're not required to post them, but if we share them by ourselves, they become public and people can ask for them. But these are things that are given to us to inform our decisions, inform our processes, and I can't see any reason other than lack of staff, and if that needs remedying, then we should remedy it. But I can't see any reason that they would not just appear on the school district website as background information for the meetings. So I'm not sure how we got this far down the rabbit hole, but the idea of a board member having access to posting things on the website, I think I don't think any board member would necessarily wouldn't want to undertake that, frankly. But it also isn't part of our responsibility. But sharing the information that we use to inform our decisions, I think is.
One option I can see is that when we get a communication, we communicate back to the person to say, are you comfortable having this posted? Because I think if someone's talking about their child or whatever, I mean, we shouldn't be posting it anyway, but it also, I think that people should have an expectation. If I wrote a letter to Emily once I'm off the board, and I knew it was gonna be posted, I would spell check better, because it's gonna be reflecting my name on it, as opposed to me writing Emily a letter like, hey, if you get a chance, do this, and then if it said agenda, as I did the other day, you know, and so how do we sort of manage those two things so that people have an understanding that it's gonna be posted? And that we're having a good filter so we're not running afoul of any laws with student information or identifying, because that's even a tricky thing to manage. You know, like, well, can that student be identified? Well, what school are they in? And how many kids are there? And, you know, it's something that you and I talk about a fair amount is this executive session. We spend about 10 minutes the other day talking about this, so and maybe that's only once a period, but how do we make that, how do we come up with a policy for that so that we can manage this if this is our goal? And that we're covering ourselves and privacy of people who don't want their stuff put up on a website potentially. And if somebody requests it, yeah, you know, if it doesn't run afoul, we have to produce it, but that's a little different than publishing everything that comes to your inbox.
And I agree with David, that, I mean, this type of material is certainly
Yeah.
easily done. But the letters that are sent to you as board members, I would urge caution, extreme caution.
I think it becomes an open meeting issue if more than, well, in this board's case, if more than 4 of us saw it. But I think that we might want to think about a guideline, like if I get, you know, the communication and it's just, I can see that it's just to me, unless it's a blind copy and then I have no idea who wrote it. But the process might be to send it to the clerk or to send it to the chair, and but not to send it to everybody, so that and so that Lyle gets to see it, and so that, but
Yeah, that's an interesting way to do it. And
that
then-
keeps it out of the public realm. And then you can ask the person, do you mind if I share this with the whole board? Do you mind if this is a public document? But our practice should err on the side of confidentiality for individuals that communicate with us, but we don't want to, like, I don't want to keep it secret if somebody asks me to do something, or inquires.
So what you're saying is if an email comes in, I'm just trying to put it in context, so an email comes in and I share it with everybody saying, then that's a public document, I know that.
So long as it doesn't have confidentiality information about a student or a faculty member.
And if it does and I share it with everybody.
It's okay on this
that
board.
person's personal rights.
So what we're now contemplating is that, let's say I shared it with everybody, or the person wrote to everybody, if that's happened, so the person writes to everybody, that's cool. And then we're saying we wanna put it on the website? Or I guess I wonder, like, if somebody requested it, or if it could be talked about in the meeting, but does it need to be posted on the website? I mean, I'm just wondering legally, does it need to be posted on the website?
It does not legally need to be posted on the website, no. There's no, I've never seen anybody do this for a school board. I think precisely because of the reasons we're up against, would be my bet. Because you make one mistake and you violated the law, so.
Has anybody from the community requested that? No? No, just one.
No, I'm requesting the
Just these
materials
stuff.
that David and Lon are talking about.
How about we have an initial go-round where I start asking people if they want this to be put on the website. Gosh, I just don't want to be the arbiter of confidentiality and take any of Lyle's time getting her opinion on situations in schools or whatever. I don't want to take any of Lyle's time for that. That's, yeah.
I have to agree with David that I thought it was just
like the supplemental stuff that we got at the meetings, or maybe if there was documentation that was forwarded to us, so that we would then be using that to help us to determine how to decide something or how to go forward. But I share the concerns about posting posting email communication, not because I would want anyone in the public not to be aware of it. And I think you do a good job by presenting to the board and to the community what communications you got, and there's an opportunity to discuss it. But I'm concerned about the management of that, and the something is posted and then someone responds to you about that, and how do you, and I'm concerned about if something does not get posted because it slipped through the cracks, then is that, is there concern about that, and, are there going to be, issues with that? So I share the concern about posting the emails, not because I think that they should be hidden, but I think presenting them at a board meeting also gives an opportunity to discuss it, and
So let's move forward with my recommendation is we move forward with getting supporting documents and doing a better job of getting supporting documents up on the website. And if something comes to me or anybody else that they feel would be beneficial to post on the website for public information, and they have communicated with the sender, that person would very much think it informs, they have the secret formula to make turf from paper bags, and they want to share that secret formula, and it will cost us $5, and they think it's beneficial to the board, and the person wants to share their secret formula, so it will no longer be secret, that I can pass it through to the board and we can agree. It doesn't contain anything potentially confidential or anything else. We can agree to put something else that would come in the form of a communication that would inform our decision-making process.
But I think Sean's point is a really good one. If somebody wants the world to know, they can send it to the format.
Yes.
That's not going to be our work.
Yeah.
To put their pieces up. It's not Facebook.
So I don't think this is a motion required here. Does anybody else? It's just.
I think it'd be really good to articulate it in a way that everybody understands.
Okay, so.
When do you think we said?
I don't have an opinion, I'm just the board recorder.
No, I mean, what do you think we just said?
I think that what you just said was what Christina just said about recommending, some sort of movement toward getting the supporting documents on the website, and then other documents like people sending emails about their brilliant solutions. You all can decide on a case-by-case basis.
And
That's
we
what
will ask that person if it's okay to share it with the board.
Oh, okay, sure.
Is that part of what you would?
So I'd entertain a motion that the board works to include supporting documentation from companies, committees on our website. And in the event a communication from the wider community is sent to us, we would ask the sender if they want it posted, if we think it would inform.
Shared with the board.
Share it with the board.
Yeah, not posted.
Share it with the board. No, but then about posting, if they want it to be, if we feel it's part of decision-making and important information, that I would share it with the board and we would post it assuming there's nothing confidential.
As long as they gave consent.
As long as they gave consent, yes. I got lost in there with you.
I do have a little caveat here possibly.
What caveat?
I would be concerned about personnel at the central office implementing this. I mean, we certainly do not want to put anything else on Barb's shoulders. So if that doesn't exist easily, central office is already stretched. I mean, they do a lot. So I would be very, very cautious to figure out how you do it first, and then. So I think we ought to table this discussion until we thought about it a little bit more.
Well, I just had a point on that. Maybe we limit ourselves to once a month or once every 2 weeks that we send. Here's everything we have put it all at once instead of like, here's one document today, here's another thing. Then it's maybe manageable.
I would love the amendment if it just didn't have the thing about the emails. I mean, I think all just the supporting documents, I'm not saying I would oppose it because it has the emails in it, but that puts a big complication because I think that I might think something's important for decision making, but we might not all. So I don't know, I just think it's a gray area, and if nobody from the community has requested that, and it doesn't seem like we're following all the statutes, maybe just supporting documents. And if it was that, I think maybe we can make a decision tonight. I don't know how people feel about that.
So I would withdraw my motion that I didn't make because I was only entertaining a motion. And I would entertain a new motion that we start out with supporting documents from outside organizations or committees that are helpful in making decisions.
I second it.
Well, I need that motion.
Or for administration.
Hold the phone.
Yeah.
Can I get what you really want the motion to be from beginning to end?
Supporting documentation from outside organizations and committees that is helpful in this decision-making process on the WSESU website. That's the motion I'm asking for someone to make.
So moved.
What about handouts from administration? This is where we started.
And can you add to that motion, or can I friendly amend my own amendment, my own motion? In that laundry list, administration handouts.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put it right before supporting documents that are administration handouts. So Emily made that motion.
She did.
Did anybody second it?
Second.
David did. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstention? The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, the motion carries. Let's see how this goes.
So these will be put up then, tonight? I mean,
Not
tonight.
tonight.
No, tonight. I put the next tonight in the wrong spot, Lyle.
Depends on whether it snows.
So, wow, I love when okay, so, next up, VSBA dues. So at we totally forgot about that, Carrie. At the last WSESU meeting, the VSBA came.
Yes.
And, because it wasn't on the agenda, so it wasn't in my head.
Oh, that's right.
So the VSBA came to, sent quite a contingent. It was Sue Siglowski, the new executive director, and four other members, mostly executive committee members, just trying to clarify the some of the statements that were made in the discussion. I need to clarify a statement that I made. We don't take an oath to uphold the organization, but we do have to agree to it as part of our orientation. So oath was not the correct term. However, it does say that you have a duty of care for the organization and you cannot work against it. I remember very clearly because I said I'm planning to testify against a VSBA position. Can I not do that? And the people training me couldn't answer that question. I had to bring it to Nicole Mace, who said, oh yeah, you can still, because my board has asked me to testify, I cannot join this organization if I cannot do the will of my board as the board chair. So it puts me in a difficult position, and that was even a gray area for the organization, so I remember it well. They also asked that I clarify that there are 3 currently open seats that they're working to fill. So I was not sure on the number. And there were a few other clarifications. Do you remember?
Trying to think if I've got the letter.
I know.
Oh, I have the letter.
Oh, Carrie did the
Do you want to skim the letter?
You could just give me some of the high points.
Let's see. That really is just.
It's a long
It talks a lot about the research they do to arrive at policy decisions, how the dues are established. It discusses the oath of duty, that so far 2 SUs and SDs have chosen not to pay their dues out of 55. Discusses about how they did, what they have lobbied for and haven't lobbied for. And that they are still remaining a dues organization while they are doing some fee for services.
Thank you very much, Carrie.
Yeah, and then the vacant seats. So,
Anne has pulled up the letter, which they also highlight all their programs, the comprehensive model policy manual that we use, the monthly webinar, School Board U Online, new board member orientation, our little spiral bound thing that I have somewhere, the essential work of school boards, training opportunities for board chairs and superintendents, workshops, the annual conference, something that I've started to use quite a bit are being able to call in and get in-person consultation, and the from the boardroom little thing that you all should be getting in the mail.
Christina, I've got it electronically, I think. I could send it to Barb if you want it posted. Not tonight, Jody.
Oh, come on, Carrie.
I mean,
That's a good idea, sure. Yeah.
no reason why we don't follow the same procedure.
Right. Wearing so many hats in one seat. Thank you, Carrie, you're good.
Madam Chairman,
So,
how much of that do you have to pay for that you were just listing off, or is all?
So some of the things you cannot pay for the in-person consultation. You cannot pay for the in-person consultation. That is not an opportunity that you have, so we would have to do that through, we'd have to pay an attorney for that. And then most everything else, I think, I don't have that sheet up with me from the minutes, and it's not published on the website, I only have it in the minutes. Most everything else is accessible at a much higher rate, so you can attend a lot of that stuff.
I mean, I've been present with a lot of things that really angered me about them during the Act 46 process. And the things that they called us when we were working on our alternative solutions, alternative governance thing. I mean, they were uncalled for, the things that they said at the legislature, et cetera. And I guess I would say that they need some comeuppance, and maybe not paying the dues, at least for a year, might straighten them out a little bit. I don't know.
Well, I'm actually just bringing this back to the board. I think a lot of people don't understand what civil disobedience means, so I think that might be some of the issues, and so, you know, that might be some of the issues going on at the executive board level. But anyway, bygones. There was an additional, let me just finish with the board. I thought Jody was asking a clarifying question about that list, so I took her question, but I just would like to get the board. The other piece is that we pay our dues to the VSBA at the SU level, and the other concern that I have was that our sister district, Vernon, represented ably by Carrie Amadon, my phone a friend on the VSBA letter, may have a different feeling on their board level and really want to have the services of the VSBA, and there's no, it's all or nothing as an SU. And so we hadn't really considered that. It used to be paid on a district level, and I kind of forgot that in our discussion. And so I wanted to also at the SU level hear from Carrie. But did you have your meeting Monday?
We had a very small shortened meeting where only 3 of us were present, and we only dealt with warrants. So our next meeting is Monday the 16th.
Oh.
So we'll have it on our agenda then. So if you want to wait a little longer?
So do we want to postpone until we hear from our sister district?
Why are we postponing?
Well,
Because we already voted not to pay them as a district. And as part of the SU, that's our vote there. So I'm curious, what would you suggesting that we might want to pay them if Vernon wants to use the services?
That we put that into our, we did not have that as part of the discussion before. And so if there was an interest in a motion to amend based on that, because I did not consider the effect that our vote would have on our sister district, because it's not 3 and 3 anymore, it's 4 and 1. And so I just, out of respect for Vernon, I want to make sure that we've considered that as a board. That's really mostly It's my fault because I kind of forgot about it. Sorry, Vernon.
That's okay.
Well, I forgot where they're paid, I forgot where the dues were paid, actually, which has been a change recently. So is there any other board thoughts? Because I think we're gonna table this. Does this seem like a good one to table at 8:30 at night? Based on
Can I
that?
just ask a question? So we would still be voting on this eventually. We'd hear back from Vernon if they want to join, and then we'd almost be like voting down Vernon?
No, we already voted.
That seems bad.
If Vernon decides they want to stay in, then we would go to the SU and vote
Oh.
there, the SU.
Okay.
So I guess the question would be, would we vote as individuals at the SU, where there are four people, one from each town, I think. And, or would we be representing the board, I guess would be the other way.
Right, which is what I was stuck on, because I have always voted the will of my board coming from, and so how we would discuss that, but without knowing if Vernon has input,
Right.
it may be a moot point, or a mute point, as my son used to say.
I have a question about the meeting
Liz?
that they came to.
Liz?
Did anybody?
Your name.
Can you
Oh,
say
Liz
your name?
Adams from Putney. Did anybody ask them about future direction of their lobbying? Because they clearly lobbied against every AGS proposal in the state. So were any questions asked back and forth about, is this going to continue, that you know, you're supposed to represent everybody, but yet you went and you did this. Is this how you see the future going too? I think that's important.
Recollect them addressing that terribly much.
No, and it was more of a, we gave them a few minutes to speak. It was not on the agenda. I said we weren't going to take action because it wasn't. But it was I'll give you 10, 15 minutes, make your pitch.
Okay.
And I think we said if anyone has any other questions, I will get it to them. Okay.
Okay, so we will table this agenda item until we've heard from our good friends down south in Vernon. I guess not if you're in Guilford, sorry about that. Southeast. Whew, new business, Steve, and then you can go home.
No, that's okay. So, traditionally, when we've had student groups travel abroad, for BUHS abroad, it's been required by our insurance company that the board extend student insurance for the period that they're traveling abroad. And we have 2 trips that I'm going to ask for the board to approve that the insurance be extended to them on travel. On April 15th and 24th, 8 BUHS students and 2 teachers, Kurt Johnson and Jen Corse, will be traveling to Costa Rica. There'll be an exchange from Costa Rican students coming here next year. The other trip is April break, April 18th to April 25th. Dan Braden is taking 3 staff members and 17 students to Belize. And so I just need the board to approve student insurance while they're traveling abroad.
I would make a motion that we approve insurance extension from April 21st, April 15th to the 24th for the Costa Rica trip, and April 18th to the 25th for the Belize trip. And what about subs during
No,
that
that's
time?
not, we don't need to do that, right?
We don't need to do that.
That's an excellent motion. Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Any discussion on the motion to extend student insurance for the Costa Rica trip in April and the Belize trip in April as well? You ready to vote? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? I abstain because my child is one of those, so I abstain even though I almost never vote anyway. So it looks like the ayes have it. Jody?
Just a question, are these both Spanish?
No, BUHS abroad is Spanish. Belize is science.
Oh, Belize is science.
Tropical ecology.
And Costa Rica?
Costa Rica is Spanish.
Spanish, but no French or German or anything like
They'll be next year.
that? Thank you.
And I'll be back to ask again.
Excellent. Moving along, superintendent search discussion, which Carrie spoke to a little bit earlier, but the SU has been working on coming up with that exploratory committee. I think since she touched on it earlier in our SU update. I just have it on there in case it got forgotten, that people are aware if they want to have input, and probably BCTV won't have this up on the big screen in time for people to attend the meeting tomorrow at 3:30, but we just want to make sure that we're getting all kinds of public input.
Is BCTV coming?
No, dagnabbit, I don't think we thought
Is it
about
too
that.
late, Rich?
What do we have to?
We'd have to have approved it, the
Yeah.
expenditure. Although our meetings are, I leave that to the chair of the SU. Determine that. Thank you, Carrie. Moving on, item C, meeting microphones. Jody had emailed me 2 links to some karaoke type microphones, which we can use after the meeting.
For those of us that want to stay around.
For those of us that 10 o'clock isn't late enough. And so I'm happy to go and try and purchase them and try to make them work, especially when we're in particularly bad rooms that are, hard for people to hear. If the board wants to approve an expenditure, that I investigate that and purchase some sort of microphone system.
Can you get any to sample first? Because I have a feeling if you take a microphone like that into Green Street and just talk louder through it, it's gonna make it even worse.
Really?
It's the acoustics and not the volume, and it really doesn't have to do with it.
I sent you 2 different things.
Yes, I said, you sent me 2 links, yeah.
One was more of this, and the others were the ones that sat on the table,
Yeah.
the more expensive ones.
I don't know if there's any way we can try them before we buy them. I can read the reviews and see how people are using them perhaps. I mean, it isn't a huge expenditure, either one.
I have a question. This would just be for some meetings when it's in a particular bad room, because in general, like the idea of passing on the microphone, like we'll be here twice as long.
Yeah, I think this room is mostly fine as long as it's not jam-packed with people, usually, and, depends on the room.
I could hear you very well sitting right here. I don't know whether I could hear Emily sitting in the back. Emily speaks very softly.
Yeah, address your comments to the chair.
She was smiling at me.
I agree with you, Thomas. That's my concern, is the passing down thing
Yeah.
is, crazy making and takes a really long time, and then people in the audience getting it. I think we should endeavor to have, half of our meetings are here. This is pretty good acoustically, I think. So it'd be for those times when you got the whirring fan. Yeah, and point taken, some of those are worse than nothing at all. That's a rousing endorsement if I ever heard one of me going forward with this process.
Just a question, does the schools already have like maybe not in this room, but a PA system when they do like in their auditoriums and stuff?
Yeah.
I don't know, it depends on
Depends on the
the
school.
school, like Dummerston?
Dummerston has it, but it's not particularly fabulous.
Oh, it's that one we used.
Yeah.
And again, it's like, for many of them, it's like a podium that you go up to and speak into.
In the gym.
In the gym, okay.
I was thinking more of the ones, excuse me.
Jody.
I was thinking more of the ones that you see at the State Board of Education or other places like that where they have them in front of you, so you can, 2 or 3 people can use them at one time. You don't have to pass them around. They're more, I don't know, you've watched the State Board or, other boards have had them like that.
Yeah.
David, does the select board?
We're, the table's mic'd and there's a BCTV, it's a BCTV studio, that's why we always have to meet in that room.
Oh.
But at town meeting, there are 3 well, Rich knows more about it than me, but there are at least 3 microphones at the table and a couple more in the audience that are remote. But that's through their system.
Yeah, and there are mics, multi-directional, so that it's about this big. I'd put it in front of Christina and I'd get everybody in front of the table, and it would be like one microphone. And it would be good quality. The ones you want to pass around.
No.
Yeah, you get what you pay for.
And then you'd need an amplifier then you'd need some sort of speaker system to get it.
Yes.
Yeah, so then the chair is gonna carry around all these mics, set up the wire and the amplifier. That sounds like a good job.
I think it's time to move on.
So,
Can I just say, so it sounds like you already have a process. Is that something, another service that could be offered by BCTV, or is that?
I'm not the person that would make that decision, but yeah, there's a portable system that we have. It's very heavy. It's very difficult to maneuver. We've used it at some meetings, but to carry it around like to Green Street and then to Oak Street and stuff, that would be really a problem.
Okay.
It's a great system, but it's problematic to bring often to places.
let's,
Christina,
yes, Lynn.
you might do better to look at kids' microphones because some of those work really well and they're cheap. And then you could each have your own.
Well, why don't I do a little more research, I think.
The
and-
Brattleboro parents
They had a really nice one.
Facebook site would know all
What?
about that.
Okay. Well, I'll do a little more research on my end. And I'm just gonna maybe move our executive sessions. I just wanna maybe see if we can get through any leadership committee appointments first, in case we can just get that done and then do executive session. So we need to move the appointment of the Putney staff. Do we have all those names of the Putney staff that's on the leadership committee?
I can take a look and see if I have that email from Jamie.
It could change too. Because
Is Dawn still there? Dawn Linden is there? Stacy
I was
Fraser?
trying to think of where I am.
Stacy Fraser? Not Susanna. Sarah Cassidy?
Sarah Cassidy.
Lynn Borowski.
Lynn Borowski. Emily was
Is Jen O'Donnell there? I think she was.
No.
Jen's not there.
No.
I think Amy, I think there were a few teachers who wanted to be there, who were not at that first meeting.
And it also could change because there was just a lot of discussion about the inconvenience of the time and blah, 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 blah.
Well, we're all feeling our way through this, and the goal was to get this done in the first year, and so getting it done in the first quarter is a big haul. We're trying to catch up with our policies and everything else, so how about we appoint the ones that were there? And then if there's additions, we can appoint them next time, but just so we've gone through the formality of appointing. So I entertain a motion to appoint Lynn Borowski, Sarah Cassidy, Stacy Fraser, and Dawn, I'm sorry, I didn't get the last. Linden. As faculty representatives. Any more that you know of?
Not in the email that Jamie sent.
As faculty representatives on the Putney Leadership Council.
So moved.
Thank you. Anne, is there a second? Thank you, Tim. How appropriate the representative from Putney did that. All those in favor of the motion to approve the slate of candidates as the Putney representatives, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions? The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it. And the Guilford, do you have a list of Guilford?
I do. Guilford Leadership Council preliminarily met on November 22nd. And there were 9 individuals in attendance, which included myself and Lyle and John. And then there were, there were 6 community members, and that included some faculty from the Guilford Central School. And we had a really productive meeting and, went over all kinds of things, goals that they want to try to achieve, and so it was really good. So the individuals that were there that would be on the leadership council would be Beth Bristol, Aaron Kachuk, our former school board members, and then the staff was Hannah Salisbury, who was a special educator and a parent, and let's see, Amy, and I didn't get Amy's name. Amy Skolnick, who's the 5th grade teacher, with the staff. And then community members were Tasha Tillman, and her 6-month-old child was there. And Alexa.
Mashavitas.
Thank you.
Oh, boy.
So were we just approving all those individuals?
We're just gonna, we appoint all of them.
Great, great. It was a great meeting, and I was so proud of Guilford being so on top of it all. And a lot of enthusiasm and very, a lot of experience, so it was.
We're lucky to have 2 former board members on there, too.
Yeah,
Some
no, it
great
was
former
great.
board members.
It was great, and John, helped guide us through whatever, and Lyle was there and had really good input, so I was really impressed. And we met for maybe an hour and a half.
And I don't think I went over this particularly, but with on the Leadership Council and Policy and Amendment Committee, we've been sort of fleshing out, we reopened the leadership policy and are trying to come up with some guidelines to really help boards understand open meeting law, Robert's rules, and just really some brass tacks on how those things apply, because every board may not have the advantage of having 2 seasoned board members on them that are used to this kind of stuff, but it's good training. You're required to do it, but it's good training for future board members. It's a good field to sort of get their feet wet in living with Robert's rules and open meeting law. So I would entertain a motion to approve Beth Bristol, Aaron Kachuk, Hannah Salisbury, Amy Skolnick, Tasha Tillman, and Alexis Mashavitas. Ooh, you're good.
So moved.
Thank you, Kelly. Is there a second on that?
A second.
Thank you, Thomas. All those in favor of approving the members of the Guilford Leadership Council, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it.
So we have a couple of Dummerston, they're going to meet in the next few weeks. We had letters from Rick Mills, Lance Sneeper, Tammy, whose last name you know and I don't.
McNamara?
Tammy McNamara. I think those are the parent letters, parent community letters.
Hey, what's Lance's last name? I know.
Nieper.
Nieper?
Yep, N-E-E-P-E-R.
And do we have any faculty yet, or no?
Not that I know of. She's going to ask her leadership council to stay for the first meeting.
So how about we just approve the regular community members that are up at this point? But entertain a motion to, I would move that we approve Rick Mills, Tammy McNamara, and Lance Sneeper to the Dummerston Leadership Council. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ann.
Who made the motion?
I just made it because it's Dummerston. I can pronounce all the names.
Okay.
All those in favor? Nays, abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it.
Can I, just, one of the things that came up was the frequency of meetings. And Guilford was thinking about meeting twice a month. And so I made the concern, or I expressed the concern that might be a lot for board members to attend. And so they were thinking maybe the board member would come to the first meeting of the month and then skip the second meeting, which, but they also talked about having the WSESD director make a presentation to the town at town meeting day. So if that were to be the case, it would be maybe a little difficult to have, all directors go, or anyway, so that's something to think about.
Or it might be interesting to have the leadership council that is at the school in the small towns be the one who's kind of that conduit from, you know.
Well, they are,
To the
but
town.
they also said it might be good to have a director there to give a little presentation on the WSESD.
That's what I mean, is
So-
the board director assigned to that school is the leadership council do
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
do that work.
Yeah.
And so, that sounds like a good, and that sounds like a good proposal. We did that in Dummerston for a while to try to reduce SU time, is we'd have sort of a planning meeting, and then we'd have like a presenting. It didn't always work that
Yeah.
way, but that was our intent, was
Yeah.
just, we were having 2 meetings a month, and it was a lot of pull for the SU. So that seems like for the same reason, a really good solution, unless somebody has a concern about that. And so I guess we have to pick somebody to go to this first Dummerston Leadership Council meeting in the event that it happens.
It will, and I'll try to find the date while you're talking.
Okay, so, I mean, I just, volunteers, and I'm happy to do it, it's near me.
I can also.
Okay, so we'll duke it out between ourselves unless somebody has, and we'll, based on schedule too, because it may not work for one of us, so as long as it's okay with the rest of the board, either Thomas or I will.
Both go too.
We could
to the
both go
first
too,
one.
yeah, that's true.
That'd be fun.
That'd be fun.
Why not?
Why not one more meeting? That sounds good. Excellent. So we have, we could just finish off the agenda. We might have action afterwards. We will have action, so Rich can't go home. But we could
Or Rich.
take, quick, if anybody has any additional items for the next agenda and any public comment, do that so the public could go home if they want to, and then do our executive sessions.
The draft, we're scheduled to receive the first draft budget,
Yeah, that's a big job, yeah.
and, I'm wondering if, we're getting the first budget next meeting, the first draft. Is there any, are things gonna be happening between now and then that would, make it not, it wouldn't be worthwhile to send us the draft that you're working from right now? The reason I ask is that when we got snowed out from the Monday SU meeting, and having another week to look over that budget, I just was really grateful. And just the more time ahead of time, the better, just to be able to look at it.
Yeah, I know most of the administrators are working in their, in their schools and preparing, as you heard last week, last meeting, the elementary principals, the issues they're addressing. You heard from the high school, but we haven't integrated that into the system yet. So most of my focus is on the SU, and we are doing things concurrently, but we don't have data.
Yeah, I didn't think about when it says central office review the draft budget with the principals, doesn't mean you show it to them and it's all done. It means,
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thanks. Any at a time would be greatly appreciated.
We'll do the best we can, yes, to get it out at the, let's see, what is that? That's a Wednesday meeting, right? Yeah, so we'll work real hard to get it out by certainly Monday, the latest. We try earlier if we can.
I left off Heidi Gale for Dummerston.
Oh, I would entertain a motion to approve Heidi White-Gale to the Dummerston Leadership Council. Thank you, Tim. Second? Thank you, Thomas. All those in favor of appointing Heidi White-Gale to the Dummerston Leadership Council, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Names abstentions, the ayes are to have it, and Heidi White-Gale made it in under the wire. Thank you.
It's December 19th at 4 o'clock is their meeting.
It's December 19th at 4 o'clock. Okay, we'll figure that out. Thomas, thank you, Lyle. Boy,
You can't
people
let her
on my
go.
left side, it's like the backup singers are rocking it tonight. It's like the Supremes back there. Any other additional items for the next agenda? The budget review is going to be a lot, I think, so I'm really gonna try to limit other stuff.
We have what to include in the annual report.
Right, oh, yeah, thank you. I probably would have gotten that tomorrow at some point. All right, is there any other, feel free to send them to me. Barb starts asking about this on Friday, and so I usually try to get it to her by Tuesday, so she can get on with other things in her life. So if you think of something over the weekend that's a not too big a thing, happy to put it on. Does anybody have any public comment on non-agenda items for the evening? With that, I would entertain a motion to move into executive session under VSA Title 1 through 13, A1E, pending a probable civil litigation, 313 1B, labor relations agreements with employees, and 1 VSA 313, employment of an individual. We will be inviting in Lyle.
No, Frank, do we need Steve?
It might be good. We'll do that first.
Sorry, Steve.
Do I have a motion to move into executive? Thank you, Tim.
I'll second.
I think that was Kelly seconded that.
They're the best ones for me.
All those in favor, moving into executive session. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. We will rise from executive session at 9:34.
All rise.
You actually are risen. And I would entertain a motion to accept the recommendation of administration and to rescind the letter of resignation from Leon Laster. Thank you, Ann. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion to accept the recommendation of administration and to rescind the letter of resignation from Leon Laster, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion carries. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair, there being no further business before this board, I move that we adjourn.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, Thomas. All those in favor of adjournment at 9:35, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And we are adjourned.
Did my pad ever go back?
Again, with my apologies, to call a meeting to order. Has anyone anything they'd like to add to the agenda for this evening?
Just the change of the gentleman who's visiting
We
today.
will, right. I understand there's no reason for an executive session this evening. I believe we could proceed by moving right to the scheduled member of the public, Mr. Simmons, is it?
That's me.
Yeah, we'll go, they will, after that, we'll come back to approval of minutes, road business, etc. Sir, thank you, and thank you for coming.
Thank you very much for having me, and I really appreciate your moving me up in the schedule so I can go home and play in the snow. So my name is Tom Simmons. I live in Chester. I'm a partnerships specialist with the U.S. Census Bureau, New York office, which is a fancy way of saying I'm not the guy who knocks on doors taking information. What I do is I'm in charge of going to community groups, town boards, senior centers, Rotary clubs, Lion clubs, all throughout Windham County, Windsor County, and Sullivan County, New Hampshire. I got a big territory. In preparation for the 2020 rollout of the census. Just so everyone understands what's happening, and when the phone calls start coming into town hall, you know what's going on. So we have to do this every 10 years. This is the decennial census. It happens in the years ending in a zero. And this is, and the Census Bureau does other surveys in the years in between. So sometimes people will say, well, I just did the survey, 2 years ago, or someone just came to my door. That's not the decennial. That's really just information gathering. The decennial is important to the town because, first of all, it determines the reapportionment. And while it's not likely that Vermont's going to get a second congressperson in Washington, it is likely that it will change the configuration of local representation in Montpelier. And in Windham County especially, one of the concerns has been the number of senators in the state Senate, because a lot of indications have shown that population has fallen in Windham County relative to some of the other counties. So we want to make sure that everyone gets counted. Everyone gets counted once, gets counted in the right place. The second reason, and this might even be the more compelling reason that this is important, is because $675 billion every year at the federal level is allocated to the states based on these numbers, and they're locked in for the next 10 years. Mm-hmm. And the programs that are attached to it are school lunch programs, women, infant, children, special ed, funding for local schools, which, as I don't have to tell you, has a big effect on property taxes, and it's a big part of your school budgets. Meals on Wheels, Medicare Part B, first responders, economic development grants, fuel assistance, housing rehab. There are a lot of programs that our local people benefit from and that bring dollars to the community based on these numbers. So it is of utmost importance that everyone gets counted. Now this year, there's a lot of changes this year. So if you're used to what's happened in the census in the last 10 years ago, it's different this year. Starting in March 12th, that's the actual rollout of the general census. Every household will get a letter from the Census Bureau inviting them to take the census online. For the first time in history, online will be an option. Which for many people, that's going to be great, and we're hoping it actually helps to elicit some good response. If they don't respond in a week, they'll get a follow-up. Hey, we haven't heard from you. Go online or give us a phone call. It will be available online and on the phone in 12 different languages. And a week later, if we haven't heard from you, it's, hey, what's the matter with you? We haven't heard from you, do it. By the first week in April, because that's really the official census date is April 1st, anyone who has not responded in one of those fashions will get another notice from the census This time the form will be in it. Now, the issue that could possibly raise its head here, all right, is that not everyone has access to the internet. Not everyone is comfortable putting things like their birthday over the internet. In particular, obviously there are some problems with some rural access issues. But from my discussions with other groups in other communities, there's a large number of senior citizens who are reluctant to do this. And as soon as they hear me say you can do it online, there's some fear and trepidation there. They will get the form. They will get the form. They can do it the old-fashioned way. However, we've got to make sure that they don't get the first mailing from the census, see it says online, throw it away. Get the second one saying go online, throw it away. Get the third one saying, hey, go online, throw it away. And then when the fourth one comes, throw it away. Because these are not addressed to people. The census is not addressed to Jane Smith. It's addressed to 15 Blueberry Hill. It's addressed to occupant at. So we don't, we want to make sure that people, especially older people and people without internet access, don't get into the habit of throwing away bulk mail from the government addressed to occupants, telling them to go online, right? And in Newfane in particular, one of the things I do is pour over all the statistics for all of the communities like crazy. There are no red flags. You don't have proportionately larger numbers of, let's say, seniors or minorities or foreign-born than any other town in Vermont. But 23% of households still are seniors, which is typical of Vermont. So there's a, you know, you got that red flag there. We don't want people to avoid doing the census because they think they have to do it online and they've thrown it away. There's also a number of people who just don't like responding to surveys, who ask, why is the government asking me this? Why do they have to know this? A big change this year as well. There was no long form census. No long form. It's been done away with in the decennial. So no one's asking how much do you make. No one's asking what's your roof made out of and how many bathrooms do you have in your house. It's simply what's your name, your address, your phone number, your birthday and age, how many people live here, race and gender, and you're done. It's simple. It's also extremely confidential. We are not permitted by law to release any individual or household information to any law enforcement agency, to immigration, to ICE, to the local building and zoning inspector, to the school district, because a lot of people, you know, they overthink, how is this going to affect me? I'm on the lease, but my boyfriend lives with me, so I shouldn't put him down. No, you should. Well, I've got someone living with me in the garage or in the RV in the backyard. They're not supposed to be, so I don't include them. You're supposed to include them. None of this, you know, gets shared with any agency. And I can say that till I'm blue in the face, but that doesn't stop people from being reluctant because they don't know how the data is being shared. So, bottom line is to wrap this up. It's important to your town for all of those funding programs I mentioned that we get an accurate count, that every single person is counted. And I mean, we can do what we can do at a federal level, and we will be doing a lot of PSAs and a lot of advertising and putting a lot of information. But you're the trusted voices in the community. It needs to come from the community. It needs to be a bottom-up effort as well as a top-down effort. The more that there's talk in the community that the census is coming, and this is important for our town, the better the response is going to be. We know that for a fact. Now, I was really happy to see you have a poster at Town Hall for census jobs, because it's much better. If you don't respond, we're going to knock on your door. And it's much better if someone can say, hey, you know, Joe came to my door last night with the census, as opposed to some guy I've never seen came to the door and asked my phone number. Is this legit or not? Everyone who comes to the door, we want to hire locally. So, you know, push that. The jobs pay $17.50 an hour, And even though they don't start until, say, April, we start training them in February, and they get paid from that point on. So it's a really good part-time, flexible hour job that'll last through the summer. They'll all be fingerprinted. They'll go through a federal background check. They'll all have these tags. And the police will be notified before people go out. And they'll have official Census Bureau placards in their car and on their iPads. And I tell you all that because 10 years ago, down south, there were scammers who went door to door and said, hey, I'm from the census. Can I see your ID? What's your social security number? We're not asking any of those questions. It's the basic questions that I just went over. So if anyone is doing that, you know you got some scam artists in the neighborhood. The other thing you can do, and these are just some ideas I'll throw off you. If the town has and I don't know if you do, a listserv or a website or some way of communicating with the public. Some towns have newsletters, some have
website.
I am happy, and I do this for 80 different towns, to put together small blurbs, small articles about the census. Each one pretty short, each one focusing on something different: confidentiality, the importance of counting children. A lot of children. We undercounted 1 million children 10 years ago.
Wow.
And that's usually due to complex living arrangements, and no one is quite sure where to put them, but they don't get counted. I can forward those to you if you're willing to do that. The town report. A lot of people read the town report because what else are you going to do in February? We can put a blurb in there. Same thing. If there are groups in the community that are particularly have a really good outreach, let me know. But I need you to let me know who they are, because I don't know who they are. In some towns, in many towns, it's the senior lunches. I've been doing a lot of senior lunches. In some towns, it's the Rotary. In some towns, it's a particular church or an interfaith group that just has a lot, they have their fingers all over the community. If you can open those doors, I had one town clerk say to me, my sister runs 3 different Meals on Wheels programs. I'm like, really? She goes, yeah, let me give her a call. And boom, we got information to a whole bunch of people. So if there's any people I should talk to, if there are any organizations I should work with in town, any special events where it might be appropriate to have someone from the Census Bureau there, let me know, and I'll be here. That's my job. But I need to hear from you, and I need you guys to talk it up in the community that this is important. It's important for us and our town. If you've got any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. Everything I just said, I'm leaving in a folder for you.
Well, it's interesting that you said that you're just trying to, it's for governmental funding opportunities for your community. Like, I'm over 50 years old, and I don't know what they were doing with my information, why they were gathering it. So to have an answer of the reason why makes sense.
Sure. And once you submit the information, they check it to make sure it's not a duplicate.
Yeah.
Right? Because college students are often duplicated because mom and dad say, I'm paying the bills, so I'm putting them online. But then they answer their own census. So once we've checked there's no duplicates, it gets divorced from you personally and it's aggregated.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
So we could never tell you that little Sally Jones is 3 years old and lives at this address.
Right.
But we can tell you that there are 200 kids between ages 0 and 5 living in this town.
Yeah.
So
it's really a body count.
It's exactly that. It is a body count.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter whether you are literally legally there.
Yeah.
Whether it's not a zone building for living in because you're, as I said, you're living in an RV in the woods.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you are related. It doesn't matter if you are a citizen. None of that matters. If you're a body in the town, you impact that town, and that town has a right to count you when it comes to competing with towns from across the country for these programs.
Makes sense now.
One place you might want to reach out to is the Newfane Congregational Church. They do a lot of meals and gatherings and such. I'm not sure who the point person would be, but they do a lot for the community.
Do they have regular, like, monthly senior meals, or maybe even more than that? Or?
Yeah, isn't that the senior meal slot?
They do that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can also send you a list, Tom, because I've got some
Ideas.
information already.
I would love you.
Yeah.
I would love. I do about 9 of these kind of events every week, and then I do the follow-up events and the meals. And I'm speaking at the Springfield Lions Club tomorrow night. I'm the featured speaker. So this is what I do. So.
And I'm the Lions Club chair for Valley Lions for Newfane. Well, for the West River Valley area.
And you having a dinner or a meeting? And you need a speaker?
Sure.
Sure.
Yes, definitely.
Do you want to email
I
it to me?
will email it to you.
Excellent.
Yes. Yeah.
See, that's why I come to these things.
I'm also part of Newfane and New. I can also mention to them at our next meeting.
What, Newfane and New?
Newfane and New, it's a community volunteer group.
That's perfect.
And the fire department, so reach out to you.
And we have 3 dozen different flyers that are geared towards different communities, and sometimes it's just good to have those on hand.
How many employees are you looking to hire for the?
We are looking to hire 9,000 people in Vermont, in the state of Vermont. That's how many we're recruiting. I can tell you, we are 30% towards our goal, and training starts in February, and we're behind. We're way behind.
Okay.
Because unemployment is so low in Vermont right now.
Yes. Yeah.
And for whatever reasons, people don't get excited about going door to door in the end of March and early April in Vermont. Can't understand why.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to time out. I have to laugh. We have all these posters at the Census Bureau. People, happy census takers, going door to door, knocking on the door, and they're in short sleeves, and it's sunny out. And there's all these green bushes. It's like you don't know Vermont. And, the first week of April, really, with your muffers on.
Yeah.
So that's all awesome. Thank you.
How many hours are devoted to taking the survey or training for the program?
Well, actually, the training, you do it online at your convenience. Then we have a meeting, and let's say we had 5 or 6 people from Newfane. We would probably ask, gee, can we come to town hall and do a training session here, so to make it easy for people. And then they're also getting their background checks and stuff. Pretty soon you're in March, and at that point, we may have them working full-time immediately, because before we do the door-to-door stuff, we actually have to go to all of the group quarters, assisted living places, any places where there's a group home. And they have to work with the administrators so as to not be disruptive to get all that information. So there's opportunities even before the actual door knocking to actually be working. And it lasts through the summer. Okay?
Awesome.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for braving the elements and coming down. Appreciate it.
A gold star.
My reindeer got a good workout.
There you go.
Great to meet you, Tom.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If we come up with new questions, you'll get them.
That's great. I'm your point of contact for any questions you have in the census. You've all got my card, so.
Thank you. Okay, we return to minute review, approval of minutes of November 18th. If you've had a chance to look them over, someone willing to make a motion for their approval?
Second.
Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving the minutes of November 18th, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. We had a budget meeting on November 25th, and there are minutes that show.
We need to continue that as 2 of the members here now are at the meeting. It's So we have to continue that to the
Yeah.
next.
Good point, thank you.
There isn't a road foreman's report tonight because Jay was out plowing.
Fairly understandable.
We continue that as well.
Okay. We'll move then to one of us, the administrative assistance report highlights. What?
With budget meetings underway now, that has been where most of the focus has been this week. A few more requests for social service appropriations have been received, and I will include those in the copies to you in my email on Friday. And I'm working right now to update the renewal for SAM, which is the system for awarding management that allows us to seek federal funding for disaster recovery. And that is wonderful. It's a challenge.
When's that due?
I have 2 months to finish it.
Are there areas where you'd like help?
I think Jay's gonna have to come over and help me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a lot of questions? Is it like a re-registration?
It's a renewal of the registration.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just did the renewal, but it was just a yay, okay, and I got through it with it. Okay. Well, I can help you if,
Awesome.
okay.
I will keep
Thank
that
you.
in mind. Thank you.
I've done it.
And that's it.
I make a motion to accept administrative assistance report.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion on the motion before us? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the administrative assistance report, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Unscheduled members of the public?
Thanks for coming.
Okay, we have the traffic ordinance on our agenda for tonight. And I would dearly love to have the road foreman here for that discussion.
Yeah.
I agree.
And I don't think there's any push rush on that. So I would suggest we put it off to a future agenda, and I'll try to see to it that it comes up again. New business, health insurance. Turning to you for information and help.
Thank you. The increase is in the spreadsheet that's attached to your packet tonight. The family plan has gone up $318.33 a month. And if we continue at a 2080, which is 20% increase for the employee and 80% that the town picks up, the family plan will cost an employee an additional $63.67 a month. The town's share would be $254.66, and that breaks down to $14.69 a week, added to what the employee pays weekly. It would be $82.46, and that's 87% that the town's share is picking up.
So our share would be $82.46.
The employees, each employee that has a family plan,
Yeah.
would be paying $82.46 a month.
And what
A
would the,
week, I'm sorry.
and what would the town be paying?
$3,055.97.
That's a year.
Oh, per year, yeah.
What's the weekly increase for the town?
You would take the $254.66 and divide that, you would times that by 12 and then divide that by 52. Let's go here.
Because that's at a weekly rate, you're saying, right?
Yes.
Or a monthly rate?
Monthly.
I'm not sure.
So 254.
66, yeah.
Times 12.
12 months? Or are we talking weeks?
12 months, because there's 52 weeks in a year. So you times it by the 12 months and then divide it by 52 weeks.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I guess. Because this is at a yearly rate increase, yes?
The yearly rate increase is a total of $3,819 apiece.
Okay, so that's, or you can just divide that amount. I'll let you, I don't know.
The town share would go up $58.76 a week on a family plan. And then the individual and the child is listed there as well. There would be an increase of $5.23 per week for an individual. And I could tell you that.
Again, okay, go ahead.
90 times 12 divided by 52. It would be
for interrupting, but I hear a radio. Does anyone know where that's coming from?
$20.91 a week difference for a child, for an individual, for the town's portion.
Well, just going back to the chart again, I mean, the family, it says the increase. What is that a weekly increase, that first column?
That is a monthly increase,
The 318.
is a monthly
And
increase.
there's 63, 20% of that a month.
So
Mhm.
20%,
So you go
okay.
20, so then you divide that by 4. It's 63. So for
4.333, right, per week? Is that how you do it?
Melissa,
so the increase is like
each individual,
about 16,
there's 4
$17.
individuals that have the family plan right now.
Right.
So
So it's 3,000 something a year, right?
Right.
Is that what you're saying? Then it's 30. Is that 318 is a month increase, right?
Right.
And
So
it's 20% of that would be 63.76. Is that what that is?
mhm.
So then if you divided that by 4 for the weeks, right? For weeks paid.
Which would be the, I
I
guess,
mean, if
the
you're trying to come up by the weekly
1469.
thing, right?
So then I think that goes to the 1469, is that correct?
Yeah, but that's an increase. That's not the total cost.
I wouldn't think that'd be the weekly one, because you know, 4 times 15 would be 60.
The way that Melissa set this up was for each individual that has the plan.
Right.
This would be what each individual is going to
Right.
occur.
Well, it does say on the first left-hand column, family cost.
Yeah.
Right.
And then individual cost.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's a family plan.
Yeah.
And then there's an individual plan, which
Plan.
we have one that has that, and then our treasurer is going to have the plan with the adult and child, which is a difference of a premium, because we've never had that one before.
So how many are on the family plan?
There's 4.
4. And 1 individual.
One individual.
And 1 adult child.
Correct.
Okay. So we have 6 employees that would be,
Mhm.
or have in the past.
That have health insurance.
And nobody's gonna go and have new health insurance?
No.
Okay. So monthly, so
I
again,
see where I screwed up, where I'm trying to come up with that number. The town's paying 87% of the family.
80%.
Instead of, over here, see? Town pays 87% of the bill currently on family plan.
Okay,
90% on the single individual one.
currently, no, it says family again.
Well, it's supposed to be individual.
Should be individual.
Yeah. And then it's based on 90% on the bill of a single.
Single with a child.
Right.
Has this information been shared with all the employees?
It has, and unfortunately, we have to make a decision if we're gonna continue with the 20-80 split, because next week is the first week that Melissa will start taking out the deductions.
Yeah, it has to be done this week.
Yes.
I mean, no matter how you look at it, they've got a hell of a deal.
Yeah,
Because like I said, it's like I told you in one of the other meetings, how this all come about was, it used to be that it was 80-20.
Okay.
That was it, it was.
Like 80 they paid and 20
No.
we paid?
Town picked up 80% of it.
Okay.
And then they picked up to 20%.
Yeah, that's what
of
we
the whole
have right
thing.
now.
Right, so the whole thing, but see, then what happened was, like I said before, when the Obama plan all kicked in, the big deal at that time, we had $75,000 budgeted that year.
Uh-huh.
And so they threw the 80-20 out the window, because we had the 75 grand, and that's what it cost for the insurance. They said, oh, well, 100% funded. And I said, what are you gonna do next year, or the years when this starts jumping up, how you gonna do it? So then, we should have left it alone and kept the 80-20, because everybody was used to paying that, And so anyways, what they did then, it came back, and they just charged on the increase 20%.
Oh.
So that whatever it was at that point, at this level funded.
Oh, that's what we're looking at, just
So
the
next year it went up
increase.
like 90,000, so they paid on just the 15,000 of the increase, so there's
Just the
80-20 of that.
increase.
Right. So now we're looking, every time it
Not the
increases.
total bill of a
No, because
plan.
if that was a total bill, I mean, if that was the whole bill, you're taking,
What is it?
well, the family plan is roughly what, 2,300 a month now?
Where's that?
I think it's 2588 or something like that.
So 25, so you take 20% of that would be, $500 and some dollars a month.
Right.
So that's like I say, they still got, it's a hell of a deal, no matter how you look at it,
That's a month, but this is taken out on a bi-weekly or?
Weekly.
Weekly basis.
Yeah, so I mean, it's still pretty cheap. It is real cheap. The only problem we ever had with it was, when we first did this, the individuals come up and said, mine's $700, $800 or $600.
Right.
These guys are $2,000. They're actually making more money than I am. I should get the difference between my 600 and their $2,000.
Right, if we just based it on a single versus a
And
family.
I said, in one sense, you do see that, I
Yeah,
mean,
it's,
because sooner or later, this is gonna become income to somebody.
Oh, it's been like that for a long time.
So, I mean, when you figure it all up, it's costing the town $14 an hour or better for a family plan at a 40-hour week.
so how do we feel about that? I mean, is it a point where we
Well,
just make a
I don't-
decision?
It's, like I said, it's got kind of so screwed up that it's, the only way you can, I guess now, it'd be hard to go back and charge everybody 80-20. They'd all get pissed. But I mean, right now it's just 20% of the thing, so then we give them a raise this year.
Melissa talked about that today. It's the
Yeah,
same
we go-
thing that happens with the Social Security and the Medicare. You get the $3 increase, but they charge you the $2.92.
But the
So-
raise is still covering the increase of what they
It
had
is.
for insurance.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still coming out a little bit ahead, not a lot, but a little bit, but then they get the overtimes and then they make up for it and all that.
But they have
so-
a benefit too, I mean, that's a
Well, as I
benefit.
said, the benefit is, it's a benefit, but it's really income too. Because if you or I went out and bought it, for
Oh.
ourselves, it comes out of what I make a week.
Yes,
I don't just,
yes,
somebody's not handing me the insurance,
right. Oh, it's income. I see what you're saying, yes.
So, I mean, I think the only thing you can do now is just keep going right the way it's been going.
Well, again, it's only 20% of the increase
Right.
versus looking at the plan and what the flat rate plan is and then having us do the 80% of the actual cost of the plan and 20% is by the employee.
Now, let's see, like the 20% though, that goes on top of what they're already paying, right?
Yeah.
Right, so they're already paying some.
Yeah.
So then they're
We're
adding
gonna
that on
add the
top of that.
$14.69
Yeah,
to
but
what we're already paying, and that
Right.
increases it to $82.46.
But if we look at a level field of the price, what is the plan price, the actual plan price
I mean,
per month for a family?
well, it costs the town.
It's not what it costs the town, it's like, what is that plan cost?
It's like $2,500 for a family plan a month.
A month.
Okay, so the 2585. So if you take that number and you do the split on it so that it is 20% and 80%.
As I said, it's $500 a month.
500 for them?
So that'd be $125 a week is what they'd be paying. Which, like I said, even at that, it's still not a bad deal,
No.
You make for $500, you've got insurance. But the whole thing is, the whole insurance really isn't a great gig anyways, because there's a $5,000, $3,000 deductible. I mean, you gotta pay up front before they do anything anyways,
Well,
They're trying to change a lot of that right now, I think, and if they do, it probably would be good,
Well, this,
okay, so my last question is, how much are they paying a week?
Well, that's what I said, right now, it's just gonna go up, to figure out what we're, the increase, for our budget and purpose, we're gonna go, I think, what I suggest, I think we ought to just keep going the way it's been going.
Yeah, but my question is how much are they paying?
$82.46 will be what the new, if it goes the way Melissa's got this laid out. My insurance will cost me $4,287 a year.
Okay, but that's like the 8246 a week.
Yes.
Versus if we did a regular split, normal 80-20 on the base plan, that would be $125 a week. So that's $50 more.
That would cost me $6,500.
So there's a difference of $50 a week or something. Where we're
I mean, like I said,
eating
it's, I mean, no, it's all screwed up in this whole insurance.
No, but if you just do the normal, what's the plan cost, and you do 2080, where are we? And they are paying $83 a week versus $125 a week. We're making up the difference between that if we continue on with the current plan. If not, then the real cost of the 20% will be paid by the employee, and that's just for one plan, that's approximately $50 difference a week. That's $200 a month for one person.
I mean, really, what you should almost do is to get the individuals, cheap as that is, you should almost give him 100% insurance.
Right,
What they're costing.
That's the other thing is.
And like I said, that was a big battle one other time about that whole thing.
Or the other thing is have a discussion about that we just pay for the individual, the employee, and not the entire family. If they want a family plan, they have to pick up that family plan.
well, we've got I think, our backs to the wall right now, as far as time is concerned, right?
Mm-hmm.
So consideration of different plans, different approaches, seem to be pretty much out the window.
Well, I mean, we can discuss it. I mean, I think we should discuss it as being responsible for the budget, and where are we at the budget, are we able to, I know appropriations got shaved a bit, so, where are we in the budget? Does it look like we're increasing taxes significantly if we keep at what we're doing?
Well, I don't know what kind of an effect it would have on taxes if everything every increase has some. But again, Juanetta suggested a few minutes ago, I believe, that we're going to have to take some action on this so that the town could be signed up.
Open enrollment, if there's any changes that the employees want to take, if they decide that this becomes too expensive, open enrollment ends next week.
But they all know what is proposed and what,
Yeah.
and they've all signed on.
Yes. Right now, they're just looking at it and waiting for an answer from the board.
I suspect that my basic feeling on this is that it's a shame that it's as late as it is, that this did come to the board. It's not necessarily anyone else's fault. It may have been our fault. We should have been thinking ahead a little bit more. I would recommend certainly to the new board that they get on it and look at it and have it strongly, firmly in their minds as they go forward. Certainly to the point where if they wanted to, they could go out and get some alternate proposals. For now, I feel as if we're done.
Well, the whole thing is, I mean, isn't there just 2 insurance groups you get to choose from? It's only a couple things we have options on anyways, right? As I say, you can't shop this, really, you know?
Oh, no, to the extent that you want to stay with this particular provider.
Well, that plan, right.
But there are other providers out there. I'm not saying that there's anybody that we want to go running after, but other insurance companies that the town does not have to stay.
Right.
No town has to stay in this.
Well, I think that, for like I said, for right now, I'd leave it just the way it's gone. And let's do it like that, but we're definitely gonna have to start doing things, because like I said, when this all started out, it was 75 grand. It was gonna be affordable insurance, affordable insurance, well, $2 grand a month, 2,500 is not affordable insurance, by no means, for anybody. And I said that, I think we should probably just go with this and get it going. But just like Pete said, meanwhile, we better look at it some other way because I mean, this is just going up every damn year. I mean, if we went up this year, how much altogether? Like 15 grand, 16,000?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was an increase of $1,500 a month
Per person?
per the plan.
The whole thing.
Okay.
She makes out
18 grand.
Yeah.
I mean, that's gone like that every year. So it's gone from from 75,000 up to 100 and some thousand dollars. Then they're doubling.
What's the total budget cost of this? Healthcare? Employee benefits, health insurance town cost.
Yeah.
97,000 was the budget.
Last year.
And actual today is 54,000. We're at 55%. That's a lot of money for how many people?
6.
6
Yeah.
people.
Well, we've got. It's been a lot of money for the town and for the program for so many years. I would entertain a motion to approve the proposed addition to insurance premium as outlined.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Is there discussion on the motion?
I think we should instantly, start making a plan to look at healthcare policies for the upcoming year, for the next year. And not just,
Well, it would be for budgeting 1 year from now.
yeah, but we're in budgeting right now and we're late
Well,
with the health insurance review.
we're not going to do a health insurance review because this is what we're,
No, I understand that,
yeah,
but
okay.
we're behind the 8 ball, you're saying, and we're making
What you're
this-
saying is
So we need
coulda, shoulda.
Unfortunately, because insurance is year to year, January to December, we run a fiscal year of June to July.
Right, but we should be looking at it
Yeah.
starting in June, 6 months in advance.
Okay, I think we have a motion. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Planning Commission amendment, is there any other new business to come before us?
No.
Okay, among correspondence is a Planning Commission amendment to the zoning bylaw. Planning Commission, you probably,
In your correspondence folder in front of you, there's a highlighted copy.
okay. There's been, as I understand it, a fair amount of interest in Newfane for natural burial. And you'll have to talk to somebody else to get exactly what that is. I am not in a position or knowledgeable enough of the whole thing to tell you. The purpose of the amendment is to allow conditional use of natural burial grounds in Newfane's resource districts. Copy of the proposed amendment, bylaw amendment report is enclosed. I haven't read the draft amendment. I see something right off the bat in that statement, those two lines I just read. However,
There's a hearing date.
yeah. There is a hearing Thursday, week from Thursday, December 12th at 6 p.m. in this room. And so anyone with an interest or concern is invited, and even harder than that, ordered, asked to show up.
Can I ask a question?
Surely.
Did they have to have a certain number of signatures from the?
No.
They didn't?
No.
To move ahead on any of this?
No.
It's not required?
They go through a process. If they feel that it's a viable amendment, it's a good amendment, they hold their hearing, send it to us, we hold our hearing, and if we think it's a good thing, it becomes an amendment to the zoning bylaw after 30 days, I think.
So it'd be important for people that did not want this to happen to show up at that next meeting and voice their opinion.
Yeah, people with questions.
Questions
yes.
and comments.
Yes, no question about it. As I suggested, there are two opportunities: select board, second, planning commission, then select board. Same, basically the same thing. Hearing, warning.
I just wondered if the signatures that sort of kind of qualifies a percentage of the population.
the if a significant population of significant percentage of the population came to one of the hearings, or both of the hearings, yelled, screamed, stamped their feet. And the planning commission and the select board said, geez, this doesn't sound like such a good idea.
Yeah.
Go on.
Okay.
Okay, now let's in here the super secret that I did. Same thing. Good. Nothing else in
Just your highlighted sections.
correspondence. It's a good thing I'm colorblind.
December 12th.
Okay. I would say we are up to or down to or over to, unless anyone has anything else they want to bring before us under business, we can move to the business of considering and approving pay orders.
And encourage anybody to come to the meetings.
Nothing, oh, just one other question. Haven't heard anything back about that property across the street? Nothing?
It's in the bank's hands to do what they need to do with it.
But I did see that that roof came down.
Yeah.
So somebody must have gone in there and pulled it down.
Did they pull it down? It just fell down.
And I think somebody went in
Man, I
and pulled
don't
it
even
down.
dare go do that.
It was like the same week that that tape went up, that came down, and that was one of the recommendations when I spoke to her.
So what's the wrap up on that, I guess, is the question.
We'll just have to keep after them.
But they'll end up have to tear it down.
Yeah.
Pretty much unsafe.
Yeah.
Practice for the fire department.
Yeah.
It'd be a good deal.
Yeah, it would be a good deal.
Why don't you guys play with that? We'll play
So
with
we're all
it.
set?
Adjournment.
Thank you, sir.
We walked around Brattleboro to look at the sidewalks to check out wheelchair accessibility. These first photos show some good pieces of sidewalk. I can use sidewalks for a little while, but it is hard to wheel on the sidewalks. You will see why. Hedges and plants and flowers grow into many of the sidewalks. Their branches hit us. The branches can even hit our faces. We need to figure out how to go around the plant growth. This means we have to find a way off of the sidewalk. When we did this evaluation, we walked between 7 and 9 in the morning, because there is less traffic in the morning. We knew we would have to wheel off of the sidewalks and wheel on the roads quite a bit during this evaluation. The wheelchair tips left and right if the sidewalk has a tilt to it. Tilts happen when the sidewalk itself was made at an angle, and happen when we go over plants and earth and other things left on the sidewalk. Sometimes I need to use special systems, so I don't tip over. Not everyone has the systems on their chairs. Some sidewalks are too narrow. If the plants are growing up, not only am I tipping, but my wheels get caught and I can't steer. I have to go on the road. People leave things on the sidewalks. Everything is in the way. Cars parked blocking sidewalks, garbage cans, trash, free stuff and other things. This makes the sidewalks too narrow, and it is hard or impossible to maneuver around the stuff. These sidewalks are very bumpy. I need to slow way down. My wheels also get caught in the cracks and the chair jerks around or gets stuck. Many times the sidewalk abruptly stops. It suddenly ends. We found telephone poles, steps and planted flowers in the middle of the sidewalks, where the sidewalk just ended. When the sidewalks just end, I need to turn around and find another way down off the sidewalk. Sometimes the sidewalk ramp is far away and I need to turn around and go back a long way to get to a ramp again. If the sidewalk isn't wide enough for me to turn, I would need to go in reverse the whole way. When there is no ramp, we have to find a way to get off the sidewalks. We have to turn around if there is enough room, but usually there is not enough room to turn. Then we need to back up to the sidewalk's ramp or until we reach a driveway. If the sidewalks are low enough, some wheelchairs can get off, but unfortunately it's not always possible. Coming up are photos showing very nice ramps in town. Earlier you also saw nice stretches of sidewalk. Some nice stretches of sidewalk don't have ramps though. And some perfect ramps lead to sidewalk that don't have ramps at the other end. All the issues make us go in the road where there are no things in the way. However, wheeling in the roads means we have to watch for cars coming. Cars parked on the side of the road means we need to go into the middle of the road.
I want to point out that the sun shines down its power the wind blow, strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 348th edition of Energy Week. Today is the 5th of December. That's the day that we're recording. We're going to start our news reporting with Wednesday, November 27th, which was the day of our last show, which had to be recorded on Wednesday because obviously Thursday was Thanksgiving. So we're doing eight days this time around, and I want to remind everybody that if you want to support Energy Week, you can go to brattleboro.tv.org. Make a donation there. Near the bottom of the screen is a thing you can click on that says support. Support local broadcasting. That's what it says. Okay. Click on that. You can click on a payment method, which would be PayPal or a credit card, and then below the amount where you put in the amount that you're donating, there's maybe an inch and a half or 2 inches below it on your screen. You'll see a thing that asks for notes, and just say that it's for Energy Week to credit it to this show. I should explain. Forgot. Could you put us both up?
I could try.
Just to say, this is Energy Week with George Harvey and the amazing Tom Fennell in the flesh. Okay.
I'll put you back up.
Every day I get up and I go to the internet early in the morning and find what news I can relating to energy and climate change and a couple of other things like plastics pollution and stuff like that.
Little stuff like that.
Little stuff like that. And read about a what was it, a sperm whale that they found dead with 200 and some odd pounds of plastic.
Plastic, yeah.
We have a problem. We have lots of problems. Anyway, we're starting on November the 20th.
We got a solution, but nobody wants to install it. I mean, you got to be responsible for your own garbage.
That's right. Okay, why don't we, I should tell people where they can get the website.
That would help.
It is geoharvey.com. You can read any of the articles that we're talking about today by going to geoharvey.com. Go to the date. We're starting on November 27th. You can click on the calendar to get to the date. And then when you do that, you've only got 10 or 15 things to look through to find the one.
Some of them are well worth looking up.
Absolutely,
I mean, as I've said on the show before, we could devote a whole show just to one of them sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'll try and call your attention to the better ones. What are we going to do, 21
Tom
of them
reads these better than I do. I spend all my time looking at stupid headlines. I look at about 400 headlines a day.
Well, I bet you do.
Yeah,
I bet you
and then you figure take the number of days from the 2nd of June 2012 to now, multiply the two together, and you'll see the number of headlines I've looked at over the years.
More than my poor brain can contemplate.
Well, it's something around 1 million. Anyway, we are starting with a picture of a race car.
Sports car we're going to put up here.
Yeah, and we have an item from Clean Technica, and again, for the third time, this is November 27th. So what do you have for title, Tom?
Volkswagen Motorsport says Auf Wiedersehen to internal combustion engines. So apparently that racing car you see there is electric.
It is. Volkswagen Motorsport, the arm of the company that coordinates all factory racing programs, says it will no longer use internal combustion engines in factory-sponsored automotive competitions. From now on, if a race car has a VW badge on it, it will be electric. That actually has a VW badge on it in the middle of the front, but it's very, very difficult to see.
See if I can pull it up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not easy to see.
Not easy to see. However, this makes me think about the term Auf Wiedersehen, which means until we see each other again. In some parts of Germany, they say Auf Wiederschauen, which Sehen is I believe cognate was see. Wiedersehen means see again. Wiederschauen means show again, because schauen is...
Okay.
But in some parts of Germany, and relates to this particular image, they don't say auf Wiedersehen or auf Wiederschauen so much as they say auf Wiedergucken. You know, a person will point at something and say, "Guck mal da." And gucken, I've always suspected, is related to or cognate with the English word gawk. So put the picture up.
And they gawk at it.
Put the picture up, Tom.
Up goes the picture. Let's go.
Yeah, gawk at that. Okay.
Well, this is interesting. It's about Volkswagen, and in the article they say Volkswagen's been criticized by saying they're going to put up all sorts of electric cars and doing nothing.
Oh,
and the article says, well, now they're getting on the ball. They got a whole bunch of electric vehicles planned for us.
They wouldn't be abandoning internal combustion engines for race cars and keeping them for passenger vehicles.
I don't think so. Well, it's, as we will touch base on a little bit later on in this show, it's starting to be competitive in every way.
Yes.
So there's a little quick takeaway here.
Okay.
And this is what's going on. Electric racing vehicles are a way to show people that EVs can be fun and powerful. Okay, that can help shape public opinion and drive the EV revolution forward.
Yes.
I got news for you. It's going to be economics.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it will be, as we'll talk about later on in the show.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, our next item is from Renews.
It is from Renews, I guess.
It's from
Renews.
Renews.
Yes, Renews. Siemens Gamesa, 11 megawatt giants lined up for HKZ. Oh, we'll find out what HKZ is. You will tell us. In any case, this is a new large wind turbine.
We actually talked about this turbine last week. They had just introduced this last week. And
GE's got 12, they're at 11.
Yeah, and the thing that I find interesting about this particular thing is they announced this turbine, and then the next day was this particular article. Vattenfall will use Siemens Gamesa newly upgraded 11 megawatt DD193 turbine for the 750 megawatt Hollandse Kust Zuid. I don't know how to pronounce Dutch. But 1 and 2.
One of the things, it's almost translatable to English. Holland means Dutch.
Yeah.
Kust means coast.
Coast, and
Zuid
is
or
south.
Zuid means south.
Yeah.
Like the Zuider Zee.
Yeah. It's the 1 and 2 offshore wind farms off the Dutch coast. Vattenfall said the Hollandse Kust Zuid. I know I'm pronouncing that wrong. I'm sorry.
There's not too many Dutch-speaking people listening.
Not many. I know one or two. Zone is now planned to be fitted with approximately 140 machines.
That's significant.
Oh, yeah. They announced the thing one day and announced their first order for 140 machines the next.
Yeah.
And these things are 11 megawatts. I have no idea how much they cost, but the cost for installing offshore wind now is maybe... I would expect it to be upwards of $1 million per megawatt. So I would think these things might cost $11 million each, and there's 140 of them.
Well,
when
they use bigger turbines, they use fewer of them, so they actually save money.
They save money, yeah. Yeah.
So the upgrade means, as I just said, fewer turbines are needed to generate the same amount of energy, reducing costs.
Right, right. Okay. Our next item, and we have a picture for
this one too.
By the way,
on this website, there's a link to related stories.
Yes.
They're all interesting. There's about 3 or 4 of them there.
I believe it. The next item that we have is from the Japan Times, and there is a picture for this. That picture is the Onagawa nuclear power plant, and that plant is the subject of this article. What do you have for title, Tom?
Nuclear watchdog approves a restart of Onagawa reactor in Miyagi hit by 311 tsunami.
Right. The number 2 unit of the Tohoku Electric Power Company's Onagawa plant in Miyagi Prefecture received the green light after the addition of disaster prevention measures, including a 29-meter tall.
That's almost 100 feet.
It's 95 feet.
Yeah.
$3.1 billion seawall that is nearing completion. And you know what?
They didn't have a big enough seawall to begin with.
They did not.
They did not.
Well, the tsunami that clobbered Fukushima Daiichi.
Well, 35 feet or something like that?
No, well, at the highest point it was listed, but it was 14 meters. So I guess that might be 35.
Yeah, that's close, yeah.
That overwhelmed the seawall at Fukushima Daiichi, which was only 5.7 meters.
Okay.
Okay. This nuclear power plant was closer to the epicenter and also got 14-meter waves, but it had a 14-meter seawall.
Which didn't do a lot of good.
It actually prevented this didn't have the damage of the Fukushima Daiichi.
Yeah.
It did have a fire in a turbine building, but that was all it had out of that earthquake and tsunami. There was one particular engineer who insisted on a 14-meter seawall as a minimum.
Uh-huh.
And he met with a lot of flack on that, but
That never happened.
Yeah, but they did put it in, and it protected the plant. And if they had done that at Fukushima Daiichi, they wouldn't have had the problems.
They would not
they
have
had.
had the problems.
But now they're saying, well, we think 14 meters is not enough, so we're going to spend $3.1 billion on a 29-meter seawall. Well, they've had 37-meter waves on that north coast. A 29-meter seawall could be hit by.
It's not going to help when you got a 35-meter wave.
Could get hit by a wave that would wipe the plant out. Even
Wow.
so $3.1 billion. It's a lot of money, but in the end of the day, with bad luck, it won't be enough. Okay.
Well, I've been getting tired of looking at the picture.
Yeah, I think that's. I was tired of looking at it the moment I saw it. Okay, we're up to Thursday, November 28th, unless you've got more on that.
No, but we got a good article coming up.
Oh, okay. So this
9
is
climate tipping points are now active, warn the
this
scientists.
is from Science Daily.
It's a good article. This one's a good article.
It's a good article, and you know what? If you look online for this information, the 9 tipping points, you will find article after article after article after article. This is important.
Well, I think we got time. It's early in the show. I'll list the 9 tipping points.
Okay.
You got a little bit to say about that.
I do. More than half of the climate tipping points identified a decade ago are now active, leading scientists have warned. 3 of them, collapse of the ice sheets in Greenland, West Antarctica, and East Antarctica, could commit the world to around 10 meters of irreversible climate level rise.
Well, 10 meters is more than 30 feet.
Yeah.
A little bit more than 30 feet.
Yeah.
And the places you mentioned, they're all on land. They're talking about the ice melting on land.
Yes, yes.
Because the ice melting on sea doesn't do much.
Doesn't do,
It's
yeah.
like ice cube in a drink.
All it does is give the Titanic fewer targets.
Well, I'll hit real quickly these 9 active tipping points, okay?
Please do.
First one is Arctic sea ice. Second one is Greenland ice sheet. That's on land that I mentioned. And that's one of these. Next one is boreal forests in the north.
Right.
Okay. Next one is permafrost, and we've mentioned
We've
that
talked
one.
a lot about permafrost.
Next one is Atlantic I can't even say it.
Meridian.
Something or other overturning circulating.
Yes, that's
it's
right.
basically the Gulf Stream.
It's the Gulf Stream, and everywhere the Gulf
and where
Stream
it comes
feeds
back.
into, and it's a huge thing that loops around the world.
Now the next one is a biggie, Amazon rainforest.
Yes.
Okay. The next one is warm water corals, which we've discussed.
We have.
They're in trouble.
Yep.
And the next 2 are important here: the West Antarctica ice sheet, okay, and parts of East Antarctica. Again,
Right.
these are on land.
And what's happening is these tipping points are becoming active, which means they're called tipping points because once you go over them, you can't go
You
back.
can't go back.
At least not easily. And
Well, they do say something here. These events are more likely and more interconnected than previously thought.
Yes.
Okay, leading to a domino effect.
Right.
Exiting the fossil fuel economy is unlikely before 2050, but it is likely the Earth will cross the 1.5 degrees centigrade threshold by 2040. Something's wrong with that picture.
I've seen estimates that it would cross 1.5 degrees by 2030.
If tipping cascades can occur, which apparently they can, and if global tipping cannot be ruled out, then this is, and this is the scary part, an existential threat to civilization.
To civilization.
We got to do something.
I have been seeing more and more references to the idea that our civilization could be in the first stages of collapse.
There's people writing about that daily.
All the time. Okay, should we go on?
Yeah, we got an interesting one here.
And this is there's a picture here. This is funny from CNN. This is actually kind of exciting. This is an example of what I mean when I say we've got to develop new technologies. This is a really simple technology.
Well,
it's also very complicated. But go ahead.
It says how old cell phones are spying on illegal loggers. And this guy that's in the picture is grabbing these old cell phones, putting them together, and hanging them up in a forest and trees.
Yeah.
Which hear the sound of loggers and stuff like that, and call attention to the fact that somebody's doing something in the forest that they shouldn't be.
If they can hear a logger, they will turn on.
Yeah.
They will call. This is ET calling home. You know, they will call in and say, we've got a problem here.
Yeah.
And, identify themselves. So they've got little batteries so they can stay on all the time. They've got, that picture shows a guy carrying what looks like a almost flower-shaped set of,
yes,
of
there's
solar
about
arrays.
5 or 6 of them in a starburst.
Yeah, and that's what they are. They're little teeny solar arrays that are collecting sunlight to support these things, and he puts them up in the trees, and of course, how in the world are you going to spot these things? Some of them are like a couple 100 feet up. The loggers,
a tree.
It's a tree. They don't know. And
by the way, there's a picture of this guy putting these phones together.
Yes.
Boy, does he work fast.
Yes, it's a picture after picture after, each one taken a few seconds apart. Okay, that was from CNN.
Did you finish reading about it?
I did, I think.
Yep. They automatically alert rangers when they hear loggers.
Okay, let me read through this again because I don't think I did actually. Through his nonprofit Rainforest Connection, Topher White puts old Android is an operating system, by the way, cell phones in recycled plastic boxes fitted with extra microphones, battery packs, and solar panels. The devices fastened to trees high up in the canopy automatically alert rangers when they hear loggers. These things had only been in for 48 hours when the first ranger got called.
When they got called, yeah, they caught the guys too.
Yeah. Okay,
they're recording the sounds, as you said, 24 hours a day.
Yep.
And they call home.
Yeah.
They send alerts, and right now, they've got these things installed in Indonesia,
yep,
Peru, Cameroon, Argentina, and Brazil.
This guy gets around.
He does. He does. As illegal logging relies on being able to operate undercover, organizations are reluctant to return to areas they know are under surveillance.
Yes.
So they put these things up there, and they don't even, they're a deterrent.
Yeah, they're a deterrent.
And I'm sure these guys know how to spot them already.
They're so far up in the canopy, they're so small, they have to be above the leaves so that they can collect the sunlight. They might be really hard to spot.
Might be hard to see.
Okay.
We got another interesting one coming up here.
Yep. And by the way, you know what this reminds me of? Many, many years ago, I heard about a woman who had her walnut tree, I think it was a walnut tree, was stolen.
Yeah.
And this thing had a, big
Where was this,
trunk.
here?
I think it was in California.
Okay.
And she heard in the middle of the night, all of a sudden, two things. One was a chainsaw, but the other one, which she heard before that, was a helicopter. And the helicopter came in. A group of guys put a cable around the tree. The guys on the ground cut it with a chainsaw, and it was
just
gone.
carried it away.
Before the police could get there, the tree was gone.
Wow.
So, I don't know. They figured that the tree was worth a lot of money. Okay, we're up to
We
Friday,
got a
November
picture coming up here.
29th.
Let's start
And
with
we
the
have a picture of Ellen.
which
There's
is not
Ellen.
named after a girl.
No, actually, I was surprised to see that.
It means sun ray.
Yeah.
In whatever language, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, Ellen, the world's largest electric ferry, has a battery equivalent to 50 Tesla Model S batteries. This is a good application for electric.
It absolutely
because
is.
they charge on either end, you know.
Right.
Well, Ellen, as I said, means sun ray, and I'll let you finish talking about it.
Okay. The 750-ton Ellen is the most powerful 100% electric ferry in the world. She can carry 30 vehicles and 250 passengers. She can charge at up to 4.4 megawatts. So this is a, you know, this is a charger that would fry a Tesla.
I would think.
The battery size is 4.3 megawatt hours, which is equivalent to about 50 Tesla Model S batteries. And that means that she should be able to charge completely from really low levels to in under an hour.
It looks like they can do it in about an hour.
Yeah.
From reading the article, it looks like they only do it about once a day.
Yeah.
They recharge it. In any case, it's in Denmark.
Yes.
It's connecting two islands that are 5 miles apart. And it does it 5 times a day, so it's going back and forth all day.
Yeah.
There's a couple of videos on there that are interesting.
Yes, it is an interesting article.
So the
And
recharging
there were-
energy for this thing comes from wind turbines.
Yeah. Okay, our next item is from KUNM.
Utility to close coal-fired plant. Duh.
New Mexico's largest electric provider says continued operation of a coal-fired power plant using carbon capture technology would not be in the best interest of consumers. Public Service Company of New Mexico made the declaration in testimony on the San Juan generating station's pending closure.
Well, they looked into this pretty closely, and they came to the conclusion that carbon capture technology would cost a little bit less than an all-renewables plan, but the overall savings would be less under this option.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so it's a little bit less upfront, a little bit more upfront cost, but more
Well,
long-term savings.
What they would be doing is they would be paying a little bit less to upgrade an existing old coal-burning power plant.
Exactly.
And, you know, this is like...
It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's like getting a...
Fixing an old car up.
Yeah, you know, I want to put a $5,000 paint job in my 1978 whatever, and you know, it's just not worth it. Okay.
Well, we got an interesting picture coming up here.
We do
Let's see if
indeed.
I can find that.
There it is. This is a
There it
picture
is.
of 4 people, and I only recognize one of these people. That is the woman in the middle, who is Nicola. What is her last name?
I don't have their names.
They didn't put the names in the. They put the names in the article of some of them, not her. She is the Prime Minister of Scotland.
Okay.
And
so the one on the left
the
is
one on
Boris Johnson.
Well, yeah, right. The thing on the left is an ice sculpture that has a picture of a map on it, and that is pretending to be Boris Johnson, who was invited to this TV debate and didn't show up.
Well, Boris Johnson replaced by ice sculpture after dodging election debate on the climate crisis.
This is from CNN. Boris Johnson was criticized by party leaders and represented by a dripping ice sculpture after refusing to appear on a televised election debate focusing on climate change. His Conservative Party offered a replacement, but Channel 4 refused it. And the replacement, you know, Channel 4's position was, we're putting the heads of parties up here, not the second person in the party, just because Boris Johnson doesn't want to show up. And there were 2 different people who didn't show up. There was another one of these ice sculptures on the other side.
More minor guy.
Well, one of them was, is her name Sturgeon? One of them also was the head of Plaid Cymru, which is the Welsh party. The head of the Prime Minister of Scotland. There was Labour. I forget what and there's a I don't know. I get confused. Sorry. Any more?
I think that's about it. I mean, I could go on reading, but you've said it all.
Okay, Saturday.
Let's move on here.
Saturday, November 30th, we've got an item from the BBC.
We do that. Let's see.
This is significant.
Mercedes-Benz owner Daimler to cut 10,000 jobs worldwide. Wow.
I didn't like this title because I thought it misstated the number of, is misleading with the number of jobs. German carmaker Daimler, which owns Mercedes-Benz, said it will shed at least 10,000 jobs worldwide. That also bothers me, as it seeks to fund the switch to electric cars. The move comes days after rival Audi said it would cut 9,500 of its 61,000 jobs in Germany for similar reasons. Actually, they didn't say anything about 10,000. They said we're going to cut jobs, and it is going to be a 5-digit figure, which means at least 10,000, but it could be 99,000, you know.
Yeah, I hear you.
So I'm looking at this and I'm saying this might be giving an impression that it's going to be near 10,000 when it could
be more than that.
Could be a lot more than that.
Well, it's going to cost them money.
Yeah, it is.
To do this transition. So, you know, they're trying to figure out where they're going to get that money. Well, a quick takeaway, German car makers have been slow to adapt to the new technological trends, including self-driving cars
and
electric vehicles.
Yes.
So this development towards CO2 neutral mobility requires large investments. That's what this article is all about.
Right. Okay, we've got an item now from the Indianapolis
we
Star.
got a picture coming up
and that's
here.
a picture of Guidon Design's office.
So that's not a telephone booth?
No, it's not a telephone booth. In fact, if you look really carefully through the window, you can see chairs in there.
Yeah, you can see there's a conference room on the right.
Yep.
And a beginning of a regular office on the left.
So what do you got for title?
Yeah, this is interesting. Indianapolis building gets the highest green building certification possible.
Indiana often falls behind in sustainable construction, but a new Indianapolis building just completed a $2.6 million effort toward certification as a top-tier green office space with LEED V4 Platinum certification. It is Guidon Design's redesign of an existing building.
Well, Guidon is like an architect.
Right.
And this is their
This is their
going to be their own headquarters. So they did a good job.
Yeah.
LEED certification requires achievements in a number of categories.
Right.
Okay, including water efficiency, who'd have thunk, and use of sustainable or recycled materials.
In this particular case, they've got a recycled building, which I think probably helped them a lot.
Solar panels, large windows, good insulation. And it's the first in the state of Indiana to reach this certification.
It was previously an FBI office building.
Yeah, and it's been vacant for a long time.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I guess that was in the article and I missed it. Anyway, we are up to Sunday, December 1st, and we have an item from Econo Times.
The 5 corrupt pillars of climate change denial.
Yeah. The fossil fuel industry has spent the past 30 years sowing doubt about the reality of climate change where none exists. That is to say, they are trying to get people to believe that it isn't happening when there are no scientists who doubt it.
Or at least sow doubt among the public.
They want to sow doubt among the public. The scientists vote, but there aren't enough of them to vote over everybody else. The latest estimate is that the world's 5 largest publicly owned gas and oil companies spent about $200 million a year on lobbying to undermine binding climate policy.
See that one again. $200 million bucks.
$200 million a year.
Just to convince people.
On lobbying.
Yeah.
This isn't online advertising. This isn't newspaper ads. This is paying people to go before people in Congress and in the state governments and say, we want you to know that our company, which is dependent on oil, selling oil, believes that climate change doesn't exist, and we make big contributions to
They're spending a lot of money, but according to recent polls, it isn't working.
Yeah, well, it is working because
75% of Americans think humans are causing climate change.
Yeah, but they've got to get that information down on paper in a polling
somebody
booth.
does something about it.
Yeah.
Well, there's 5 different types of denial, and I guess we got enough time to mention them. I'll
We
read
can
them
try.
real quick. First one is science denial.
Yeah.
Okay, the science of climate change is not settled. And that's the one that we're working on. That's casting doubt.
That is just such rubbish. You can see it in the wild. Ordinary people can see it.
Oh, yeah. Well, the second one, that if that first one doesn't work, they tell you economic denial. Climate change is too expensive to
It's
fix.
such rubbish. It's incredible. We will save so much money by dealing with it. Go ahead.
And the third one is climate change is good for us. It makes farming more productive.
It's
Well, that's true, but
no, it's
not the whole truth.
Farms burning down in California and getting
Yeah.
flooded out in the
Yeah.
Midwest does not help farmers.
Well, there's political denial. We cannot take action because other countries are not taking action.
Yes.
Well, that's a slick one.
Yeah, well,
And 5 is crisis denial. We shouldn't rush into changing things. Climate change is not as bad as scientists make out.
You know what's going to happen, Tom? I think that we're going to declare war on climate change. I honestly believe that this is going to be necessary. It's going to be a formal declaration of war by the Congress of the United States early in 2021, maybe,
It might take something like that.
and that would give the federal government the authority to do some of the things that it did in 1941, or 42 actually. On the 1st of January 1942, the federal government went to the automotive industry and said, you're not allowed
Stop making cars.
Stop selling cars. They couldn't even sell the cars that were on the dealers' lots.
Couldn't even sell them, huh? Wow.
Not to ordinary people. They could sell them to the government, but not to ordinary people.
And instead of making cars, they were making tanks.
Yeah, and Guide Lamp Division of General Motors was making pistols. You know, I mean, this is what they were doing. They rationed gasoline. You could get 3 to 4 gallons a week if you could certify 2 things. First, that you needed a car, and second, that your family had no more than 5 tires.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
And
Never heard that one before.
No, that was one of the things. And then they put rations, coupons out for all kind, just everything you could possibly imagine. Coal was rationed, cordwood was rationed.
Wow.
You know, you could cut your own, but
Yeah, but you couldn't buy it and sell it, huh?
no.
This is interesting.
And you know, we may have to, if the longer we put this off, and we've been putting it off for decades now, the worse it's going to be. And you know, that thing that we were talking about, the
Ain't gonna
tipping
get better
points,
by
tipping
itself.
points. 5 years ago, I was seeing people say, if we stop putting out carbon dioxide now, 100%, right now, climate change would continue for at least 25 years. Now they're saying not 25 years, a couple of 100 years.
Wow.
So we're getting into trouble, and we've got people who are just saying, it's
Well,
okay.
We've got a picture coming up that
We do.
illustrates this.
Yes, how about this?
I'm gonna
Put
get
it up.
There we go.
There
By
we
Jove.
go. Yes, indeed.
That's pretty, isn't it?
Yeah. Pollution. This is from CNN.
It's a good article. In a fight against climate change, no one can stand in the sidelines. That's wisdom.
This name is hard to pronounce. It looks easy, but it's hard. Kristalina Georgieva. And I've probably got that.
That's pretty good.
Sorry about that.
I'll give you at least 90% for
Okay. Managing Director of International Monetary Fund, this is the IMF that we're talking about, said, we can avoid this bleak future, and we know what we have to do. Reduce emissions, offset what cannot be reduced, and adapt to new climate realities. No individual or institution can stand on the sidelines. This is the director, the managing director of the
IMF.
International Monetary Fund. People are
Quick
starting.
takeaway here.
Yeah.
Young people will be the ones either to enjoy the fruits or bear the burdens resulting from actions taken today.
Yeah, by people who are going to be dead when they start to suffer.
Our efforts continue to move forward, but the pace is too slow.
Absolutely. Okay. You know, I'm 73 years old, and when I make a list of the various health problems I've got, I say, how in the world can I get out of bed in the morning? But the fact is, I'm fighting this fight because I want people 20, 30, 40, 50, 80 years from now to be able to live in a comfortable world.
That'd be nice.
Wouldn't it? Okay, we're up to Monday, December 2nd, and we've got, this was a funny one. What do you got there, Tom?
We got one from the BBC here.
We do indeed, but I have to explain how it came from the BBC.
All right. Climate change. COP25 talks open as point of no return is in sight.
Political leaders and climate diplomats are meeting in Madrid for 2 weeks of talks amid a growing sense of crisis. Speaking ahead of the meeting, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said, quote, "The point of no return is no longer over the horizon," end quote. I got this and I put it up. You know, Tom went to a special blog that we have for producing this show, and he sent me a message saying that link is no good. And so he suggested a different place for it, but I wanted to find out why the link was no good, because it clearly went to the article I wanted, and I couldn't work it. So I started looking around. I finally figured out what had happened was apparently the BBC had killed the original article, used the link to point to an existing article that was a slightly different subject, but the original article was still online.
Yes, because I found it.
Yeah, and well, what I found was the BBC article, which was actually credited to the BBC, but it was in a thing called Albanian Daily News. And
I think that's the link I sent you.
Actually, I don't remember, but it may have been. But you know, sometimes Tom has bigger problems than I do. But sometimes we have to jump through hoops to get articles it's like you put up a link and you nail it down.
And somebody on the other side screws it up.
You know, and so if you go to my website and you don't go to the article that was posted, don't
search by the title.
Don't be terribly surprised.
No.
And the older the article is, the more likely it is to be unavailable.
Well,
okay.
we're moving along here. We got another picture coming up.
This is from CNN.
Picture.
That's an interesting picture. That's Havana.
That's downtown Havana, and if you look at that in the background, that's not a cloud.
No,
that's the ocean
wave
banging against the seawall.
I used to live in Plymouth, Massachusetts, and the place where I worked had a seawall, and there was a road running along the seawall, and the seawall was made up of blocks of granite that were like probably 1.5 feet thick and 2.5 feet wide and 5 feet long. These things were heavy, and the ocean waves hitting this thing from Plymouth Bay, which is protected. You know, I mean, this is low waves compared to what Havana would get, and the waves were hitting so hard that they blew the mortar out from between a couple of these stones, and they would go through a channel that they had opened up. Well, by morning, some of those stones, and I just gave you dimensions I'm guessing at, 1.5 feet by 2.5 by 5 feet, made of granite. They had washed out.
No kidding.
They were like 50, 80 feet down the beach.
Wow.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is from CNN. Did you read the
I didn't.
Okay, please do.
This is from CNN.
Yes.
Climate crisis forcing 20 million people a year from their homes, according to Oxfam.
Climate-fueled disasters have forced about 20 million people per year to leave their homes in the last decade, according to a new report from Oxfam. This makes climate the biggest driver of international displacement for the 10-year period. It's worse than wars and so forth. Well,
there's an interesting video here.
Yeah.
There's about 1.5 minutes. How climate change is changing lives. It's worth looking at.
Yes.
And there's a lot of pictures of this. This is a good article. Good source.
And some of the things that were resulting from climate change that were driving people from their homes were kind of surprising to me.
Uh-huh.
You know, it's really worth looking at.
Well, again from the article, people are 7 times more likely to be internally displaced by floods, cyclones, and wildfires than volcanic eruptions and earthquakes.
Yes.
So that's man-made stuff. Really.
Yeah, this is stuff that is
3 times more likely than by conflict.
Yeah.
Okay, low-income nations such as India are 4 times more likely to be affected than high-income countries like Spain and the United States.
I don't think of Spain as a high-income country.
Well, compared to India.
I guess it is, yeah. Okay.
Well, we'll come back to home here.
With an item from the Denver Post.
Colorado rethinks dam safety as climate change heightens the risk for the state's 27 unsatisfactory structures. What does that mean?
I'll see if I can make sense out of it. A climate-driven shift toward extreme storms has compelled Colorado officials to rethink the safety of hundreds of dams across the state that hold water and mine waste. Now that's an interesting.
That's scary, mine waste.
Yeah, absolutely. Huh? Included are 27 high-hazard dams already listed as deficient. What they're worried about, of course, is you have all kinds of rain come down all at once, maybe on top of snow that's piled up much deeper than it should be, and these dams are all of a sudden overwhelmed by large amounts of water.
And there's sometimes nasty stuff behind the dam.
Yeah, but it's nasty when a dam breaks.
Yeah,
and some
absolutely.
of these dams are, you know, upriver from
where people live.
Where people live, you know.
Well,
so okay.
Let's move along.
Okay, we're up to Tuesday, December 3rd. And we have a picture of a wind farm in Spain and an article from Renew Economy.
Iberdrola to replace the last Spanish coal plants with subsidy-free wind and solar.
Interesting.
That's interesting. That's good.
Spanish electric utility Iberdrola says it will replace its last 2 Spanish coal-fired power plants with 550 megawatts of subsidy-free wind and solar power. This new capacity brings Iberdrola's scheduled new clean energy capacity up to 2,500 megawatts in 2022. It's planning on 10,000 megawatts by 2030.
I was wondering a little bit about this Iberdrola.
Yeah.
Well, the article describes them as a utility. What it doesn't say is they operate in several European countries. Not
and the United States.
And in the United States. And the article says they're moving into Australia.
Yeah.
And they got plans in Australia for 650 megawatts of wind and solar projects just in South Australia.
Yeah.
So they're going into it. They're not screwing around in Australia. They're going.
No, they're not. Time. Okay, our next item is from CNN.
It is that.
And I find it kind of scary to tell you the truth.
Russia switches on gas mega pipeline to China. Ooh, as Putin touts closer ties.
Russia started putting natural gas through an enormous pipeline to China worth billions of dollars, affirming increasingly close economic and political ties between the two countries.
They showed a picture of this pipeline, the interior of the pipeline.
Yeah.
There's a railroad track inside.
Yes.
It's huge.
The Power of Siberia. Power of Siberia is the name of the pipeline. The Power of Siberia pipeline is more than 8,100 kilometers long. That's 5,000 miles.
There's a 1-minute pipeline video, by the way.
Yeah. Yep.
It will deliver 38 billion cubic meters of natural gas. That means nothing to me.
It means nothing to me either.
Which has already started. It will represent nearly 10%. Well, now this is starting to. This means something. This will represent nearly 10% of China's entire gas supply.
You know, why isn't China importing liquefied natural gas from the United States?
They are.
Not
in huge
not
quantities.
in this kind of quantities.
No, well,
they would be much more interested.
Go by ship.
They would be much more interested in regarding Russia as a potential enemy if they had the United States as a friend. And this trade war that we've got running against China, I think is probably the most foolish thing I've ever heard of a president doing.
I don't know what's going on there. I really don't.
Well, anyway. Okay, our next item is from Governing, still Tuesday, December 3rd.
Maine wants to store, not waste, excess renewable energy. Well, that makes sense.
It sure does. The transmission lines connecting Maine's far-flung renewable generators to the regional electric grid sometimes are too weak to carry all their power, and so the generators sometimes have to be curtailed.
That happens in Vermont, too.
Oh, yeah, it happens all over. One power-to-gas substation would save the state 75,000 megawatt hours per year.
Well, what the article says, it makes sense, up upgrading the transmission system is very expensive.
Yes.
It would be better to soak up wasted energy potential, not just for a few hours, in huge batteries.
Yeah.
For days or even months.
Yeah.
Which does make sense, and we're seeing that.
Yep.
Surplus renewable energy can be used to create hydrogen, which could then be injected into the existing gas pipeline system.
Right.
Just as a method of storage.
Yes.
Okay? By raising and lowering pressure on the system, the pipeline operators can make room for the gas.
Yes.
And keep it ready till demand is high.
And the hydrogen will burn just like natural gas.
Hydrogen burns very well,
It
yes.
burns very nicely. Okay, we're up to Wednesday, December 4th.
Yeah, we got a picture coming
We have a
up
picture
here.
of batteries, a very unexciting picture of batteries. From Down to Earth magazine.
I'm trying to get, there we go.
There you go.
Well, they're not talking about that kind of batteries. in this
Well,
particular
actually, you know, the big batteries that they're talking about are made
Bunch
up
of
of
small
these
batteries.
things. That's what they've got in
Yeah,
them.
they got millions of those things inside.
Yeah.
Well, battery prices are falling sharply, says report.
This, I thought, was astonishing. Battery prices are falling sharply and will continue to fall, according to a report by Bloomberg NEF. The paper shows prices declining sharply between 2010 and 2019. In 2010, battery prices were above $1,100 per kilowatt hour, but they decreased to $156 per kilowatt hour in 2019. This is a decline of 87%. And the paper says these battery prices are going to continue to fall.
That's exactly what they're saying. There's a 1-minute video here on batteries, which is
Yeah.
interesting. And what they're they're going to say, just what you said, prices will fall further to reach $100 per kilowatt hour in 2023
Right.
and $61 per kilowatt hour by 2030.
Yeah.
And at $100, they reach parity with an internal combustion engine.
Which means at $100 in their...
That's purchasing parity. That's not operating parity.
Yeah.
They're cheaper to operate, obviously.
Yeah.
So factory costs are falling due to improvements in manufacturing equipment and increased energy density. So they're getting better batteries.
They're getting better batteries, and basically this is the technology curve again.
Well, I think I've said this on a show before. I don't remember in college studying batteries.
Batteries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You had one in your car. You had one in your flashlight.
I do remember in college talking about batteries and the role of batteries in the future. Now, this is like 1968.
Mm-hmm.
There was a fellow I went to school with who was extremely bright. I mean, about that time, he talked about the future of computers, and he had it laid out right up until after Windows was introduced. The sales of computers, the cost of computers, the power of computers, the whole thing. He knew what it was. Well, in terms of batteries, he said, we're not going to do this switch to what it is in the future with lead acid batteries that are used in cars. We've got to.
It's got to be a different.
It's got to be a different kind of battery. And I want to point this out. I do this every time we talk about battery costs. When you hear about $156 per kilowatt hour,
Mm-hmm.
people will hear that and they'll say, wait a minute, I buy electricity for 16 cents per kilowatt hour.
It's the same denomination, but it's a very different thing.
It is. It's it's like the difference between the cost of water and the cost of the carboy or the bottle to store the water.
Yeah, that's the way of looking at it.
If you go out and buy a 5-gallon carboy, it might cost you $25 to
Costs
store.
you more than 5 gallons of water.
Huh? It costs you more than $5 of water. That's right. Okay, more on that, or should we go on to our next
I think
one?
we'll move on.
Okay, ETEnergyWorld.com has brought us this one.
Industries can cut power costs by 60% using renewable energy, according to the World Wildlife Fund.
In addition to cutting carbon emissions, Indian commercial and industrial consumers can cut their electricity bills in a range between 30 and 60% by replacing grid power supply with renewable energy, according to a report from the World Wildlife Fund, India.
Well, it says that commercial and industrial accounts for 50% of the total energy consumption, but only 3% of the total renewable consumption.
And
so something's going on there.
What they're saying is that if these companies would switch to renewable energy, they can save a lot of money.
I think that's what they're saying.
And, you know, when you consider the situation in India, where I forget what the number of people dying every day there is from air pollution, but it's a lot of people. It seems to me that it might be 20 people a day. I don't know. It's a lot of people.
Well,
20
I can
people?
remember being
No.
in Bombay and it stunk.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And 20 people a day? No, how did I get that? It's thousands and thousands and thousands of people a year. But it's a lot of people, and people are getting sick. Again, this is air pollution causing sickness, and they're dealing with climate change. And if these companies are going to buy electricity, produce their own electricity, it will save them a lot of money. And
bingo.
You know, there are companies in India that are already doing that. Coal mining companies are buying renewable energy, believe it or not.
I'm thinking we're going to talk about that, or one of the articles that we read says exactly that.
Yeah.
Well, let's move along here. We got Greta coming up.
We have Greta.
Wondering what happened to her. Well, we got to get a
Well,
picture
we
of
know
her.
now. We have a
Gotta get
picture.
of
There is Greta.
up there we go.
On a boat, no doubt.
Well, she just sailed back from
back.
South America to Lisbon.
From North America, I think.
Was she in North America?
Yeah,
she never went
got
to
South America.
Yeah.
She was going to go to Chile, and they
canceled that.
canceled the climate crisis conference because of riots that were going on that had nothing to do with the climate crisis or the conference. But they said we can't have 25,000 people from all around the world in Santiago if this is going to happen. So they canceled it, and then Madrid said, well, we will host it here.
Yeah.
And
well, there's Greta, and she's all
decked out on a boat
for a sailboat trip, I guess.
Yeah, I think she's a probably pretty experienced sailor by now.
By now she is, yeah. She's gone both ways across the Atlantic now.
I wonder how many people have done that. Not many people have done that.
I haven't done it yet.
Yeah.
Well, Greta Thunberg arrives in Lisbon for the COP25 after sailing across the Atlantic.
Greta Thunberg arrived in Lisbon after nearly 3 weeks at sea before giving a press conference at the port alongside youth activists and crew members. About 25,000 people from 200 countries are expected to attend the COP25 climate change crisis in Lisbon. Now, she landed in Madrid, I'm sorry. She landed in Lisbon. She's going to take a train to Madrid, I would guess. Either that or an electric car. She doesn't like to travel by anything that uses fossil fuels.
Fossil fuel, right.
But, you know, the description of this trip across the Atlantic made it sound a little rough.
Well, it can be. It can be.
Which is why the Pacific is called the Pacific, because the Atlantic is rough, and the first people to see the Pacific saw that it was not as rough.
Well, there's an interesting video on this site.
Yeah.
It shows London.
Yes.
And it shows what could happen to London, the city of London, if the sea level rises.
Yes.
And inside of 50 years, there is no London.
Unless they can build a barrier.
Well, they're doing that. As a matter of fact, they already have a barrier.
They have a barrier, but it won't be sufficient.
It's not enough.
They
got to build a second one.
This is crazy because they spent billions of dollars on that first barrier.
Yeah, they did.
London has sea gates. I don't think they call them sea gates, but they're things that revolve. They're dams.
They're movable.
Movable dams. And
they can raise them and lower them.
Right, and when they want ships to be able to come in and out, they lower them, and the ships can go in and out. When the sea is going to be high, they raise these things.
They won't let the ships in and out.
And then no ships go in and out unless they can fly. And they built that not very many years ago. I think that
not too many years
actually
ago at all.
we covered the opening of that thing on this show.
Did we really?
I think so.
It's that recent, and
means
they're obsolete already.
Well, they're
obsolescent,
becoming obsolete, and they have to replace these things with a new set. So we've got a lot of money going into saving London, and of course, if downtown London was lost, we'd be talking about
this is the last item on the list.
Huge costs. It is the last item on the list.
Well, I got a quick takeaway.
Okay.
When a nation signed the Paris Agreement back in 2015,
Yeah.
which wasn't very long ago, they agreed that global emissions of greenhouse gases must peak in 2020 and then start coming down, or the world will face disastrous and irreversible damage.
Yeah.
That hasn't changed.
No, it actually, I think we could talk about this. The situation today is very different from what it was in 2015.
Even though it's only a few years.
Even though it was only a few years. In 2015, we had this show going, and I had my blog, and I was writing for Green Energy Times, and all of which I'm still doing. And when people ask me, are we going to be able to stop climate change, I always said yes. We have all of the technology we need to stop climate change. Today, I'm saying, we're going to have to develop new technology to stop climate change. And the reason for this is because we waited too long. Now, it might not have been true that we had all the technology we needed in 2015, but we have to develop new technology. And
the people who own the fossil fuels have a lot of money invested
they have a
in
lot of
fossil
money.
fuels. They're scared of, what do they call, stranded assets.
Stranded assets.
And they're spending, as we've already covered in this show, a lot of money to convince us to doubt climate change.
That's right. And more, there was an article today in which somebody looked at a common complaint of climate deniers that say, well, the computer models weren't correct. You know, you did these computer models and things didn't happen the way you said. And somebody actually decided they would go out and do a meta-study of computer models that have been reported and see how close to correct they were. And they found the overwhelming majority of them were correct.
They were, huh?
And what was happening was, in the absence of knowledge otherwise, doubt was sowed. And so that, you know, I had friends who were saying, well, the computer models don't work. Why did they say that? These were people who should have known better. They said it because they were told that. Yeah. And they were told that because some reporter was paid to write that. And he didn't.
Money talks.
Money talks, absolutely. That's what it was. And now, you know, what do I mean by technology? I had a conversation yesterday with a guy. We were talking about geoengineering. And, you know, he said, well, we can't afford XYZ type of geoengineering. Geoengineering is attacked because it includes the idea of blowing sulfur oxides into the air to obscure the sunlight and reflect it back.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm very much against that. That's a recipe for disaster, I think. Certainly it'll dissolve any marble you have on your property. But geoengineering also includes like building stands of mangroves along the coast so that as a barrier to climate change, and that's geoengineering.
We talked about that.
And salt-tolerant grasses and salt-tolerant trees. You can build forests in areas that don't have forests because they need salt-tolerant plants. Well, the world has salt-tolerant plants. We can put them in, and that would be geoengineering. And it has, you know, there have been people who have said we should restore the Sahara Desert to what it was 10,000 years ago, when it was covered with grass and trees and.
It was green at one time.
Yeah, it was a savanna.
As I think I mentioned on the show, the 1,000-year-old man used to talk about the Sahara forest.
Okay, I don't remember that one. What is that?
It was a radio character.
Oh, okay, all right. The Sahara forest.
1,000-year-old man. Yeah.
Yeah. You did mention that recently.
You mean Sahara Desert used to be forest.
Well, we're approaching the end of our show.
I think we are.
I think what I should do is put up the last screen that says, have a perfectly lovely week. And so goodbye from Tom and me, and we hope to have you back for our show next time.
evening and welcome to the Tuesday, December 10th, 2019 Select Board meeting. This is a special meeting of the Brattleboro Select Board and contains only budget items on the agenda. Has this meeting been properly warned, Jan?
Yes, it has.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear so. At this time, I would ask the town manager if he has comments.
Thank you. Yes, just a quick update regarding the compliance work that we're doing at 4850 Central Street and 6 Reynolds Drive in follow-up to the health order that you adopted 2 weeks ago now. So last Thursday, December 5th, there was a re-inspection. There was not much progress found there. You'll recall that the week prior, the most urgently needed violations had been cured in terms of things like smoke alarms and so on. But there was a lot more work to be done, both to the electrical system and for other safety matters, to remove a lot of material that is considered fuel for fires that poses a risk. Most of those violations that had been cited previously have not been cured. The owner was on site along with inspectors from both the state and the town, and the owner was reminded of the importance of getting this work done and getting it done promptly. A re-inspection was scheduled for this Thursday, December 12th. The inspectors will go back, take another look. In the meantime, based on the lack of progress, because we didn't see, you'll recall that the law requires us to be patient as long as steady progress is being made. But when steady progress isn't being made, there are escalating penalties that the town can impose. Because progress was not being made in curing these violations, daily fines have been put in place, and the number of violations is so great that it's actually the maximum allowable daily fine of $800 a day per address. So there's $1,600 a day worth of fines being imposed. Those are accumulating. And the next step, if the inspection this Thursday doesn't show that very substantial progress has been made, will be to file for an injunction from the court to have a court order that would compel that the corrective action be taken by a certain date. So that inspection will definitely occur on Thursday. We'll let you know what comes of that and whether or not additional action and going to court for the injunction is necessary.
Thank you, Peter. Can you, for this board's benefit and also for the public's benefit, remind us of what's happening with the tenants of these locations during this time?
Absolutely. So they are still on premises because of the fact that the most urgently needed repairs, the most imminent threats to public safety have been addressed. The longer term threats to public safety have not. So for instance, if the questionable electrical service and or the material that's in these dwellings that could cause, that could fuel a fire. If there was a fire at these locations, the fact that there are working smoke detectors in the locations where they're required to be caused the state fire inspector to say, while there's still a risk of fire that is greater than what is allowed under the law, the threat that such a fire would pose to human life is substantially reduced by the fact that there are warning devices in place. And so in that balancing act that goes on with this kind of a compliance matter, rather than displacing all of the folks who are living there, who are not at fault for the circumstances that they're in those dwellings, rather than displacing them, they're being allowed to stay in place while the corrective action is taken. But the corrective action needs to be taken. There may come a time when it's necessary to readdress the question of assisting those individuals and families in relocating as part of enforcing the requirement that these violations be corrected.
Thank you. Are there members of the board that have questions or comments on the update that Peter has given us on these properties and the situation?
No, thank you.
No, thank you. I kind of do. I don't know if it'll be appropriate for you to answer the question, but I'll ask anyway. I mean, so the fine sounds pretty hefty, and has the landlord indicated that he'll be able to make that fine. Because I guess I'm kind of reading between the lines that maybe some of this work didn't get done in the past because there wasn't available cash flow or something like that. So whether these fines help?
Here's what I'd say about that. It's possible that that is at least a contributing factor to why corrective action hasn't been taken, but it's not a sufficient explanation. This landlord has had months of notice of the problems at these properties and the necessity of curing them, and has allowed them to continue and has endangered the tenants. And so we've progressed, and I mentioned this actually when you had your hearing a couple of weeks ago. We've progressed to a very unusual stage here. It's not uncommon that we identify these kinds of deficiencies. That's why the new rental housing registration and more regular inspection program has been created. But what normally happens when we find them is we address the landlord, say you got to do these things to correct this and make the place safe again, and then they do. In some instances, they're slow to do that, and we have to turn it into a written violation notice rather than just pointing out the need to make the repairs. In very, very rare occasions, the formal ticketing, the notice, and then the follow-up with a ticket and a fine doesn't get the landlord's attention, and we end up here, like we did in this case. From there, the only places to go are the larger daily fine and then ultimately a court order. And we're in the daily fine stage and knocking on the door of the court order.
Okay.
Great, thank you. We look forward to further updates on this extremely important human rights issue. At this time, I will go to members of the public for public participation. This is your opportunity to bring up comments on something that is not on tonight's agenda. And while we can't engage in a full and robust conversation because it hasn't been warned, you do have the opportunity to bring something up. Is there anybody who would like to speak? Yes. Please come up to the microphone right next to you. And for the people who are watching us, state your name and where you're from. You tip it. Yep, that's totally fine.
My name is Robin Flatley, and I'm from Brattleboro. Public speaking is not that much fun for me.
No worries.
All right. I share a cautionary tale of my childhood hero, Madame Curie. Madame Curie and her husband Pierre were pioneers in the study of what they called radioactivity. They experienced radium burns and were exposed to extensive doses of radiation during their research. Although her many decades of exposure to radiation caused chronic illness and her death, she never really acknowledged the health risks of radiation exposure. Focusing on the possibility of 5G in my favorite town in the United States literally makes me sick. I saw how impassioned Tim Wessel was when he stated that the select board would never hurt our children. I know he means this. I can see it in his face. I can hear it in his voice. But what if he can't protect our future? What if what he is saying is misinformation that has been put out to the public through the companies like Verizon, who stand to lose a great deal of money if 5G doesn't become a reality? What if you expose our precious children to 5G and harm them? We can't take that back. We can't afford to risk the future generations of humans, animals, insects, to the vagary of no credible proof of the safety of 5G. I encourage this board to be inspired by our neighboring state of New Hampshire, who is considering establishing a commission to study the health effects of 5G networks. I'm encouraged by several leaders in Congress who have written to the Federal Communications Commission expressing concern about potential health risks. And as added incentive for our board, I share that Mill Valley, California, the City Council blocked the deployment of new 5G wireless cells. I'd love to believe Tim's impassioned assurance that the board would never make a decision that would hurt us or our children. What if that experiment goes awfully wrong? What if we sacrifice our children to the possible ill effects of 5G? What if yelling fire in the movie theater is not enough of a wake-up call to save us or them? I implore the board to speak up for the children who don't have a powerful voice and say, slow down and stop 5G. Prove to me it's safe. It's not my job to prove to you it's not safe. Remember that Madame Curie never really actually acknowledged the health risks of radiation exposure. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Franz?
Franz Reichsman, District 2, and also Finance Committee. I just want to throw in a word about the email I sent to board members and Peter and Patrick about municipal broadband and what's being done in the state of Kentucky with regard to that. I know it's not on the agenda tonight, and Tim was kind enough to remind me that it's on the agenda for next week, I think. So I will be interested in what happens then, although I don't think I can be at that meeting. I would like to urge that money be included in the budget for fiscal year 2021 to enable us to take steps forward with municipal broadband if they're found to be warranted. I think it would be more than worth having that in the budget and ready to go for when the plans are set. I don't think it's something where a delay makes any kind of sense. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Franz. That's good feedback, especially if you won't be here next week. I appreciate you speaking. Are there other members who would like to speak? Ricky? Are you by yourself tonight, Ricky?
Not in spirit. I am Ricky from District 2, and I have several motions I would like to share, including that although I don't speak at every opportunity for public participation, I would appreciate there to be ongoing weekly meetings here, because there are a lot of crises going on, and providing that space for people to express themselves in person is very important. And to also have the select board respect the public participation when we vote along with motions as well, and to count us as equals in that regard. Does that make sense?
No, can you tell me that differently so I can make the note that I want to make?
When there are motions being passed, like there was I think if I remember correctly, last week, a motion about taxing marijuana, and it's like the board was asked to vote on moving forward in that direction, and I voted against that as a public member, and I think that public members should be counted equally during these voting sessions. I think that would encourage direct democracy practices.
Thank you. I understand that better now. Thanks, Ricky. Okay. At this time, I am going to close public participation and move us into new business. Tonight, we are focused on FY21 proposed budget items, and we begin with our first item being the town manager's office. Peter.
Thank you. So our weekly reminder to the public that at brattleboro.org, the town's website, you can click on FY21 proposed budget on the right side of the homepage under news. It's FY21 proposed budget, which will link you to a page that has a number of different documents related to our budget on there. And the one that you'd want to be looking at tonight is the third down, FY21 proposed budget. That's got the 18 pages of line items. And we'll begin this evening at the top of page 5, which is the budget for the town manager's office.
Thank you for walking us through that, Peter.
Sure. As you see, there's it's a small budget. It's almost entirely personnel costs in our case for the 4 employees, the 3 of us who are here with you every week. Jan and Patrick and myself, and Sally Nix, our Human Resources Director, is also in our office budget. So there are the salary increases of 2% that are identified there, and the reason you see training eliminated, the $500 that's been a recurring budget item, is because we typically don't spend against that. You can see the actuals have been zero for years. The training that we do attend is typically either a professional conference or something that's related to the work of the Vermont League of Cities and Towns. In some cases, actually both, like Town Fair. And so those get charged to other line items elsewhere related to conferences and memberships. And so this particular training line item we zeroed out in our proposed budget for the coming year. We reduced postage because these days we're just doing so much more communication that the old $1,000 a year of postage is more than we need. And so we're reducing that to $500. And the transportation line item is increased because of the fact that we now have Sally as part of our town manager's office team. And so we're incurring a greater amount of mileage reimbursement for the travel that's done as part of the work that we do. So we proposed an increase there. Total proposed budget for the department of $313,580 for FY21. Which is an increase of about $6,000 or 2%.
Okay. Just finish my note. Great, thank you very much, Peter. Members of the board have questions or comments about our first budget department topic?
I'm afraid I don't.
Pretty straightforward.
There's not a whole lot hiding in there.
What we're going to find as we go through tonight is, with rare exceptions, because this is the sort of potpourri of smaller segments of our budget, it's all pretty clear and it's not changing much. I'll call out the things that are changing from year to year. It's less complex than some of the other evenings that we spent together on the budget.
Heard.
Can I move on to finance?
Are you okay with that, members of the public?
The
All right.
finance department budget is on about the same scale as the town manager's office budget. Total of proposed $360,800. In this case, actually, because of the minor changes that I'll go through in a moment, the increase is only about $3,000 or less than 1%. And the main reason for that is zeroing out the vacation buyback retirement pay line item, which had $6,500 in it in anticipation of John O'Connor's retirement, and doesn't need to have anything. That was in FY20, doesn't need to have anything in it in FY21. That $6,500 almost offsets the increase in the salaries for the employees of the finance department. And so it's a small increase, less than 1% for the department.
Great. Questions or comments from the board?
Moving on to the attorney. This, of course, is a contract that we have with Bob Fisher and his firm. And so we're proposing that contract amount for the legal services that he provides be increased by 2%, same amount that we're anticipating as a salary increase for non-union employees. No increase in the other two line items. Overall, a 1.9% increase in the proposed budget for attorneys' services to $116,364.
Great, thank you.
So I noticed that litigation expenses.
I got a question.
Okay.
Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
go ahead.
teasing.
The Vermont League of Cities and Towns paid for a lot of that litigation, so we
Yes.
don't have to pay it.
That's correct. So what's here is for things like, for instance, the work, if we have to go for an injunction on this code compliance matter that we're dealing with, then that's going to be an out-of-pocket expense where we're proactively incurring litigation expenses that are unrelated to defending ourselves against a claim. When we're defending ourselves against a claim, those expenses are either mostly or sometimes entirely paid for by by Passive as our insurer.
I was just curious about the contracted 2%. Is that tied per year currently, or?
That's discretionary. It's at the discretion of the board. It is the practice we have followed during the 5 budgets that I've helped the board put together. I think it's a fair practice. Bob provides a tremendous amount of service and is always available. It was something actually when I first arrived and saw the retainer arrangement as opposed to just an hourly rate that I took a look at. Wanted to make sure we were getting value. I think we get a lot of value from it, and the fact that it protects the town against upside risk. So again, back to we're about to go into court, and we might have to go into court. He's been on this very matter. He's been to court already. Likely going to have to go and file something and then follow through on that and make additional visits. All of that comes free to us, so to speak. It comes included within the retainer for the work that Bob is doing, which would be the vast majority of the expenses we would bear in such a situation. What this litigation line item for is just the out-of-pocket costs to pay the court filing fee and that sort of thing. So the fact that the town is protected in situations where we end up needing to lean very heavily on Bob, either because of a complicated ordinance, which happens actually, a couple of times a year usually, that we have to work through something where he's the primary person working on it. All those hours he invested in the communication and will continue to invest in communicating with Joanne Sakala and the others around the opioids litigation. All of that's included within the monthly fee. I think it's a good deal for the town. It's a not insignificant expense because legal services are not inexpensive.
Sure. I think I'm just asking mainly because the last 2 years I haven't asked any questions.
Sure. Yeah. So it's my recommendation that we do a 2% increase annually,
so
because that's what we've been doing.
It's not written into his contract.
That's correct.
It's discretionary. And just because you mentioned it, I've been on retainer agreements with other clients myself. Some of them have asked me to actually report hours just to give me a sense of, give them a sense of what I'm doing this month versus another month. Has that ever been done, or any informally, or?
It hasn't been done in the last 5 years. I don't know whether it's been done in the past. Bob's been town attorney for a good long time.
I was just curious, if the feeling of a good value is just the feeling, or if it's actually based on data.
So in 2015, we actually did some analysis around it. I don't recall the details of that, and it didn't require him to document monthly hours. But we actually did look at sort of estimates of hours worked on different aspects of the services he provides to the town, and I became satisfied at that time in my advice to the board that this was good value. Again, from having served in retainer relationships, there are months when he's being paid for more than what that would equate to in terms of sort of average number of hours. But then there are months when we demand a lot more of him, and it's that same flat monthly rate.
When everyone should be reassured, everyone out there, that when we need Bob,
he's always
comes
available.
And he's available for us. So I'm not questioning the value at all. I'm just questioning how the process is.
Fair questions. Yeah.
Thank you.
Further questions?
No, good.
Oh, but Daniel, and then I have another one.
My question's already been answered.
Oh. First of all, I never heard a lawyer who didn't mark down his hours. Like, that's just weird. He must do it somewhere.
Perhaps. Yeah. I don't know.
And then, do we pay for him to go to conferences on our behalf?
Occasionally. You can see it's been very small expenses. So this would be, for instance, attending like a legal seminar or something else where it's specifically the town asking him to go on our behalf.
Not his own.
It's not his own
professional-
continuing education.
Yeah.
He pays for that himself.
And I assume he has other clients who are other towns.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's got other municipal clients and he's also got private clients.
Thank you.
Further questions? Okay, moving on.
Hillary's up next.
We move
The
on
town
to
clerk's
the
office.
town clerk's office, and Hillary Francis comes to the fancy table. Hello, Hillary. All right, you can lead us through this however you'd like.
All right. So, I guess I'd like to start by just giving an overview of our department. We're a small department. We have 2 full-time staff and 1 part-time staff. And we do a variety of different tasks in our office. A lot of people know us as the keepers of records. So we keep land records, we keep vital records. We don't only keep those records, we issue certified copies of those records. We preserve those records and restore old records. We also, in addition to the vital records that we issue a number of licenses. So if somebody needs a marriage license, they come to us. Liquor licenses, entertainment licenses, dog licenses, Green Mountain Passport, which allows veterans and folks over the age of 62 to spend $2 and visit state parks for the rest of their lives. So it's a really good deal. We sell cemetery plots. We staff the Board of Civil Authorities, which deals with property tax assessment appeals as well as planning for elections. We also staff the Board of Abatements. We issue oaths and appointments. And then particularly for this upcoming year, it's always a big deal, but this upcoming year, elections. So dealing with all of the election logistics from start to finish, as well as voter registration, checklists, representative town meeting, all of those different facets of an election. So 2021 is a big election year for us, or 2020, but fiscal year 2021. And one thing, so moving into our budget, you'll notice that for the most part, it's pretty steady from year to year. One thing to note is in the odd numbered fiscal years, we have, instead of just town meeting and representative town meeting, we also have state primaries in August, and we have the general elections in November, which we don't have in our even numbered years. So you'll see that our records retention line item goes up in those even numbered years to roughly 6,000, and it zeroes out in the odd numbered years, and we add that to our election budget. So other than that, the things to point out, our postage expense went up due to postage costs increasing. And then our election salaries and election expense went up for a variety of reasons. Number one, it's that odd fiscal year. But we also, as Peter pointed out when he did the overview of the budget as a whole, we've increased costs like food for representative town meeting and childcare for representative town meeting, so those come out of the election budget. We also, assuming that we're at the BUHS gym again for representative town meeting, we don't have to pay for the use of the gym, but we do have to pay for facilities and maintenance, and that cost is a little bit higher than it is at BAMS. So we accounted for that. And then 1,800 of that is, so we have these accessible voting machines. I'm not sure if you're all familiar with them. It's a tablet that's like a glorified pen. Somebody can come in and vote using it. They can use touchscreen. There's the opportunity to use headphones and have it be audio. So there's 3 different ways. There's a navigation pad that they can use. So if somebody's visually impaired, it gives them the ability to vote independently without having somebody have to do it for them. And then it's not connected to the internet. It's not connected to anything. It prints a ballot for them that they can then put in the tabulator just like anybody else voting. So it gets commingled with the rest of the ballots. And so the Board of Civil Authorities voted, the state is required to fund this for us for state and federal elections. They do not fund it for us for local elections. So the Board of Civil Authorities asked to put $1,800 additional into the budget to be able to offer that to the public for our local elections. So that's seen there as well. And I think those are the main call-outs. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
What's the salary like for people that work on the elections?
So people have a choice to either volunteer their time or get paid. This year it was $10.78 per hour. starting January 1, I believe that salary goes up to $10.96 an hour.
Minimum wage.
Yep. Any other questions?
Further questions? You do a lot in that office.
You do.
Thank you.
My
for
pleasure.
keeping the town running in that, all those ways that you just described. It's great.
Speaking of elections, just off the top of your head, when will petitions for town offices be available?
They are available.
They are,
Oh, they are.
Yep.
Oh, good.
Yep.
Somebody asked me that.
Yeah,
Okay.
they were available starting in November. Right after the new year, I will send out reminder letters
Signatures don't
and
go stale after
notices.
90 days.
Right, right. So they're available. Anybody can come by at any point and pick one up.
Great. Thank you. Good question, David.
My pleasure.
Thanks, Hillary.
Have you got yours yet, David?
No, I will tomorrow.
General service.
Oh, yeah, Ricky, come ahead.
Oh.
Question me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll sit back down.
Sorry, I couldn't quite see you.
Does the budget account for offering representatives any minimum wage salary or minimum wage or more?
It does not.
Is there any motion for that to occur?
That has not come up. I'm assuming that would need to come out of representative town meeting. And that hasn't come up
Yep.
by the select board to put it on the warning or through petition to put it on the warning. So if it were petitioned or motioned by the select board, then it would get put on the warning and then the reps would have a chance to vote on it.
I hope to see that happen.
Great.
Thanks.
Thanks, Ricky. Sorry I didn't see you right off.
Thank you.
General services, please, Peter.
Sure.
Thanks, Hillary.
So, general services and auxiliary services, which comes up in a little bit, are sort of catch-alls for a variety of different expenses. General services primarily internal and auxiliary services primarily external. The changes from FY20 adopted budget to FY21 proposed for general services, I'm at the bottom of page 6. Include a small increase, $250 in IT salaries. That's for the employee who works 4 days a week in the library and 1 day a week on our information systems.
He's really good.
Pardon?
He's really helpful.
He is really helpful. It's Matt who
Yeah.
actually helps the public
That's great.
also in that capacity at the library. So does a great job. And so that's just covering small salary increase there. The 2 additional computer-related expenses at the top of page 7, computer equipment maintenance, we're proposing to go up by $2,500, and software licenses up by $5,000. You'll recall, and you can see it actually when you look back at the actuals, this was an area where we knew that we were going to need to invest additional funds because when we did our IT improvement plan some years ago, we recognized that we were not keeping up to date with software, which exposed us to, we created cybersecurity issues and concerns, and also just legal licensing, the obligation we have to make sure that we're all properly licensed for the use of the software that we do use in town government. We're up to date with that now, but in order to keep up to date with it, we are proposing an increase in that cost.
I have a question. What are we doing to protect the town from ransomware?
So there are a number of different ways. The 2 most important ones are actually 3. As part of the improvements that we did 3 years ago now, Patrick, I think, in the implementation of the plan, it was about 4 years ago that we did the planning and about 3 years ago that we implemented the IT improvements. We went from about a dozen servers. Most of the different departments had their own servers, and they were in various stages of not only obsolescence in terms of their age, but also some had been kept up to date better than others in terms of software. And as the software is allowed to become outdated, it becomes less and less secure. And there weren't proper firewalls pretty much anywhere in the system. And so there were 2 significant things that happened at that time as part of those improvements. We slimmed down the number of servers to just 1 with a redundant 1. And we put a proper firewall around that system. That sort of secured the framework of the program. That's not what an IT person would call it, but the basic design of the system is now such that it is protected in the first instance and easier for us to keep protected as we go on. The other way in which we need to protect ourselves beyond the overall system is by keeping the software that is on each machine for each that each employee uses up to date. There's a process called patching for that, and that's being done now remotely and automatically by our vendor. It's something that used to happen kind of haphazardly. It depended on the sort of awareness of each individual user, how well we were patching any particular piece of equipment. And so now that happens on a regular basis. All the pieces of equipment that have any particular kind of software all get updated at the same time when the software, that particular software, is being updated in order to protect against intrusion. So the software companies see how threats are emerging all the time, new threats are emerging all the time, and then send out a patch of how to protect their particular package from what they see emerging out in the dark web, as it's known. And so those are the three ways. There's two that are part of our upgrade of our basic system, and then one that's just a better practice for how we keep ourselves protected.
Thank you.
Sure. And I will say, unfortunately, that doesn't guarantee that we won't suffer a hit at some time in some manner. We have to stay alert to that. We see a lot of emails that come in that are potential threats if you click on it the wrong way, and we do a lot of education, keeping employees informed about what to be on the lookout for and what not to open. The bad actors out there are getting better and better at making it look like an email that's actually part of our daily operations. And that's true for everybody in all businesses everywhere.
Questions?
Yeah. I noticed there's a line item for GIS mapping.
Yes.
In this department. This is not connected to like planning department work.
It is where those expenses are born. So there is GIS work done in planning. There's GIS work done in by the engineering tech in Public Works, and I believe some also in the assessor's office. Patrick is nodding. So that responsibility is shared, and the costs are borne here in general services.
And then two more quick questions, and then I'll be quiet. Town report, just a kind of reminder that one of the things we talked about a while back was making the town report more visual and accessible.
Yes.
And I'd love to see.
So when
let's
we
move towards that this year.
A week from tonight, we're going to go back over our list that will be as complete as we can make it of the things we know you want to see more of, and some pending decisions that you need to make by the time we get done with this budget in January. And one of the things that we'll be identifying on that list is the desire to see some visual representations of the budget. And as we talked about at the time when this first came up early in this process, what we'll then show you, our intent is actually to prepare some of that over the next few weeks and bring it forward in January when you're going through that checklist of remaining items. So you'll actually kind of get a preview of what we were thinking with our own skills and our own tools at this moment, can at least move that needle a little bit in that direction, with the idea that there are some greater, more sophisticated, more interactive things we can do with this as we go forward in the future. But we plan to show you some pie charts and some other graphic representations to see if it's heading in the direction that you want to incorporate into the town report.
Great, thanks. One final thing. Board salaries.
Yep.
Not super popular. I wonder if they've been at that rate, at that level.
A long time.
Long time.
We can look back to find out when they were last raised, but it's a while.
Yeah.
Well, and represented in town meeting, but 4 or 5 years ago or so, they increased the board salary.
Yeah,
Did
like
they?
maybe 7 years ago or something like that.
Yeah. I think
And there's usually a motion
It may have been
or
more
an
than that,
inquiry.
Oh.
We might need 20 grand
Yes.
each at the end of this.
Right.
And others.
So I'm not actually throwing this out there as a joke question. This is a genuine question.
Sure.
That's about equity. It's also about, like we often, for example, with the town attorney, we have a discretionary 2% increase. I know 2% of our 3,000 a year is not a huge amount of money, but it's a gesture of like trying to keep up with rising costs, right? Because, you know, this 17,000 has effectively become less and less, you know, over the years.
Certainly. And we've had pretty robust discussions, sorry, I'm jumping in here.
No, you're fine.
At town meeting over the last few years about that balance between volunteerism, which is basically what we're doing with a stipend, and people not being able to afford to serve on the board. So there is that issue. But you can argue both sides of it, and so
yeah,
I'd actually rather argue it here than in town meeting any day.
Well, that's why I wanted to totally bring it up so we could talk about it a little bit.
And then the town could change it or accept it or add
So
to
we
it.
argue it there, it always comes out to
Or
some number that we're never going to agree on.
Right.
Some huge, crazy
Where is
number.
that on this page?
That is on the very first
Yeah.
item at the bottom of page 6, very first
Board
item
salaries.
under general services. And if you want to spend some more time and think about numbers now, certainly I'm not trying to short circuit this, but since it's emerged as a new thought this evening, if you want to be able to reflect on it and address it as one of those unfinished items that you'll address again in January, I'd be happy to put it on that list, whatever's your pleasure.
That makes good sense.
I might as well.
Works for me.
I think we should. Let's put
Chris
it on the
Mays has
list.
a good headline tomorrow.
look.
Daniel advocates
I know. I'm actually surprised for you.
Daniel advocates for a raise is tomorrow's headline.
So one of the things
What does
that, you
that
know,
mean?
I've been trying to draw attention to is like people's salaries and whatnot, which I think is appropriate in terms of transparency. And, you know, and our salary is part of that. And I'm not expecting to get rich out of this, but I just want to maybe advocate for like at least a cost of living bump, you know.
Truth.
You know.
Yeah.
That could be applied to all of employees in the area as well.
Yes.
So I would recommend a minimum wage of $25 an hour for both the board and everyone else that's employed in the area.
Let me get my
Thanks
That's a lot of
calculator.
hours.
I think, didn't we come out to like $2 an hour one time when we talked about it?
It's always a robust conversation at town meeting, and it's worth having it again no matter what we decide. I wouldn't encourage us to spend a whole lot of time on it, but we can if we want, but it'll come up there. And the conversation is generally about, is it volunteer, is it a paid job, what's the disadvantages and advantages of a paid job, and all of that. So whatever we do, it will be reconsidered.
Liz?
Sure.
Even if we do nothing.
I would like to take a look at our goals for the year and see how they would transfer into the following year and see if there's a need for budget for any of the goals that we want to accomplish.
Okay.
Like, do we do that generally?
We do a quarterly review of the goals.
Yeah, but we don't do it in
usually-
terms of whether or not there's a budget
We want to add
impact
something to make things happen.
associated with
No, I like that
making
idea.
something happen.
Right.
And I think that would help us advance our goals.
So, in the direct relationship way that you're describing it, that hasn't been
Doesn't
recently
happen.
done,
Yeah.
right? And so I'm just added it to the list. I think in general, it does happen by the sequence of the activities throughout the year, right? So we do goal setting in the spring, long-term financial plan in the summer, budgeting in the fall, and then in the winter, and then, you know, sort of cycle on through again, intentionally, so that there's a flow from setting the goals to, you know, having them incorporated in some fashion into the budget. A lot of times the goals, and we can do the more precise, you know, reviews so that you can satisfy yourself that it's being addressed sufficiently. A lot of times the goals relate to sort of relative level of effort on certain things, as opposed to something new that needs funding because there's nothing in here for it. When there have been those things that have emerged, we've actually specifically put them in and called them out.
Yeah, well, I would just like to have that review because,
Sure.
first of all, I don't think we've had a quarterly review in a while. And second of all, I'd like, while we're going through all this, to plug that in.
Right, sure.
Actually, this is the month that we do the review.
It's on the January.
January.
agenda.
Yeah, first, yeah.
Yep.
Because of budget.
Every third month. So yeah, you had in October and you will have a January, but that's great. I mean, in January, actually, you'll also be finalizing the budget. So as an item on this unfinished work list, it'll be perfect to actually bring the two together.
Great.
At one of those January meetings.
Would it be possible for the election? Amazing how things work out.
Yeah. Would it be possible to try and plan that agenda so that the review of goals sits a little bit higher?
Absolutely.
The last time we had it, it was like at the end of like a really long meeting.
Yeah,
Sure, put it off for a
it
meeting.
gets like the bum's
We
rush.
sometimes kick it off, sometimes too.
Yeah.
So the budget is going to show up as old business. When we go moving, tonight is the night that we finish doing the first time through. Next week it'll be still new business because it's the list of, these are the things we need to address in January for you to say, yep, looks like our list, or tell me to add things to it.
Yeah.
But when we get to that in January, each time that we're further doing budget work in January, it'll be showing up under old business because it'll be going back to those unfinished pieces. And we can incorporate right out of the gate, that first night that you're going back to unfinished business, we can incorporate the goals as do a review of the goals and then get into the budget work so that it informs the work that you'll do throughout the month.
Because the goals are unfinished business as well.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Very much so.
Well,
And in,
Okay.
on this
No,
note,
as they should be.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. Looks like we're moving into risk. My
Yes.
favorite.
Risk is a Parker game.
Here's where we have that great news. We talked about it in the overview a month ago. We've been working hard on improving our workers' comp. First, we improved the policy, the procedure around it, and we've been working hard to improve our actual experience there so that we can bring down those rates. After years of very substantial increases, sometimes exceeding 10%, it's flat this year across the entire risk management budget for workers' comp, general liability, occupational health, and our insurance deductible, which is the place where an expense would show up for something that is covered by passive but not 100%.
How'd you do that?
Actually, we did that, and we did it with years of hard work. So what we identified in the comprehensive review of town operations 5 years ago was the workers' comp costs were going through the roof, and they were going through the roof in part because it's one of the symptoms of not having an HR director. So that is going to help even more. But frankly, what you see in the results here, since Sally just joined us last June, is actually the result of what's gone on under Patrick's leadership and the work of all departments. We created a better policy that addressed two separate things, employee safety and prevention, better than we had been doing before, and getting employees who do get injured back to work faster, whether that's on light duty assignments or just through bringing them back into their normal assignments in a more systematic way than we had before. There's a lot of data that shows that that's actually better for employees, for their overall health and their in their personal lives. It's better to not be idle and spending a lot of time sitting and healing, but rather get back active as soon as possible. And it's certainly better for the taxpayers to get an employee back into the workplace and providing services. And so our first creation of that better way of doing business in our procedure, and then following it over the last few years, we've been reporting annually that we are making progress in terms of how the application of these better practices in our daily work is improving our performance in terms of how much workers' comp activity we have and how much workers' comp claims, the value of those claims. But because these premiums are set on multi-year averages, it's taken a little while for that to show up. And this is the year when the last 3 or 4 years worth of really intense effort in this area is paying the dividend.
That's
Do you think it has potential to go down?
It has the potential to go down. What will drive that, again, because it's multi-year averages, our own experience may enable us in the next couple of years to see a decline, but whether we actually have a decline or more flat performance like this is going to be determined by what's going on out in the marketplace. So the combination of two things set the rates. It's your own performance relative to the norms out there in the world for similar employers. And then there's also just what's happening in the insurance industry. They refer to it as hard markets or soft markets. When it's a hard market, the premiums are going up for everybody, even if your performance is good. And so we can't say with certainty that we would see a decline in the next couple of years, but there's a possibility we might.
It's also averaged over a 6-year period, is it?
Yeah,
so it's hard
multiple
to
years.
see
I don't know exactly how many.
Yeah, it's hard to see a big change.
Yeah,
even if
yeah,
there's a
it
big,
is always a gradual change. That's correct.
Great, thank you for that.
Sure.
We're going to move now to the middle of page 8 to employee benefits.
Employee benefits. So the first item isn't actually a benefit, but we needed to place this someplace, and so since it is part of employee compensation, we placed it here. We have this line item called salary increases. I mentioned it in the overview a month ago that we've proposed $30,000 as a placeholder. I'll be back to you, I hope, in January. We're making progress on the work that we're doing in analyzing non-union employee wages. I hope to be back to one of the January meetings to make a recommendation to you of what changes we should make and ask you to allow us to implement those immediately. So there will be an FY20 impact that because we're going to be less than half of the fiscal year and at a magnitude I think we can manage in terms of the overages and underages in a budget of $18 million. I'm confident that we can do an immediate implementation because I think that's going to be the right equitable thing to do and not put ourselves in a financially precarious position. But then that impact for a full year, right, whatever that amount actually ends up being, that amount for a full year rather than a partial year, plus the across-the-board pay increase that may be awarded, whatever that may be, we put a placeholder for 2% in the budget that would happen on July 1st, will need to be accounted for in FY21. And so for that purpose, we put in this placeholder. It's really very much a thumbnail figure. It was we had to put a number in back in October when we didn't yet have a good feel for what the magnitude of the recommendations might be. I'll make sure that I relate what I ultimately bring to you in January to this $30,000 placeholder so that you know sort of how it's fitting together in the projection.
Great, thank you.
Peter, just to be clear, the $30,000 placeholder is a reference to only a partial year increase that we'll be discussing?
No, so the $30,000 would be a placeholder number for the full FY21.
Okay.
The partial year impact would happen in the current year FY20.
Gotcha.
For the period from sometime in January through June 30th.
Yeah.
And that's what I was suggesting. We'll just need to absorb within the overages and underages for this year.
I misheard you. I apologize.
Yeah.
It was alarming that maybe we were only looking at a partial.
No, the $30,000 was my best estimate at the time of what the overall impact of this might be. And again, we'll be very precise in describing the what and the why when we bring it back to you, so you can see both the financial impact and the reasons why the adjustments are warranted, or at least I believe they are.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay.
Did you have a question? I thought you looked poised.
Elsewhere in benefits, this is where we're seeing the 10% increase in the health insurance line item because premiums are going up a substantial amount again this year. But it's where you're seeing also those two reduced line items, the opt-out and HSA payments and the HRA expense, areas where elsewhere in the health insurance program we've been able to identify savings. And that's not through any particular changes. We've made changes in previous years in the benefit. And then what has happened is, we needed to budget cautiously because we weren't sure of the impacts of exactly how those would affect the overall cost of the program. We've got enough experience now, particularly with the HRA program, to realize that we had budgeted more than was needed for that. And so we're proposing about a $65,000 decrease in the HRA funding and a $20,000 decrease in the HSA. And that's based on actual experience. We're very confident in the accuracy of those numbers. So the net is for all employee benefits in toto, about $100,000 increase plus the $30,000 for the salary increases is $130,000, and that's a 4% increase over the prior year for benefits.
Great. So, can I ask, what made you think the HRA expense had to be so large last year?
Because the way that works, there's a certain amount of risk we take on with HRA because the town is funding. So there's each household bears a certain amount of the premium, but not the whole. I'm sorry, not the premium. A certain amount of the deductible risk, and then before we reach the actual deductible with Blue Cross, there's a portion that has grown now to be larger than the employee's portion that is in what's called a health reimbursement arrangement, the HRA. That's where the town is actually paying the claims in that space, so that the household expense is still capped at the amount that's been agreed to with the employees through the collective bargaining agreements, but we reduce the overall expense to taxpayers by having the town pay up to a certain level of risk. Then once we've hit that deductible, Blue Cross is paying the rest of the bills. And so in that HRA space, you're not going to ever expend 100% of the exposure that's there, of the potential risk to the town. Some employees and their families are going to be fortunate and not even exhaust even the portion that they're responsible for themselves. Others are going to exhaust that and get up into the HRA layer, but not all the way up to the deductible and into the Blue Cross coverage. And so there's always going to be some amount of, it's not really savings, but the town's actual expenses will always be lower in the HRA space than 100% of the town's exposure. We've worked with our advisors from the Richards Group to identify sort of an expected level of claims. And then what Patrick and I have done is increased off of the advice we've received in order to protect the town, in these early years. This is only our third and entering our fourth, I think now, year of being in the HRA program. And so in the early years, as we were entering into this and then increasing the amount of risk each time, we wanted to protect the town against having more claims than budget. What we have found is that extra degree of caution ended up being unnecessary. And so we're bringing this back to being closer to the actual statistically expected claims. The thing we all need to recognize is someday there will be a bad year. So we're still budgeting this in a manner that allows for some variations of good years and bad years. But if we had a very bad year that exceeded all the reasonable statistically expected levels of claims, we will have a year when our HRA expenses exceed our HRA budget. We're trying to avoid that, but just in the normal variations for this kind of expense, there will be a year occasionally when that happens. What we've done in tweaking this number this year is bring it to a level where we think we still have, some protection against that happening, but a lot less cushion in order to make sure that we're not, collecting $64,000 worth of taxes we don't need to collect.
It's interesting because the whole concept of an HRA is supposed to offset the cost of health insurance, yet the health insurance just keeps going up.
Oh, but at the time when we implemented the HRA,
Yeah.
it actually reduced our health insurance premium. And then in the years when we were increasing that exposure, we started out with a certain amount of risk, and then we grew it to the point where now we get quotes each year about whether taking on more risk would be worth it. And what we're finding is we've kind of maxed that out where because of the fact that the town is taking all that risk, and it's only going to be the occasional more serious claim that penetrates up into the Blue Cross coverage. Blue Cross doesn't give us as much of a discount anymore for taking additional risk on. And so we're at the sweet spot, at least for now, of how much risk we ought to bear. As we were increasing the amount of risk we were bearing, Blue Cross kept giving us better and better deals. And so there was one year when we actually went way down, and then other years when we stayed relatively flat. I think it was like down 1% or up 1%.
Yeah.
This year, because we're not taking on any more risk, we have an increase in the premium of about 10%.
But even last year, that was the biggest increase as well. It was like
It
14%
was,
or
and last
something
year
like
it was something different. So this year it's sort of more, it's normalized. Last year it was the result of a few catastrophic claims that we had where we just had really bad experience that they corrected for in the amount of premium charged.
Thank you.
Front.
Franz Reichsman. I'm wondering if you have any idea what the outer bound might be in terms of exposure on the HRA. I mean, theoretically, it would be some amount for each employee, which obviously is not going to happen. But I wonder if there's some kind of percentage function of it's 10% chance we could go this high and 20% chance. I mean, just some idea of what you're leaving.
We know exactly what it is, but we don't have it at hand. So
I need to know it right now.
I'll make a note of that, and we'll make sure that we cover that another night to reveal that information. When we did the insurance renewal, we spoke specifically about that back in October, I think it was. We'll bring that insurance information back out as we go through the additional review.
Thank you.
Sure. We'll wait for a slow news night.
Nice.
Pull that up.
Go ahead.
Did you have a comment?
Yeah,
I can just, I want to make a comment that, like, personally, it's sort of a personal comment. This stuff is the most difficult for me. This, just even keeping HRA and HSA and all of the insurance stuff. And I've decided recently it's because it's a pretty morally reprehensible position and system that we have going on here. And that's nothing to say to our
Nothing about us.
well, nothing also to say about the people who are providing the service for the town. It's just the system just drives me crazy, and that's why I almost don't want to understand it. That's how bad it is.
Heard.
Let me double down on that, Tim.
Yeah.
Well, is there a doctor in the house?
Is there somebody in the house that gets sick? Like, everyone gets sick, right? And so the actual number for 2017 was whatever it was. I wrote it down someplace. But I was also just looking at like regular people's premiums in the world in 2017 and comparing them to today. Because like we look at these year-on-year increases, and yeah, year-on-year, it's still pretty bad, right? It's 10% is still pretty bad within this kind of budget. But year-on-year, between 2017 and today, it's actually 31% for regular folks to get just the premium. Right? And, you know, when we look at our budget, we're looking at like changes over time, right? And we're saying this is okay and this is not okay. You know, we can live with a couple of % here or there, but, you know, we have really very little, I mean, I know the town has done a lot to control costs with health insurance, and in order to control costs, some of that has meant employees taking on more of that cost, right? Some more cost sharing. And that has an impact on people's desire to go to the doctor sometimes, you know, desire to stay well. But Blue Cross is sitting there happily raking in their over $2 million from the town of Brattleboro. We're one of how many towns in Vermont? And presumably every municipality has a line item in their budget that is this large.
And the Vermont Care Board let them.
True. Every year at the Green Mountain Care Board, yes, they argue for hours and hours and hours about actuarial numbers that mean nothing to most average people. And I just, you know, I felt like when you guys had the meeting last week and I was watching on telly because I was homesick, and we had the resolution from the League of Cities and Towns about marijuana. I feel like as a collection of municipalities, we need to acknowledge that this line item in our town budgets is unsustainable.
Yeah.
And as such, we need to make a fairly bold statement that this current system is not working for us, and it's not working for the taxpayers of Brattleboro. And I'd imagine, you know, even though the town employees get a good benefits package, they're now having to shoulder more of the burden. You know, one of the things that's messed up with this system is that it does pit people against one another as well, right? Because some people have a good plan with their insurer, some don't. Some don't have any kind of plan at all, and they have to cobble it together. And it just stinks. It really stinks. And I know that the select board of Brattleboro is not about to change the entire system, but we can at least use some of the power that we have through the League of Cities and Towns to say this is not okay.
I agree.
We can also tell our legislators.
Oh, and our legislators
to
know.
report to the Green Mountain Care Board.
Yep.
I think if you look back in the resolutions from the League of Cities and Towns, every organization that has employees, there are resolutions going back for years saying this is unsustainable, it's killing us year after year after year after year. And it's obviously not controllable by the state, not controllable by the municipalities.
Well, yeah, the municipalities perhaps, but you know, as a state, we almost did it.
Not even close.
I agree.
And there was a
With
huge
Daniel.
effort. Robin's not here, but she was very involved in that process, as were a lot of other people. The state can't do it on their own.
I saw you made a note of that, Peter.
I did.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Medicare for
and,
all. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Nope.
No, just pointing out that Medicare for all would make a big dent.
I have a league board meeting on Thursday.
Great.
I'll take this message into that meeting. I think it is important that we also each individually communicate with the legislators that we have contact with, because that's where the river's going to meet the road.
Sure.
Yeah, let us know if you want any suggested language or anything.
I've got some language.
Other than it stinks.
Actually, I thought I might share that. and unsustainable, honestly. I think
It is unsustainable.
we have had discussions here on multiple nights around these issues, and I think it is important. While it won't be new to the radar of the leadership at the league, I think it is important to share that as we've been going through this process and found lots to be relatively satisfied about, and some questions and some pending matters, that the one that really has generated the largest degree of angst for you as a board is this one, because it's so expensive and so far beyond our control.
I think it's important to, it is sustainable, obviously, because we have been sustaining it for years and years and years. We raise the taxes, that's how we sustain it. And you can go back 10 years, and you went back 3 years and found 30%. You go back 10,
Sure.
Actually go back 8 and it's doubled.
Yeah.
And 8 or 9, and before that it's doubled again. We sustain it because because our central government will not deal with it.
I think Daniel might have been using a larger sustainability, meaning on the individual level, it's often not sustainable. But agreed.
Well, so like when I feel like one of the things that folks in the town want to talk about is, my taxes are going up, right? And like this is one of the drivers. This is a major driver. So people want to talk about like, we can't afford a sustainability officer or a sidewalk plow or what have you.
Right.
But here is over $2 million.
Is this for all of the employees in the town, this $1.7 million?
Except the utility fund.
And parking.
Okay.
And the parking fund. The employees who are in the utility fund and the parking fund, their insurance expenses are borne there. I think it's important for us to note, though, and I'm not at all pushing back on the broader societal concern that you're raising, which is obviously valid, and the fact that you'd like to sort of not just acknowledge that, but raise that to some greater level of advocacy, at the league level, I think is entirely appropriate. As it relates to our proposed budget here in the town of Brattleboro, one thing I want to make clear for anybody who may be paying attention out there is that while the premium is again increasing substantially, in this proposed budget we're showing a 10% increase in the premium, the cost to Blue Cross as you've been characterizing them, that our overall program is only increasing by about 2 or 3%. And again, I don't have the numbers, the exact numbers right in front of me, because they're embedded in some materials related to the insurance program that we went over on a different night. I'm sorry I don't have that right at hand. But because of the contributions that the employees are going to be making beginning January 1st to pay for a portion of the premiums, and because of the savings that we're proposing in the HSA and HRA components of this, just in the things that we can control in our own administration of this benefit. The actual cost in this particular year from FY20 to FY21, the cost to the taxpayers is increasing by only about 2 or 3%.
And I think it's really important to point out that that really is all we can do, is protect the taxpayers. And at the same time, not to take away from what you said, or that this is really a great improvement over what we were doing 6 or 7 years ago, and it is actually reducing the cost to the taxpayers. It's being shifted to the employees. And fortunately, a portion of it, yeah.
But still.
And that's happening, I mean, that with a lot of, well, you'll see as the school budget comes along that there's a shift from the state to the property tax coming
Right.
for that tax as well.
I read the Vermont Digger piece talking about a projected.
That's only the beginning. They left out health insurance when they said the 6%.
Yeah.
Which is 14% increase.
Right.
I just think it's important to bring up at town meeting what we've been saying. I mean, this $161,000 is, think how we went on and deliberated about that police department canopy. And here we are, just told.
Have you seen it, by the way?
I've seen pictures.
I guess the dollar value of things does not necessarily dictate how much time we want to spend talking about them. Because that's not for sure.
Think about how much sidewalk for
the point
$60,000.
that I was trying to make. Yeah.
May I move on to something that is good news?
Something we can do.
Something affirming.
Approved.
So under bonds and notes, we have a decrease actually in all 4 lines. It's a very small decrease in the amount of bond principal and related bond interest. But the important 2 line items here are the note principal and the note interest, because we made a commitment 5 years ago that we weren't going to buy equipment any longer with borrowed money. That equipment expenses are recurring on reasonably regular intervals, and that they are relatively more affordable as opposed to capital projects, and that we wanted to not be paying a lot of interest to folks who loan us money to buy things like police cars and graders and so on. And so we made a commitment not to do that, and the one time we've deviated from that during the last 5 years has been to finance half of the ladder truck for the fire department, because it was $1 million piece of equipment. So we financed $500,000, and we did that because it has a 25-year life, and we're going to pay back that note over 10 years.
We're going to get 40 years out of it.
What's that?
We're going to get 40 years.
I don't know if we're going to get 40, but we're going to get 15 years out of it when we're not paying for it, right? But we're going to be paying for it over 10 years. 40. The impact. This is the year when we actually see the dividend that provides. So note principal, I'm on the bottom of page 8. Note principal is decreasing by $158,000, and the only thing left in that line item is the $50,000 a year for that fire ladder truck. And note interest is going down slightly, $14,000 to $10,000. But that $160,000 or so worth of reduction is the dividend for not borrowing money to buy equipment.
And that's the benefit of the long-term planning.
Exactly. Yeah. And so, shameless plug, if we embrace the 25-year equipment replacement plan and live by it year by year, we'll also be setting aside money for these fire trucks. We'll earn interest that'll help us pay for them rather than paying interest to others. And after this next 8 years goes by, we won't any longer have anything that we're paying on notes for equipment, even the very large pieces.
Great.
The next category is the Human Services. The Human Services Committee has just completed its work, RTM's Human Services Committee, and the recommendation that they are going to make to town meeting. I'm sorry, are we okay?
Yeah. I thought, do we usually get a presentation from them, or?
You don't normally. You have sometimes, and if you'd like them to come in and present to you in January, we can do that.
I'm just having a sudden realization.
I'm sorry?
Once in a while we do have that.
Once in a while you have seen them here. There have been discussions in prior years about sort of the magnitude of this, how much ought to be devoted to this part of the budget. And that certainly was a healthy discussion last year at town meeting. One important note, just in terms of this particular part of the process, is different from pretty much everything else we do, because under the town's charter, they, the committee, which is a committee of representative town meeting members, get to make a recommendation to their peers at representative town meeting of whatever amount they think is appropriate. And the amount that they've decided this year is $190,105. The question for the select board is, do you want to make your proposed budget match that for this part of the budget? I would recommend that you do. It requires an additional $4,510 above and beyond what we brought to you, because we brought you something that was level funded from last year at $185,595. But if you are in agreement, then as we move towards finalizing this budget, we'll add $4,510 to this part of the town's budget to raise it to $190,105. And then what goes to town meeting will be consistent both in the select board's budget and in the recommendation from the committee.
I would like to add that money, and I'd like to have the presentation.
Okay.
Because I think before we go into town meeting, we really need to know some more intelligence what's behind this.
Okay.
That's probably a good idea.
Okay.
If you haven't seen it before. Typically when they come, it's when there's something wrong. Like last year, a couple of people applied. and
Yeah,
then
I
sort of
remember
days
that,
late.
but,
Yeah.
yeah.
But, yeah, it's an amazing
Well, this
process.
gets a lot of airtime
Yeah.
at town meeting, and I want to know
Yeah.
what's behind it.
Great.
Well, I think
We'll
it
schedule
also, it gives them an opportunity to really kind of, once again, refamiliarize the public with the process and how, what a great job they do. So I think it sort of works in everyone's favor.
Oh, right. They may rather be at home and just have to do it once at town meeting,
Yeah.
but they can, yeah, we'll see.
I did have some questions about sort of how it appears, and I'm wondering if
I think it might be for that.
well, I'm just wondering, there are older things that have not been applied for years, but they remain as line items. Is that something that we've considered dropping?
Oh, yeah. For example, the drop-in center
Yeah.
has been replaced by GrantWorks.
So I see that one that we missed. The standard we apply to line items is if they would be zero all the way across, we eliminate them.
Oh, okay.
We missed the drop-in center in this list, so we'll take that off. But anything that might only have one number or two numbers out of the columns here, but shows some history from the prior years, we continue to show until it has dropped off completely.
Phoenix House Raw is the very first one on
Yeah.
the previous page.
Okay.
And then,
Sorry.
I had another question.
The RISE program hasn't been applied? That's weird.
I had a question about the Museum and Art Center, because that appears in auxiliary services
Yes.
as well.
Yes. That is because by prior agreement, long-standing prior agreement, the town pays $7,000 a year towards the maintenance of that facility that is done by the museum. Large-scale maintenance is the town's responsibility. It's not part of the operating museum expenses. It's part of the facility maintenance costs.
No, I didn't realize. I thought maybe it was a typo coming from Human Services, because...
No.
Because, so that's going to drop off in theory? Or is that the same
If they
$7,000?
take over the building, it will.
Yeah, if...
I'm just confused about whether this $7,000 is the same $7,000.
It is.
It is, okay. Yeah. I wasn't being
So
articulate.
previously,
The same $1,000.
I see, because there was 1 year earlier when it showed up in this list. I see that. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
It was not in that at that time. It was not actually part of the committee's recommendation. There's a historical artifact here where there were just a couple of things that were reflected in Human Services, but they were not part of the committee's work, and it was confusing because the committee's number didn't match the select board's number.
Continues to be confusing, at least for me only.
So we moved a couple of things over into the auxiliary services in this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, even then, there's a duplicate of Women's Freedom Center.
Yeah, there are a few.
So that's because the Women's Freedom Center number that had been up through FY17 was a contribution similar to the Museum and Arts Center number. But now Women's Freedom Center actually applies for and receives funding when it's recommended by the committee and approved by town meeting. They receive that as a contribution towards programming rather than to maintain their facility.
Yep. That makes sense.
So the number that you see, the 3765 that you see in FY18 and only in FY18 was because that was when the town still owned their facility, and it matches the 3765 that you see back in FY17 for Women's Freedom Center. And then 19, 20, and 21 are figures that are from the actual Human Services Committee process.
Because they have their own building.
Great.
Yeah, exactly. Okay?
Okay, and I was
Is everybody
jumping
good with
forward,
adding the 4,510 to match?
Can I just make a point about
We
that?
don't lose sight of that.
Can I just make a point about
Yeah.
that?
Let's,
Do we have where that lines up with our 1% rule?
Yes.
that whole thing was confusing.
So the one, let me say that the 1% marker was not adopted as a policy or a guideline or anything. There was a lot of discussion about it.
That's what I was
And a fair amount of support for it, but there was not any kind of a vote about it. Nevertheless, I can tell you that this is going to be slightly higher. Even the 185 was like, 1.08% or something like that. So this is going to be just a little bit higher than 1% at the 190. 1% of the proposed budget is going to be 180 something. Let me look at the bottom line.
183,850.
Okay. Yeah, so 183 something would have been 1%, and they're proposing 190, and you're agreeing to raise your proposal to 190.
Okay.
A little bit better than 1%.
Okay.
I'm interested in still having that conversation about, attempting to cap that at some time in the near future. So we have a large discussion about more of our town budget should go to human services. So to be a little intentional about that, but I'm not going to say I vote against the 190, but I'd like to just sort of advocate for that a little bit, that controlling that. Because if you look at our numbers, they've gone up quite a bit.
Yes.
In the last couple of years.
They look like
It
crap.
had been static
Look
at
at the need.
40 for years and then has moved up.
Look at what's happened to the need.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And it's not being supported by the institutions they're supposed to. So that's why
Absolutely, and yet we have a limit on our budget that we can't give them 50%. We can't give human services 50% of our budget.
Well, if the town meeting reps decide we can, but it's unlikely, and that's an exaggeration.
Anyway, this is an important discussion going forward.
And if you want to continue on, it's not my place to say don't. What I would suggest, though, is you've already asked that we bring in the committee to present to you and to talk about the thinking behind their recommendation, and it might be a good night to have a deeper dive as a board into the philosophical imperative one direction or the other.
Yeah.
And then we'll get Blue Cross Blue Shield down here.
That's what we should be arguing.
They would be harder to get to come to a meeting than the legislators are.
We can have them do a dollar for dollar match.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be something? My pen keeps leaking everywhere.
Are you ready to move to auxiliary
I
services?
think we have a.
Yes.
I have a feeling we have a comment.
Randy, do you want a pen?
With Ricky.
Donation.
I think it's.
I am in the Rosati District 2, and with seeing a budget that's trying to be balanced, in some recommendations of trying to contact legislators about having a Medicare for all, I don't expect them to grant us more federal money, even if they try. That's very difficult. I think what would be more successful, and I do applaud them for starting 2 years ago to get a blockchain currency in Vermont. That's been legislation that they've been working on for 2 years, and we can extend that to empower and enable us as a municipality to have our own municipal currency to pay for all of our healthcare needs and to pay human services and create that economy.
Thank you, Ricky.
Auxiliary services, we have a, bottom of page 9, a slight decrease in the streetlights expense. based just on the continued monitoring of that. We received very significant savings over a period of years when the conversion to LED was occurring. The change in the budget here is just reflecting the fact that the remaining amount that was budgeted was just a little higher than what we were going to need each year, and so we've reduced that by $10,000. Unfortunately, that expense is offset by the proposed $10,000 for public health and sanitation, which reflects the reflects the cost of the porta potties.
Yep.
Putting them out seasonally. They're in for the winter, but we plan to put them back out when warm weather returns. And we're doing some research into a more permanent solution. We'll have some information forthcoming in the months ahead around that. Unfortunately, the solutions we're finding are very expensive. They're going to definitely require some grant funds in order to make them happen. But it would be nice to have an enduring public benefit that could come from putting the right facilities in the right locations. There's also a $15,000 proposed increase in the ambulance service. That's the town's contribution to Rescue Inc. as part of the regional ambulance service that they provide, and that's a known increase that's coming.
We discussed that.
We did. You authorized the annual renewal that got us actually up to the $250 we're spending this year, and there will be a renewal next year. It'll be the final year of phasing out that discount that the town had historically received. Rescue Inc. worked with us. We were receiving a discount of over $60,000 compared to our population-based sort of dues obligation. And that was because of something that had been, an arrangement that had been set up back, I believe, in the 70s, but a very long time ago, that reflected services the town was actually providing to Rescue Inc. at that time, and that's why we got a discount. Over the many years since then, the Rescue Inc. had become more fully independent. The town wasn't providing those services anymore, but we continued to receive the discount. So Rescue approached us and asked that we eliminate the discount. It was the right, fair thing to do, but it was going to have a significant impact on our budget if we did it all at once. So we asked for the opportunity to eliminate it $10,000 a year over a 6-year period. They agreed to do that, and we're 5 out of the 6 years into that process.
I have a question. When we talk about our goal setting, I know Daniel and I share concern about the local bus service. So I would like, this is an item in the budget that relates to our goals that I will want to discuss.
Absolutely, and it has remained $50,000 for many years.
Yes, but what we get for it is really what I want to discuss.
I see. Okay.
Do you think those folks might want to come on in?
Sure. They come from time to time when you ask them to.
Could be people that ride the bus should come in on that night too.
Yeah, that would be really wonderful.
Okay.
Franz.
And I don't, is Work Today, is that Emily's program?
Yep.
And it doesn't seem to be funded.
It is not showing as funded because you funded it. When we created the budget initially, there was $30,000 shown. I'm sorry, not 30, $65,000.
Yeah.
Shown in the FY20 actual. No, it wasn't because it's a FY20 budget. In any event, so I apologize. I was heading you off in the wrong direction. But it was not budgeted last year. It was an unbudgeted expense that you approved early in the fiscal year. We paid it, and then because the program didn't get rolling, we received the money back. But the expectation is that the program will get rolling in the spring, and we will recut the check for 65. So next year it'll be showing up as part of the FY20 actuals. If you want to budget some amount of money in FY21, that's something we'll have to have some additional discussion about. Remember that the $65,000 is for a 3-month pilot project, and it's because it was intended to, be seed money to get something started to see how it worked, with the possibility that it might be extended, but hopefully with a much broader financial support from other sources that we didn't presume to put a figure in here.
Thank you
for that.
Franz Reichsman. On the ambulance service, it's a significant item in the budget, obviously, and I don't recall any discussion of exactly what the town gets in return for that amount of money and how it fits into the overall Rescue Inc. budget. Certainly they have other sources of funding,
right,
including reimbursement from insurance payers, et cetera. So I think it would be worthwhile at some point to provide a little bit more context for that number.
Sure.
Thank you.
I agree.
Yeah.
Because I know my husband had a nice ride in the ambulance, but then he got a bill.
Right. So, having been responsible for an ambulance service in Florida, I can tell you that for the fleet of ambulances and the personnel that are required in order to be ready to show up when each one of us most needs urgent help, $265,000 is a drop in the bucket. It's our local share of the part of their budget that they fund with basically dues. It's a times your population, a certain amount times your population yields the amount that you owe. The overall budget is higher than this. We certainly can provide that information so that there's some fuller disclosure of, the overall finances. Rescue Inc. has processes like this. They're not nearly as visible as ours for sure, but it's a public agency. They provide budgetary information about what they receive from the towns and what they receive from other sources, including insurance, and people just, paying the bill. They also have a subscription service for folks so that you don't have to pay the personal part of that bill if you do receive their services during the year. So there's some different revenue side and expense side information that we certainly can make available from Rescue. I'd like to suggest, based on the volume of things that you need to make decisions about, that we address the rescue question after the budget's put to bed, because since this piece of it here is essentially the town's dues, there's not really a decision for you to make in the midst of the many things you're going to be considering in January. But then when we get on into doing other business, as we get further on past putting the budget to bed, we certainly can have Rescue come in and present to you and describe their inflows and outflows and services.
I think, I agree. I think Francis' point is well taken, though, that it's great to understand that better. It's a little bit confusing to anybody who sees the line item and wonders.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Can I ask a question before we move on from this one? Arts promotion, is that the Town Arts Fund?
Yes.
Could we call it the Town Arts Fund? Because arts promotion is not exactly what the Town Arts Fund is.
Sure.
Works for me.
Yeah. We did that so that it was parallel to business promotion that's immediately above it. We're happy to adjust it if the board prefers Town Arts Fund.
Patrick had a comment there.
Yeah, I having nothing to do with the Town Arts Fund, I just thought I'd take the opportunity to mention that the folks who are working on the business promotion would actually they would prefer that be called community promotion. So,
Well, there you go.
so we're we're all working a little bit on our language.
Community marketing, actually, right?
Yeah.
Isn't I think the proposal they brought forward was actually called community marketing.
Yeah, it's the Community Marketing Initiative.
Yes.
Great.
CMI.
I'm fine with both of those changes.
Yes.
Did I make that up?
Yes.
Are you?
I don't recall. I remember they asked that it be community and not just business promotion.
All right.
But we can work to refine the exact
Well,
language.
I think community marketing initiative sounds pretty swell.
Yeah.
Better than
So how about community marketing and Town Arts Fund?
It's known as the CMI.
Okay.
So,
The Town Arts Fund is still accepting applications until sometime in early January. I was just hanging out with those folks earlier.
Yeah.
artswindhamcounty.org.
Thanks, Daniel.
It's a really great fund for
It
local
is, yeah.
artists, so folks should apply.
Good. Both of those changes seem
Give
good
you a
and
level
common
30.
sense.
Okay, so we will do that. I've got a couple of other things to call out for you based on input we've had from requesters.
Okay.
Within this section of the budget. So we just this week received a communication from BCTV
Oh, yes.
asking for $5,000.
Yep.
And that's level funded from last year. We, in our staff's proposed budget to you, included $5,000 for BCTV. So there's nothing you need to do about it there.
Yep.
It's already funded to the amount that they've asked for.
Great.
But we wanted to call that out, make sure that you were aware of that. Climate protection, I think it's important to note, this is the place where the $100,000 has disappeared from as a just sort of placeholder funding for what has become the sustainability program and the sustainability coordinator. And the West River Watershed item is actually now going to be called the Southeastern Vermont Watershed. It's the same organization, it's the same amount of funding. They've requested 1,000, we've been providing 1,000. We've recommended to you the budgeting of 1,000, but they've changed their name.
Okay.
To Southeastern Vermont Watershed.
Great.
And
Who are these people?
they do water quality testing and call out when there are areas like elevated levels of fecal chloroform showing up.
Put out that chart every
people can
so
be
often.
aware of where it's cleaner and where it's more hazardous to be swimming.
They come in and ask for money every year.
And this is a private group like the...
It's largely volunteers that do it.
It is largely volunteers.
The state doesn't provide funding for this sort of thing?
It's a volunteer organization that does this because it is not an ongoing operation of any governmental entity.
I think Stuart Strothman is the...
Don't know that.
Yeah, the person.
Possible. Yeah. And lastly, the Chamber and DBA have requested that we in the next to last line item in this section on page 10, we, the staff, proposed level funding of the Community Marketing Initiative at $42,119. The Chamber and the DBA have requested that since the original request a year ago was that 10% of the prior year's receipts be made available for this marketing initiative, that same principle recur as years go by. And if you agreed to do that, then the additional funding, we collected $437,489 last year in rooms and meals taxes. And so the funding this year, if you agreed to this change, would be $43,748, which is an increase of $1,629 over what we proposed. I think there's just a straightforward philosophical question for the board. If you want this to be adjusted each year as the receipts are adjusted, that means it'll go up or it'll go down depending on what's happening with the receipts going up or going down.
That's exactly
Instead
what
of being static.
That's right.
And I'm seeing a lot of nodding. If you're comfortable with that, then we would modify this line item this year to be $43,748.
Yes.
The reason I'm going this way is that when you commit yourself to a percent, that it's a percent no matter what happens. Is it going to be a percent if the receipts go down? Is one question. And second is that means that they no longer come necessarily and talk to us about what they've been doing and why they need the money, and just and show us their.
Oh no!
They come at our whatever. We would
And the
invite them.
DBA owes you under the ordinance that created the DBA. They owe you two visits a year.
But this is a separate
this
thing.
is
that we
separate.
set
It's a
up,
joint
yeah.
project of the two organizations. That's right. Okay.
I seem to recall the McLaughlin amendment from town meeting required that they come and speak to us.
What was the amendment?
It was the McLaughlin amendment.
What was the content of the amendment?
Oh, we just know the name.
That the money
kidding.
was contingent upon select board review.
That's right.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, now the timing of that for me is confusing, but
Doesn't matter.
okay.
The amendment is there.
But if it's automatic,
Keeps us safe.
automatic 10%, then it's not select board review.
1%, right?
1%.
Oh, it certainly is subject to select board.
10%.
10% of the
I wrote
receipts.
down 1%.
10%.
It was wishful thinking.
So, I think I heard a majority of voices saying, yes, go ahead and
Yes.
make that adjustment, and that our
Yes.
practice will be 10% of the prior year's receipts going forward.
Yes.
Yes.
I think
Okay.
to do otherwise would be disingenuous to the spirit
that's
of the
fine.
meeting.
I agree.
Just need
And
your
of course,
direction.
it doesn't mean that it's going to be like that forever. It's just
Right.
going forward. That's what we're doing.
Subject to our review.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Subject to
As you
it
review all
showing
of it.
some effect, some positive effect.
Yeah. This is sort of making me think about the process at town meeting whereby people try and whittle away or add on to the budget, and they are told we cannot adjust individual line items, we can only adjust the overall amount of the budget.
That's correct.
Right?
Yep.
So we sort of nodded our way to 10% of the rooms and meals tax from the previous year. And if folks in the community thought different to that, and they were town meeting members, there wouldn't really be a way for them to impact that?
There is a way, if you as a board want to place that question before representative town meeting, which is you have the authority to make anything its own article.
Okay.
You have an obligation to make as separate articles those things that are brought to you by petition.
Okay.
And you don't have any particular obligation to make individual elements of this budget their own question, but you can do that at your discretion.
Okay.
Okay, so
Thanks.
then let's get back to this community marketing initiative, and that we've okayed a new 1% amount. But what?
10%. 10%.
Sorry, that's my fault.
But if we wanted to review it individually, what do we do?
You would, when we bring you would tell us you want that to be its own separate article at town meeting. And when we bring you a draft warning for town meeting, it'll have that item isolated in the same way as, for instance, the $10,000 a year back when it was $10,000 a year for climate protection. Year after year after year was its own separate item, even though it was included within the town's budget.
Right.
Okay, so because the way that it's presented here is seemingly automatic, but when they came to discuss this proposal that they had,
Yes.
it seemed clear that it would be reviewed by us each year. So how do you reconcile those two things?
By the fact that you have the authority over what you send to representative town meetings. So the direction I think I've received from you tonight, not by motion, but by general consensus, is that you want us to show you a budget unless you change your minds or unless representative town meeting directs otherwise. You want us to bring you a budget each year that reflects this line item as 10% of the prior year's receipts for the rooms and meals tax. And that's what we as staff will do from year to year to year until told otherwise. If you want that to be a different number, you as the board, in modifying our staff proposed budget into a select board recommended budget for town meeting consideration, can make that number anything that you think is appropriate, and any of the other numbers, actually, pretty much anything. I mean, there's a few that are obligations like what we just talked about with rescue, but most everything in here has some degree of discretion for the board to decide.
And we can still call it out, no matter what we tell Peter to give us a budget of. We can pull any number out of here and call it out as an article. So it can be in that budget and be its own article that they can be hashed out on the floor.
That's right.
I'm not as concerned about town meeting review as I am our own select board review.
Yep.
I mean, I would think we would want to have them come
Yeah.
and present. I mean,
Yeah.
This year was a little unusual because
Right.
it was just getting up to speed.
Right. Yeah.
But we'd want to have them present before this meeting.
Yeah.
Where
So
we have this
that's
discussion.
where we'll have the review, that when they come here and before we put it in the budget.
So, just so I'm clear, you're not asking for that in January because you've just
we just
seen their
approved the
proposal
thing.
and
Right.
approved
Yeah.
that they move
Correct.
forward.
Right.
But what you're saying is annually you would like to see that kind of a
Got it.
presentation
Yes.
about how did it go last year? What are you
Yes.
planning for this year?
Yes.
Got it.
A
And what
detailed
actually,
presentation.
and what's measurable, what measurable
Sure.
changes.
Absolutely.
Franz,
Franz has a question.
come on up, Franz.
I'm still a little unclear on exactly how it's going to work in terms of the review of this budget item. Now, if it just goes in the budget with everything else, you would then request that they come in, but they would still get the money regardless of what they said in front of
Not
you?
necessarily.
I think this year.
So would you be able to withhold the money and say, oh, we don't like that? You're not getting it even though town meeting passed it in the budget?
Town
Not for
meeting
that
passed
year.
it in the budget last year,
Right.
but town meeting is only going to approve it as part of the budget this year.
Right.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, is I don't see how that gives you the right to review that amount of money and withhold it if you don't like the plan for the coming year.
Well, this year we're giving them a pass because
Right.
they
So
haven't
we'll
had enough
review
time.
it for 2022.
I think there's a different answer, I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
So,
Peter.
I think if there's another McLaughlin amendment, right? So the reason that they had to get this board's blessing before receiving the 42-119 and going forth with the plan this year was because town meeting said, yeah, we're okay with that funding, but subject to the board approving the plan of how it's going to be spent. And so there was that process we went through, and the board did approve the plan, and we've cut the check, and now they're off and running. The town meeting could put that kind of a condition on it again, in which case there would be, even for budgeted funds, a step along the way where it's, you know, may we please proceed. Or if town meeting didn't put that kind of condition on it again, then the funding would be there for this purpose for FY21, but there'd still be an annual decision, FY22 and beyond, for the board to decide whether it wants to keep funding.
Yes, I understand that. And what I'm saying is, if you want to have that opportunity to do what you did this year for the amount of money to be spent next year, it seems to me that the only way to do that is to bring it out as a separate agenda item so that town meeting could say, but the select board has to review it.
And
if you fail to take that step, you won't have that opportunity.
That's true.
Thank you.
I don't really feel the need for that opportunity, but.
Well,
And they're gonna
in
cover the
fairness to
report.
what was said last year at town meeting, and to be consistent with that, we should do it that way.
I think we need to have it as a separate article.
Yeah.
Anybody, well, we need general consensus. Probably can't just be Liz and I thinking things.
I don't, can
Do
you
you wanna
explain to
have-
me why you think that's necessary?
Because I kind of agree with Franz that if we want to retain any kind of, I'm going to say control, even though it's not the word I want to use, but just for this, for 2022, then probably town representatives should give the same authority they gave for this fiscal year, which is, yes, the money's there, subject to board approval, board
So you're
review.
talking about town meeting control, not necessarily our.
Talking about town meeting granting us the control to give a review for 2022 inclusion.
2021.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, for 2021.
From the 2021 budget.
But
Oh,
if the
okay.
money was in the budget, and next year they come to us and tell us what they're gonna do, and we don't like it, we can still not fund it? Can we not fund it?
You could not fund it for the following year. I
Yeah.
think Franz is right, that if you want to maintain year by year the ability to see the plan and have the money get spent only if you approve the plan, then the way to do that is to make it a separate article on the warning, and you get to word those articles, right? Within certain boundaries to make sure that they're legally proper. But you could word the article this year in a way that attaches that string.
In
That the funding will be made available in the amount of
Year by
It has to
year.
be year by
X,
year.
subject to the approval, you know, the marketing plan being approved by the select board.
Great.
If you know you want that, we'll make a note of that now and we'll proceed accordingly. If you want to have some additional discussion or receive any additional input around it, we could put it on the list for January.
Let's put, I would prefer to think about it and put it on the list for January myself, but.
I'm with you.
Because
I'm
I'm
fine
a
with
little
that.
bit.
Yeah, I need to think about it some more.
I'm a little bit concerned about putting it out there at town meeting already when the plan hasn't had a chance to go into effect.
That's true.
So,
Yeah.
while I don't oppose the idea in general, that's,
It's worth chewing
You
on.
you want them to have a year of trying it.
well, I think that was the spirit of the
Yes,
motion and
that
everything.
is
Like,
true.
otherwise, you're putting it out there again as a second chance to vote on sort of the same question. But we can think about it and discuss it again. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
because
I
they
do.
took
Yep.
they're just getting started.
Right.
Good, so we'll talk about it again in January. That gives us time to chew that over.
Good.
Is that the end of auxiliary services?
That
I
is
got a
the end
little
of
lost.
auxiliary services.
Great.
Yep. So
Okay.
next is facilities maintenance, and that's a couple of pages on. It is on page 12, in the middle
Yep.
of the page.
Got it.
Small section that didn't exist. The reason why you see no actuals for 17, 18, and 19 is we created it in 20 to consolidate
Oh, yes.
the individual custodians at different facilities into a team of people who maintain the town's facilities together. And when we did that a year ago, we neglected to put in a small amount of funding for clothing. It's appropriate for this group of 4 employees, 3 that are funded here, and a 4th one in the parking fund, I believe. It's appropriate to fund the clothing allowance that is applied to similar employees. And so that's what the $1,125 is. The $47.23 is just the increase in wages.
Okay.
Okay.
Fire department does their own maintenance.
They do. Municipal Center. Small changes here related to the fuel expense, slight increase, electric expense, slight decrease, and very slight decrease in utilities, which is water and sewer. Overall, about $2,000 of reduced expenses, a 2% decrease to $89,415.
Great.
Wait,
Okay.
what just happened?
We just
We're still thinking about
we just saved
facilities maintenance.
$2,000.
Okay.
Staff salary.
So we can definitely talk about both of those if you'd like.
Some of these
Facilities
went
maintenance.
from here to here, right?
Facilities maintenance is custodial services.
Yes.
And the municipal center is just that. It's the costs of maintaining this building. They're much smaller than they used to be because of the police department having exited and the fact that we don't have a dedicated custodian in the building anymore. Facilities maintenance provides services here like they do at the other facilities.
Great.
And it also went quickly because none of us want to talk about and spoil anything that might be happening at the municipal center.
Oh,
Right?
right, sure.
Yeah.
Also, yeah. All right, regional.
Okay.
Bottom of page 16.
Regional expenses. Yes, bottom of page 16, this is just the Wyndham Regional Commission and our share of Wyndham County expenses, which is just the sheriff and the court.
That's what it is. Okay.
And these are imposed.
Yeah.
These are numbers we receive from other authorities and make payment upon.
Yeah, but has our population gone up? Isn't it based on population?
No, their amount per person has gone up.
Tricky. It's like
Not
you get
my favorite
a bigger
topic.
bag with fewer chips in it.
What does the Wyndham County Sheriffs do within the town of Brattleboro?
So
Serve warrants.
the places that actually receive direct services from the sheriff pay a contractual fee to the sheriff.
Yeah.
We're not one of those. This is our obligation as one of the municipalities in the county to pay for sort of the underlying carrying costs, and it's primarily court. I don't believe there's much that applies to the sheriff. I don't know exactly what the breakdown is.
All right.
At the risk of, making January longer than it actually is,
Oh, God.
can the Wyndham
Can
Regional...
you do that?
Yeah. Can the Wyndham Regional Commission tell us what we get for our
If you
28,000?
would like them to appear
Yes.
before you and
Yes.
discuss their services,
If
sure.
BDCC and SEVEDs have to come in, then yes.
It's the same
It's all a
Wyndham
game.
Regional you're
animal.
picking on? Wyndham Regional?
That's correct.
Wyndham Regional?
Not county tax?
No?
Well, so when I saw county tax, I was like, wait,
For what?
for what? And,
being
and
in the
Peter already
county.
Let's have the county
So maybe
executive
the line
come in
item
and
should be
explain.
called
Wyndham County
Wyndham
Yeah, I-
Superior Court.
Sheriffs and Court Expenses or something. I don't know.
Truth. I can see where that would be useful.
Sure. Or maybe
not.
just Wyndham County
Yeah.
instead of tax, because it's really not a
It's
tax.
not a tax, right? It's a fee.
It is.
Fee for living here.
It's charged to the municipality, it's not charged to taxpayers.
Right.
I think Franz is going to have a whole section in his report about how we change the names of...
Of things we don't like.
All right. Solid
I
waste.
actually know a Wyndham Regional.
Which I
Brandy's moving us
Solid
on.
I am.
Okay.
Solid waste.
Where is solid waste,
So
Peter?
just to be clear, I heard the request from this side of the table. There's a consensus that you'd
There
like
is
to hear
for
from
me.
Wyndham Regional
Yes.
in January?
About y'all.
Okay, I hear a third voice, so
That's right.
we'll ask them in.
Thank you.
He stops listening
remain
after the third
silent.
voice.
I want everybody in.
Well, unless you keep talking, it's moving in a different direction.
No comment.
So, we're down to the very last.
All right, we're on page
Which is
19.
Solid waste, and here, I
It's
I
literally
have the
one item.
unsatisfying explanation of the continued volatility in the world's recycling markets is going to be the greatest determinant of whether we ought to adjust this number. And what I'm talking about is the transfer to solid waste that's at the bottom of page 19. We are proposing a 9% increase, and we're doing that based on our current best estimate of how the improved revenues coming out of coming to the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District, which is reducing our amount of assessment fee that we pay to the district. how that's being offset and more than offset by reduced bag revenue because we're throwing less garbage away and increased recycling costs because of the tremendous volatility out in the world's recycling markets. And so we don't go through a specific solid waste budget at this time of year. We've actually thought in recent years it will eventually be a best practice. It's something we ought to do. It's not its own separate fund the way utility and parking is, and we'd like to incorporate it into the general fund and make this easier. The problem is that then you're making a commitment now to a solid waste budget that is really not just unknown but unknowable at this point to do responsible budgeting. Yeah. And so what we'd rather do until there's more stability out in the recycling markets is estimate what we think the transfer is going to need to be and report back to you in the spring, as we've been doing for several years now, about what we think the real budget ought to look like for the next fiscal year when we're 4 or 5 months on, actually 6 months on compared to when we actually prepared this budget. And at that time, as you know, in recent years, what's been required at that time, we're hopeful that this coming spring will be the first time in 4 or 5 years when we haven't had to do it. We've made a supplemental transfer. We try to be cautious with this number, not be aggressive with it because of the fact that it affects the tax rate. So we may find when we get to springtime, we still haven't really quite nailed it, and there might need to be a supplemental transfer done at that time. We'll avoid that if we can.
Okay. Thank you for acknowledging that it's imperfect. And then I don't have to go, oh, God, I hate this.
You still could.
I could.
Can I ask something? It's not really about solid waste per se. It's more about like data. So I was looking at this number, and it's not insubstantial, right? It's like 555.
Nowhere near.
And like looking at this document, sometimes it's hard to kind of like make comparisons in like dollar value and percentage change. So maybe as part of our improved town report, we could have a kind of like top 10 items by dollar value and top 10 items by
Great idea.
percentage increase and percentage decrease.
Sure.
And
Good
then,
idea.
you know,
That
just
was
pulls out
great,
some of the
Peter.
stuff.
Excellent.
And we could have a
You mean
picture next to it.
overall, the entire budget?
Yeah.
Like a cover sheet.
You know, like healthcare's this amount of the
That would be
pie.
better
Like
public
program
participation.
budgets,
Solid waste is this
Is
slice of the pie.
Or at least, you know, it's just
Not
it's
that
a
you
way to
necessarily want to
An
eat that
executive
slice of the
summary.
pie.
It does invite.
God, I miss those.
I think it invites a little bit of editorialization. Is that the right word?
edit. Sure.
Like, I don't know. I mean,
So we already do it.
If one person's doing
Let
it
me
by one
acknowledge
person,
that we already
if we're
do it,
doing
and
it as a
I
board,
feel very strongly that it's
concerned about
useful. What it's
something
not is visually dynamic, but that's what your budget message is.
Yeah.
The budget message over 8 pages, single-spaced typewritten pages, is the attempt to provide that executive summary. These are the things of greatest importance this year, and in the context of our long-term planning. Now, we've had multiple requests to make some of this information pop better. I totally get that. I think that's a good idea. We're going to work on that. We're going to show you some things, and you're going to tell us whether it's heading in the right direction or not. We can make part of that this top 10 items thing. The thing I'd like that you acknowledge in that is the difference between, say, the top 10 individual line items and the top 10 areas of expenditure is a big difference, right? So within healthcare, we know there's 4 or 5 different line items. The one big one is the premiums. Right. But if you want to see how the healthcare program, the health insurance program, is compared to the rest, then we need to make a judgment call that of what line items to cluster.
That's what I was talking about.
We'll be happy to do that. We already do that when we're preparing the budget message.
Right.
So you'll be talking about the
come forward at least.
department totals or the category
Not
totals.
necessarily even that. So again, going back to health insurance. Health insurance is 4 or 5 line
offset,
items within the dozen or so line items of employee benefits. So we'll focus on a piece of a program rather than a whole program or a single line item when we report that piece out. And so there's a lot of judgment involved in that. There's a lot of judgment involved when I decide what to summarize in the written document that sits in the front of this. What I'm trying to do is be as transparent as possible about, in 18 pages of individual line items, what's the most important to look at to get a feel for whether we're responsibly serving the community or not.
Peter, just a kind of a clarifying question to using healthcare. There are those 5 things a month, but there's also the payment to Richards for the services they provide.
That's embedded within the
and then
Blue Cross
administrative
premium.
costs for various staff for the parts, the things that they do.
Actually, we don't charge. So like, there's portions of our time. Patrick's and mine, now Sally and others. Brenda in finance for sure.
Yep.
So there are employees who spend time working on health insurance. We don't separately charge that out. We don't separately charge it out to anything except the utility fund and the parking fund.
Franz, would you like to come up and say something?
Yes. I have a few things I'd like to address. I guess maybe now's a good time. First of all, I'll just note in passing that it strikes me that you're talking about moving from a New York Times model of annual report to the USA Today model. I'm not sure that's a good
want people to
thing.
understand the budget.
I know. We need things to be accessible.
As far as solid waste goes, first of all, is it conceptually true that the sale of the trash bags is intended to cover specifically the amount of trash that's disposed of, and that recycling and composting is separate from that?
Yes.
So philosophically, we're still doing pay as you throw. We're just not counting composting and recycling as part of the throw.
That's exactly right. And at the risk of annoying my bosses, let me just drill that down just a little tighter.
Please do.
So there's actually a state law. It's not just a philosophical foundation under this. There was a state law 6 or 7 years ago that said all municipalities in Vermont have to, it was called variable rate pricing. You have to reflect the cost of collecting and disposing of garbage in a rate system that people will pay more if they're throwing more away. There have been places where that's worked out pretty well and places where it hasn't worked out necessarily as well. It's been an overwhelming success in Brattleboro. And so our volume of garbage has gone down. Our volume of recycling and compost has gone up year over year. And so, yes, our bag revenue is down because it reflects that part of the waste stream that is least sustainable, right? And so our costs where we transfer general fund monies into the solid waste related expenses, which is also the complicating factor here, is it's not its own fund, and we kind of treat it like it kind of sort of is in order to compartmentalize those expenses and comply with the state law. But the part of that budget on the expense side that is in non-garbage is larger, and so our cash expenses that aren't reflected in the pay-as-you-throw system have become larger.
But that's also historically our garbage was much higher.
Correct.
And so it's gone down.
Correct. When we started this, in fact, even though we were already, we had a pretty robust recycling and composting operation already underway, we were, much higher. I think the first year our estimate in bag revenue was around $500,000, and we're down to 300 and something now as the proposed amount of revenue. And each year that has declined, so it's still a moving target for us. It hasn't stabilized yet.
But also before pay-as-you-throw, our garbage tipping fees were much higher, right?
The actual tipping fees were not higher. The amount paid in tipping fees were, because more garbage was being thrown away.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Yep.
Tim?
Can you help me complete this sentence, because I used it a couple times and I want to make sure I'm using it right.
Sure.
In reality, only our people pay as you throw, but only 40% of it only accounts for 40% of blank. Is it the overall or the garbage portion?
No, the 100% of the cost of garbage collection and disposal is covered by the bag revenue. But
overall,
the waste stream, the portion of the waste stream that is represented by garbage has gone down, down, down. We'll be happy to trot out those, update the numbers. We've done a report like that within the last year or so, but we can show how it has changed, not only what's happening currently, but how it has changed in recent years. And it's really, I mean, it's something to celebrate for our community. At budget time, it's hard because of the fact that, you know, this, just based on these local factors, it's a hard number to predict. And then the wild volatility in the world's recycling markets makes it impossible to predict. So it's been really challenging for us on the budget side. But as far as a program and the intended benefit of reducing the amount of garbage and increasing the amount of reused materials in one manner or another, that's been an overwhelming success.
When you do those numbers, will you include what the expenses were before pay-as-you-throw?
Sure. Go back, grab those.
I thought bag revenue paid 40%. And
Sounding like it's more a third of the total stream. Only the garbage, right?
So
We're still paying the compost.
you're saying 40% of the solid waste expenses?
correct.
That's possible.
To the taxpayers paying 60-ish and the bag revenue accounting for 40-ish.
So
is that accurate? Because
I'll
that's
tell you that
kind
in
of
just
a
a
big
moment.
picture.
Yes.
Franz
Where are you
said
getting
yes.
that, Franz?
Well, if,
From me?
if it's 380 of that in bag revenue and 555 in budget.
Oh, you're using
then
actual
that
numbers.
gives you the percentage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just looking to confirm the bag revenue, but if you've double checked it,
I haven't.
380. Okay, let me find it then, and we'll use a real.
I'm quoting the town manager loosely.
I think that it's just an important figure for people to
Yeah.
understand that they're not financing the entire operation.
Actually,
People do
it
seem to
won't
have a
appear
challenge with
here.
that.
It's in the solid
It's
waste
revenue because
budget.
it's in the
It's
solid
not in the
waste
general
budget.
fund budget.
Yeah, so we'll have to make
It's
that part
somewhere
of the
around
report.
there.
We'll,
I'm not
we'll make
clear.
that part of the statistical report we do around solid waste for you.
I look forward to that.
I feel the same way about this that you feel about health insurance, by the way. I'm squirming the whole time right now.
Well, let me have you squirm some more.
I
Is
know,
it
Franz.
true that the solid waste district has its budget meeting on Thursday?
I believe we passed a budget at our last meeting. I think there is a public comment meeting. But,
After the budget passes, we have the public comment.
Oh,
That's how they do it.
Reform with that board.
I think the finance committee, of which I am a member, submitted a budget. It was accepted by the board, and it now
Goes to
I think
the
goes to
towns.
the public.
Okay. Well, it just seemed, from what you had said, Peter, that you don't have any way to know what the budget looks like for the solid waste district right now. But I had seen something. I thought it was going to happen. Maybe it just did happen.
Yeah.
That they approved the budget.
No, let me
Yeah,
really.
our solid waste budget and their solid waste budgets are very different
Absolutely.
budgets. So their solid waste budget, of which we are affected by, is going down by 4%. Our solid waste budget is not going down by 4%. It's likely going to decrease, and we're showing the net transfer from the general fund to the solid waste fund as increasing by
$55,000, I think it is.
Yeah.
$45,000. But let me be really clear about that. So the part of the town's expenses that are controlled by the decisions made at the solid waste district are really restricted to the assessment that's imposed upon us at the solid waste district. We also pay to Triple T for the collection services they provide. We pay tipping charges at the places where our stuff gets disposed of that passes through Triple T to us in the cases of the recycling and the garbage, and then is a separate expense at the solid waste district when we're dropping off compost material. And yeah, so there's a bunch of different factors that have nothing to do with the solid waste district budget that are the major drivers of whether ours is going up or not.
Okay. That's all I've got on solid waste, but I do have a couple other things. So going through the budget over the past few days, there were a few things I didn't understand that maybe others would like to know more about as well. First of all, in some of the departments, the salary increases were substantially more than 2%.
Yes.
And some of those were the ones where the union has a separate negotiating process. And I guess what I'd really like to see is an explanation of for those departments that did seem to be on the high side, exactly what the contributing factors were, and in particular, with regard to the executive session negotiations with the union contracts, or other contracts for that matter, why it was that we came to the number that we came to. You know, what's the explanation? Why is that the right amount? It might not, of course, be the preferred amount from the town's point of view, but just some idea about how that went and why it's a good outcome, I guess, would be helpful. Because all that takes place in such a non-transparent way that I'd really like to know a little bit more about how it ended up that way. There's a couple of individual items.
I mean, can I float a proposal about that? Like, because that sounds like something that's going to take a while, and I know that we also have some other kind of wage-type topics. Is there like a wage conversation?
Well, or we should give a break to the interpreter.
Well, I thought it was good that you didn't answer that, so you didn't lock yourself into anything. But it's a concern of mine, and I think other people would like to know it too at some point in the process. That's all.
I can give an answer now that's the general case. To be very specific to the various pieces of this, obviously would require a much more detailed response. We have been addressing that department by department when we talk about the salaries for each of the different departments. And in the presentation of the collective bargaining agreements that have been approved. 3 of the 4 have been approved. The 4th one we expect to come in January. And you've rightly made the point to us before that those agreements are long and complicated and sometimes hard to digest. And we typically have brought them forward as quickly as we could once they've been finalized, which doesn't give the public much chance to look at them. So our intent is once the 4th one gets finalized to bring it out into the public view for 10 days or 2 weeks and then have it be heard here by the board. But I would say that each time one of those agreements, even though the document itself may not have been out, we've gone through very explicitly, including in the cover memo that makes it a really easy read, you know, exactly what's happening to wages, you know, in terms of the amounts of increases that are being proposed.
Where would I find that? I don't recall seeing it. I may have not been paying attention.
Okay.
Is it available at the online?
I'd be happy to give you the 3 of them that we've presented so far that disclose, you know, what the wage increases are.
Maybe they were in the supporting documents and I didn't look at them.
No, it's usually summarized in my memorandum, and then it's the details of it are in the supporting documents. We'll have both of those things out in public for longer when we come forward with the NEPBA proposed agreement sometime in January.
Okay, well, I can talk to Jan maybe, and she can probably steer me in the right direction.
Yeah, we can give you copies of the 3 ones from earlier this year, and you let me know if you want to sit down and talk about those.
Okay.
The one quick thing, if the board can allow this, is in the budget, the way it is transparent in the budget is, and I believe there's reference to this in my budget message too, although I'm not 100% sure of that. As you go through department by department and you see places where employee salaries are increasing by more than 2%, that's the impact, almost entirely. That's the impact of the collective bargaining. And what we talk about is the fact that in the first year of implementing a new collective bargaining agreement, there's always greater impact than in year 2 and in year 3 because you're making changes. You're, to the degree that you've agreed to anything that restructures any of the pay scales, you know, that's going to be felt in the first year, and then the incremental annual increases occur in year 2 and in year 3. So that's where it is made transparent to the public. If there's a line item of employee salaries, and we always call it out if there's like a new position created, which almost never happens. You know, last year we had the community say you got to have a sustainability person, and we're going to have one. It's good. And year before that, we asked for an HR director, and it was approved, and so we have one. Outside of that, there's like, I can't remember a time when we've added staff. So what you see, when you see changes in the cost of employee salaries, is anything that is beyond the amount of the across the board pay increases that are all very transparently disclosed is the impact of the collective bargaining agreement.
Okay. I'm concerned maybe in more detail than that, but let me get caught up on that later.
Sure. We'll give you the 3 packages from earlier this year from when the 3 other collective bargaining agreements were approved.
Okay, yeah. A couple of items in the police department. One was I couldn't figure out how much they were paying per bicycle for their electric bikes. It's not a big deal, but I was just curious about that. And, you know, I don't need an answer right now.
I think the line item is going to buy 2 bikes. I don't remember the exact cost.
Right, actually.
And, okay. And I think it was under equipment, went up by $5,000, and that was specifically for 2 bikes?
$2,500 a bike.
Okay. Yep. The other thing is under equipment maintenance in the police department, there's a $3,000 increase that was attributed, at least in the discussion, to additional storage of
For the body-worn cameras.
For the body-worn cameras, yeah. Yep. Now, the chief said that he needed 2 terabytes of storage to keep track of all that stuff. Well, you can go online and buy 2 terabytes of storage for $89.99. So I'm wondering how that corresponds with the budget item and the $3,000 increase.
Additional response to. We wouldn't have that.
I don't know the answer offhand, but I do know that server storage is vastly more expensive than PC storage. Vastly more expensive.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Okay. It's just, you know, I just was scratching my head because I've got a 1 terabyte hard drive and it didn't cost, you know, a lot of money. So
you can get a terabyte hard drive for $100 or less, and not for a server.
And it might include redundancy, like backups,
security,
maintenance.
Yeah, we'll find out and we'll provide the information.
Well, let me continue picking on the police for a minute here. So the staff salaries in the police department went up 5.2%, and I thought maybe some of that was because they were going to be more fully staffed and have less overtime. But the overtime budget also went up, so obviously that wasn't correct.
So that's not what's driving that, and the what you'll see when you look at the difference between the actuals and the proposed, year to year, we propose the right amounts of money for salaries and for for base salaries and for overtime, for if we were fully staffed, because we're always striving to get to the place where we're fully staffed. But most years we're not fully staffed. Some years we're way understaffed, you know, as low as 21 or 22 sworn officers, where we're funded for 27. And so that delta shows up in the actuals as an over expenditure of overtime and an under expenditure of salary. And that when that happens, we don't like to have as much overtime as we've had in some of the recent years. But when that happens, it's always a significant savings to the budget. The underage on salaries always significantly exceeds the overage on overtime.
Okay, so the budget has sort of a best case scenario, and then it changes from that.
Well, no, actually, the budget has kind of the worst case scenario where we're expecting to fully expend our salaries budget and have a lower cost for overtime. It's the best case scenario for operations.
That's what I meant.
And the worst case scenario financially.
Yeah.
But we don't normally achieve that.
Okay, also, let me just correct myself. The overtime budget is not increased for the year. It's level.
Flat, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I just noticed in the general services there was no increase in the finance committee's budget this year.
Still zero.
Still zero.
Town meeting will increase it, don't worry.
Okay, I think that's everything. Thank you.
But the degree of our appreciation continues to increase.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to talk to my lawyer, Ms. Rosati, about this.
Okay. So solid waste was our final item on tonight's agenda. So at this time, I would entertain a motion to Liz
So moved.
Oh, a motion to adjourn? That was another question. Liz has made the motion to adjourn. All those in favor? Aye. Meeting adjourns at 8:38, I'm gonna say.
What I said?
So way off my guess.
I don't know.
By a lot.
But yeah, getting this information out of
Greetings and welcome to another edition of Montpelier Connection. This is the show that brings our work in Montpelier at the State House back here to Windham County and hopefully a better connection for all of us. I'm State Representative Mike Murwicki from the Windham 4 District of Putney, Dummerston, and Westminster, and today's guest is Representative Sarah Coffey from Guilford-Vernon District. Welcome and thanks for taking the time.
It's great to be back here, Mike. Thanks for inviting me.
Well, you bet. We're getting close to the holidays and then the end of the year, so it's time to start looking ahead to the session to come in 2020. And we've been out of session now for several months. How does it feel to have your feet back on the ground here at home?
Well, it's great. You know, the last time I was here was right after we had wrapped up the session, and so now we've been 5 months back home in our home districts, and I really love being back home, feeling like I get my grounding back, but also this over the last 5 months, we've been doing a lot of talking with constituents, meeting one-on-one, groups and meetings, and it's, you know, it's so important and vital to our work to be able to carry those voices forward. So, you know, my two towns have a lot of farming families. We have the decommissioning at Vermont Yankee, but also, you know, constituents oftentimes are reaching out because they need to connect with resources better. So that's, I feel, an important part of our work too. So, you know, we're gearing up, and I'm excited to talk to you about a few of the things that I've been involved with.
Now, you've got some actual dairy farms in your district.
I have 5.
These are dwindling across the state. How are they doing?
Well, you know, between Guilford and Vernon, I've been told there used to be 26 dairy farms altogether, and we now have 5. I've connected with several of them over the last 2 years, and I think they're struggling, but they're also, farming families are resilient, and they're really very proud of their, you know, there's a lot of invention and innovation that happens. So the Miller Farm in Vernon is doing some really interesting work with Stonyfield yogurt, and you know, the Franklin Farm has always, in Guilford, was a beloved farm of ours, along with the Clark Farm. So, you know, folks are struggling, but I think they're saying they're doing okay. They have some concerns about some of the decisions that we make up in Montpelier.
Yeah. I know there's some talk about Vermont trying to help right-size production levels.
Yes.
So hopefully that would help with pricing. And some of the other talk about it, though, is that it's the major markets, the larger states, that are really controlling that. Have you heard anything from farmers about that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's the first thing that farmers are shared with me. It's like, you know, we're a globally traded commodity, and what we can do at the state level is somewhat limited. But there are, you know, I went to the Windham Farm Bureau meeting a few weeks back, and the folks there who are participating in that are eager to participate in this idea, so that there's not a flood of milk on the market, because the purchasing of milk is decreasing. But we are seeing where farmers do a value added, which means taking that milk and turning it into something else. That's where Vermonters are coming out ahead. Whether it's cow's milk or goat's milk or sheep milk, you know, turning it into cheeses. And, you know, the thing that I did hear from a lot of farming families in my district and outside of my district is, you know, because of the small scale of Vermont, we can connect, farmers can connect with those cheese makers, those yogurt makers, in a way that perhaps is not such an option if you live out in the Midwest. So, you know, I think that is something that where we're making some progress.
Yeah. And we can talk about this a little bit more later when we talk about the Rural Economy Tour, but we have some cheese makers locally that are making some wonderful products and getting recognition right across the country about what they're doing here in Vermont. What are the other things that you're hearing from constituents?
You know, I think there's a lot of agitating around what's going on with our national what's going on in Washington, D.C., and how that plays out here in Vermont. You know, there's a lot of folks concerned about climate change and the climate economy, what we can do there. You know, my focus has been working with folks in Vernon with the Planning Commission and the Select Board there on what are renewable energy options and what can we do. I brought together a group of what I call resource people from the state and legislators, you know, about, you know, folks want to participate, and how can we address some of this? So I hear a lot about what can we do to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, and what can we do as policymakers to help move towards renewable energy. Those are some of the big ones. And then I've been doing a lot of work since I sit on House Corrections and Institutions. I've been talking with a lot of families and individuals who have been been incarcerated, and also some of the supports and the Community Justice Center work here locally. So I've been doing a lot of digging in on that, visiting, talking with people. And what's interesting is during the off session, there's big work being done. We talked a little bit about this last time with justice reinvestment going on with the council and state governments, with the 3 branches of government. And what there are reports that have been reported to the Joint Justice Oversight Committee in October and November, and what they're doing looking at all of our systems. And it's not a big surprise to me, some of the things that are coming out, because the things that I'm hearing on the ground from people about how difficult it can be to access services, to understand the system, is being demonstrated through this data mine. And to me, that's a good thing, because that means this work is going to really inform some of the things that we can do to make the system more equitable and more efficient, and for our state workers and state employees, as well as the people who go in. So those are the big buckets of things that I've been working on. And clean water is the other thing that I've been hearing from folks.
Yeah, and I've been hearing from constituents about some similar things, but also about healthcare, and especially the cost of prescription drugs. Heard from a constituent, I didn't realize there were so many options for people who have diabetes, but what's being covered now, the price for insulin is just really shot up. And this seems to me like something we really need to look at. If anything was essential to people, somebody with diabetes, it's being able to access. Are you hearing from people about prescription drugs?
I'm not hearing as much about prescription drugs, but I'm hearing about the cost of healthcare.
Yeah.
And I'm hearing from workers, employees, and employers. Employers are feeling a bit of a stranglehold. They want to increase their employees' wages, and they really the cost of healthcare. And we heard this a lot. I hear this a lot. A lot of my constituents are working what we call the gig economy. Yep. So they're self-employed, and so their health insurance costs are really kind of through the roof. And so I feel like that is really impacting how we can grow our economy, but in southern Vermont. And the other piece of it has been access to affordable housing. And when I say affordable housing, I think there are lots of different tiers of affordable housing. So when folks are looking to relocate or hire employees to come here, so our Main Street kind of businesses, these are folks who are making above minimum wage. They're having some challenges. So, and then we see, one of the things we've made reference to this rural economy tour that I organized. What we saw is when communities are investing in housing, how that is strengthening whether they're village centers or downtowns, that is how it really has an impact. So housing is something that I'm hearing a lot about as well. And I think that's something where we can do something to impact that, whether through a housing bond or whether it's through giving the Vermont Housing Conservation Board its full statutorily mandated 9% property transfer tax.
Yeah, I know this is something that we recognize across the board. There seems to be consensus that housing is an inhibitor. The lack of housing is an inhibitor on our economy right now. Yeah. It's hard to attract people here if finding housing is such a problem. And I think we can segue into the rural economy tour by mentioning that this was also very much a big concern of Paul Brun, who unfortunately passed away recently, and his leadership at Vermont Conservation and Housing Board and through the Preservation Trust has had wonderful lasting effects And he recognized the need that for both conservation, for preserving our downtowns, and how this is how we're going to keep Vermont and grow Vermont in the way we want it. And Paul was part of the catalyst for your tour, right?
Well, yes. I mean, let me back up a few steps, because you know Paul through Putney. Paul Brune, the founder and executive director of the Preservation Trust of Vermont, did a lot for Putney. He's done a lot for communities throughout the state, and I loved saying every wonderful project has a thread that goes back to Paul Brune. So I'm a member of the Rural Economic Development Working Group. It's a group of tripartisan group of legislators that focus on the rural economy and rural economic development. And so towards the end of the session, when we were thinking about what we might do in the off session to come together, and I suggested organizing a listening tour, and I suggested organizing a listening tour that would come to southern Vermont because, as you know, our constituents are at a great distance from Montpelier, and sometimes we don't. We're not. It's harder to give testimony if you're coming from the Windham County. So I definitely had an agenda of bringing folks down this way. And with my work with Vermont Performance Lab, we did this. We put people on buses, and we had a performance club. And I think getting people on buses goes back for me till I was in 7th grade. I did this kind of stuff. But anyway, Paul Brune in Vermont was really known for his bus tours with the Preservation Trust. He'd get his board on a bus, and they do an overnight and as a retreat and to listen. And so I went to Paul with this idea, and he immediately jumped on board. Because I was asking him for advice, and then I said, "Hey, you want to help me do this?" So. Paul passed away on September 19th, I think it was, and I spoke to him 2 nights before he passed, and we had just finished curating the tour. Oh. So his fingerprints were all over this tour, and our intention with it, which really did carry out, was to get people from all over the state to come together, legislators, and we thought resource people, like folks from the USDA, the Vermont Housing Conservation Board, get us all together on a bus and visit and speak with entrepreneurs, small businesses, farmers, creatives. And so the tour started in Randolph, and we visited Springfields. We looked at these threads: the digital economy, the farming, manufacturing, cheese making, forest products, the creative economy, and of course, all of those things are intertwined. And what it was a packed 2 days. So we visited Springfield, Putney, Brattleboro, Vernon, Wilmington, Weston, and we went in Brattleboro. And along the way, we couldn't possibly pack everything in. But you were at one of our stops in Putney, and there were a few things that really came through. One is the strength of the Vermont brand, and which is a real positive, and that we heard from people that access to legislators and access to state government was really a positive, and it made Vermont a good place to do business. And that the things that we heard about were the inhibitors, access to workforce, and a lot of that had to do with housing. And the continued importance to build broadband and connectivity was really important. And there were some real concerns that we heard about. We know that Act 250 is going to be discussed in the legislature, after 50 years, what can we improve? And there were some concerns about over-regulating, that can be an inhibitor.
I'm certainly hearing the same thing, too, that we can continue to protect Vermont, but especially for small businesses, they need some help.
Yes, and to streamline the process, to make it predictable, to make it, possible for smaller businesses to do this. Because right now the feeling, and I've seen it working on a community project, it takes a lot of know-how and a lot of professionals to help you get through that process. And for some smaller businesses, that really just tilts the playing field away from them. So we heard that loud and clear, and that I want to let folks know who weren't able to be part of this tour. We are having a hearing up at the State House on December 11th from 6 to 8 p.m. And written testimony can be sent in, and I can share that that info on a number of community forums. But I feel like it's really important for us to be listening to our communities. And it also, the tour really illustrated where there has been great community leadership, that resources flow into those communities. And so when there's great organization in a community, that those resources come in from we see the fingerprints of USDA, the Agency of Commerce and Community Development, helping with tax credits, preservation money, and it's a really wonderful, it's wonderful to see, the meeting of these resources. But we know we're seeing it all over, consolidation, with our hospitals, with our schools, and how that's going to affect these small businesses. I feel like there's a lot of nimbleness and flexibility and creativity, and I think that's where we're going to be able to get out in front. And one last thing is that the importance of the markets outside of Vermont to support Vermont businesses. We heard a lot of folks who are manufacturing, and exporting out of Vermont, and that the Vermont brand, and then it's known for quality, is something that really helps. So,
yeah, this affects agriculture as well, to have those markets outside. Although over the summer we had then Secretary Sherling come down to Putney to talk to some businesses, and he opened his remarks by asking, okay, what's the most commonly exported product from Vermont? And of course, the first thing everyone said was maple syrup. And he said, no, it's computer chips.
Yep.
And he said, Vermont's technology is renowned around the world. Most phones have chips that started here in Vermont. And I think that exemplifies how diverse the Vermont economy is and can be. And we need to bring more intention to what we're doing, and as you said, the planning that happens usually bears fruit. So, how do we get everyone on board to understand that?
Well, let me share a story that I heard. I learned that Vermont is also the goat capital of, and Randolph happens to be the center of a lot of that, and it's so interesting. That folks are sending their hides to this Vermont Glove, which is it's been a company that's been around for a long time, and they're manufacturing gloves that cost about $100. They're sold to a lot of companies that work like our power companies, right? And then I hear down in Westminster about the meat packing company that's had a few bumps, and it recently sold. And there are 3 brothers from Algeria who have bought Westminster Meats, and they're producing halal meats. And so it's becoming a center for goat meat. And so I think what that tells us 2 things about the innovation, but also it disrupts this narrative that Vermont is not welcome to people from outside, that it's a very white state. So I was really happy to hear that, to hear this from David Major, who was on our tour. The other piece is that Vermont is also rivaling North Carolina as the Vermont producer, handcrafted furniture, which is really exciting. And so one of the things that I think we're missing in the narrative around Vermont is not only about the quality in the skiing and the wonderful recreation, is the story about the quality of living in these small rural communities. And I think where there's engagement and neighborliness, and we don't always believe and think the same way, but there's this really wonderful way to engage in civil discourse. And I think that is a missing piece of our narrative around Vermont, because it really, raising kids here and living here as a senior and starting a business, this is a really wonderful state to do that work, especially Windham County.
Exactly.
So,
best place to raise a family.
Yeah.
We thought it was, and it turned out to be so, and we certainly encourage others to have that experience.
And that's what we did. That's what my husband and I did. We came back went to college here, moved away, came back to lay down our roots. The schools were great. We have a small business, a recording studio. The fact that it's a thriving music community down here, it's kind of a very strong music center, is a really positive thing. So the creative economy is an important piece of our rural economy, and that was one of the big takeaways that legislators did not we're not truly aware of. Of course, me being in the creative economy, somebody who's worked in the arts, I know that, but we heard it on the ground from, our farming families, from our schools, from, all educators, everybody that this was an important aspect.
And these are clean industries too.
They are light, they walk lightly on the land, right? And also are ways, the arts, you and I know this because you're a musician. The arts are a great way to connect people. And I think that's an important part of the work of the arts.
Yeah, I bet. A little bit of a shift here, back to your committee work and justice reinvestment. About 12 years ago, Vermont was looking at a projection that our prison population was just going to keep rising and rising, and we decided we wanted to do something different.
Yeah.
And we started what we call justice reinvestment, where we looked at all the alternatives to incarceration, all the various helps, and it worked.
Yeah.
But it's time now for the sequel.
Yeah, the sequel.
Update, version
the update.
2.
Yes, I think we're calling it Justice Reinvestment 2.
And now this is your committee, and what can you share about?
Sure.
What we're looking at
so
in the
this
next session.
This work will definitely, the idea for this, Alice Emmons, who's the chair of House Corrections and Institutions, was serving in the legislature during Justice Reinvestment 1. And when we were hearing from advocates and victims services, we hear from all sides of the equation, and the idea around criminal justice reform. And Alice has taught me, we make our decisions based on data. It's not about how loud a person's voice. It's fact-based decisions, right? So yes, justice reinvestment was an idea that percolated out of our committee, and it very quickly gained support because others in the legislature had been involved too. So I just want to be clear, this is a process that's happening during the off session. A lot of this work is being reported to a committee that meets during the off session, which I do not serve on, but two members of our committee do. The Joint Justice Oversight.
House-Senate committee?
It's a joint House-Senate committee with members from judiciary, healthcare, human services, corrections, and institutions. So some of the work, the justice reinvestment work is being done by a working group that it's comprised of legislators and advocates and folks from the judicial and executive branches of our government. And they have been making monthly reports to the committee. And so I wanted to share a little bit, because the report from October was 46 pages. The one from November 15th is 76 pages. So I'm just working my way through. But, there are the things that they're focusing on are what are the drivers, and then what are the programs that we have access to. So I wanted to share some of the reported crime trends that although Vermont historically has had some of the lowest crime rates, the state's violent crime rate has risen in recent years, which this is something for us all to be concerned about. And I'm particularly concerned about, of course, what goes on at the state level, but what's going on in Windham County. And oh gosh, we have a lot of graphs here. There are changes in the crime rate in Windham County has stayed relatively stable. There have been shifts, but where we've seen increases is in Franklin, Lamoille, Washington, and Caledonia counties. And I think the initial analysis provides an important understanding of who is moving through our criminal justice system and ensuring that evidence-based policies and practice are in place to achieve best results. So all this to say is I think our philosophy around what are the programs that are needed in incarcerated settings are changing. We're doing a good job in diverting people from going into our facilities, but what justice reinvestment is revealing is that we have a very, I think, overly complicated system in terms of what the different, I could get in the weeds here, but what are the different levels of supervision. You know, people are in our facilities and then they're out on furlough or parole and probation. And we only have about 1,800 people inside of our facilities, we have about 8,000 people under the supervision of our Department of Corrections. And what we're hearing there is that there's also a lack of transitional housing for folks who are getting out, and then people are bouncing back in. So their work is not done yet, but I know, and their work will be done by December. And then I know our committee will be taking up some of these recommendations. We're finding that, you know, I don't know how aware folks are about the digitization of our systems in Vermont. It's been slow, but it's happening. And it's happening within our judicial branch too, and within corrections. And it's slow, but it's happening. And I think it'll be easier for us to extract some of the data once those things are in place. And in Windham County was one of the first counties where this work is being done. So, you know, I'm an optimist. You know, I think there's some real work that can be done in terms of making sure that we have good programs, that we can streamline systems, that folks have fair and equal access to some of these programs, and an appreciation for that really tough work that our Department of Corrections is doing. And one of the bright spots is, I think, our community justice centers that were created with justice reinvestment the first time around are having real impact. Yeah. And I think the changes are one person at a time, and we are having some impact, and we need to continue to adequately fund those programs so that they continue, you know, and the data is supporting that's seeing the positive results of the work that's happening with our community justice centers and the programs that are funded through the Attorney General's office, around diversion. And
so in the minute we have left, if people want to weigh in on this process or just get in touch with you in general, what's the best way to get in touch with you?
So the best way to get in touch with me is email, for sure. And my legislative email is the best, scoffee@leg.vt.us. My legislative email is the best way to be in touch. I have monthly coffee hours. They'll be the first Saturday.
Pun intended.
Yeah, coffee with coffee. So if people want to reach, and I'm doing those during the session. Yeah. And following the work of the Joint Justice Oversight Committee, the agendas are posted, the presentations are posted. People can send in written testimony if they have thoughts. There are a lot of groups and organizations who are involved in that process too.
And it's at the legislative website?
It is. It's on our state website. Sure. Under the Joint Justice, under the Joint Committee section.
Yeah. Great. Well, thanks so much for taking this time. We could probably go on for quite a while. I really appreciate the work you've been doing up in Montpelier and back home here. You've been a wonderful addition to our county delegation, so it's been a pleasure to work with you.
And I feel the same way, Mike. Thanks.
Well, thank you. And it's a pleasure to work here with people here at BCTV. I don't want to take for granted what they do to help bring our work closer to you here. So thanks a lot to the people at BCTV, and thank you for watching. Bye-bye now.